You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather, host wrestling the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sunday night, July 20th, 2025. And there is but one question that I must ask of you this evening. Are you my friend? Well, are you locked in? Then step this way, step this way, step this way, because this is the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, proudly presented by the good people here at Post Wrestling. I am the Godfather, Nate Milton, one of the advocates here tonight, and we have a big episode this evening. So much to talk about from last week, from this week, from the weeks to come. So let's not waste any time. Let's bring on this month's crew. First of all, my right-hand man. Because y'all know when you are outgunned, when you are outmanned, when you are outnumbered, and even outplanned, you're going to need a right-hand man, and I got the best one in the game. Y'all give it up, because you know this man. You love this man. He is the angry intellectual. Some people call him Moderna Kris. Some people call him Mimosa Kris. Some people even call him the mastermind behind the trade that brought Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers. But I simply call him my brother and my friend. Y'all give it up for Kris from LA, a.k.a. the Professor Kris Ealy. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
What is up, man? There's every once in a while when we do this show, there are months, and I'm like, okay, this is not going to be that big of a show. You know, this is going to be just a run-of-the-mill show. And then some news drops, and then the show ends up turning bigger than what I could have imagined. I think this might be one of those months, my dude. You know, it all started with the foundation that you laid for us, Nate, you, Marcus, and the old homie Alfred. What year was that? 2009, 10?
2013.
2013. So the foundation that was laid in 2013, and then as time has gone on, we start, I came on board and we start laying down that foundation and patting it. And I do think that we've been playing the long game for a long time, but I really, really do feel this year is when things are going to start to germinate. And next year, one of us is going to have to learn how to use Intuit QuickBooks because I do think it's going to go crazy. And also I want to say this too. I hit 300 subscribers on my Substack this month. And I had some just articles go viral and 300 subscribers in less than 2 months. So I just, things have been going crazy. If you go to my Substack, you will see like all my articles that I've written, and a couple of them involve professional wrestling. And it's just like we've been meeting behind the scenes. If I could, just kind of tell people what's going on, Nate, we've been having meetings and talking about, what we're going to be doing and how we're going to be doing it. And I'm very, very excited, man. I'm really, really liking our trajectory. the second half of 2025. And my God, man. And some of this news is it's bad for the people involved with the news directly, but for us, we're gonna be okay. You know, it gives us fodder to talk about. So looking forward to just this show and the rest of the shows we do this year.
Absolutely, brother. And as you said, man, you know, regardless of what happens, regardless of what comes down the pike, as the man said, Kris, we gonna be all right. And one of the reasons why we gonna be all right is because of people like this next brother that's coming to the stage. He is one of the newest members of the Nefarious Media Network, one of the newest members of Team Nefarious, and he is one of the hosts of our newest show, or one of our newest show, because we just debuted a show this past week, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. But he's also one of the co-hosts of one of our newest shows on the network, Ring Theory, which is our first dedicated pro wrestling show over at Nefarious Media. So let me bring on a man who is loved by most, but perhaps hated by fans of Kenny Omega after this last week's episode of Ring. Y'all give it up for upper mid-card Jey Lacey.
What's going on, gentlemen? I feel like I'm standing on the shoulders of giants at this point, man, with what Chris from LA was talking about, laying the groundwork out, having that invite, me connecting with you gentlemen. I am excited to be on the network. I am excited to share some of my opinions, even though they might be liked by some, hated by a lot. I actually feel underdressed right now. You know, you see me in all black. I think I should be wearing a shiesty right now because the way y'all got me feeling and the internet got me typed up like a villain. I'm like, I'll be that. I'm not afraid to wear the black hat. I'll be that dude. You know what I'm saying? But it's good to be on the show with you guys. Looking forward to the show. So let's get into it.
I do feel like I need to do some due diligence, though, off the top, Jay, because you know, people have been asking, especially on TikTok. These people have been asking. So I feel like I need to ask you this real quick, Jarek. Do you actually watch wrestling, bro?
No. Why do I watch wrestling? Of course. I've been watching since I was a knee-high to a grasshopper, bro. I'm so into it. I watch a lot more wrestling than the average person does. It's okay to have an opinion. It's okay to say that you agree with something. It's okay to disagree with somebody. That's my perspective. That's everybody else's perspective. That's the beautiful thing about this pro wrestling combat sports world that we live in. We're passionate about it. I get it. I love the engagement. That means the hate that I get, that means I struck a nerve with you. So you're welcome.
Well, speaking of people that strike a nerve from time to time, let's bring on the next member of our crew this evening. He is internationally recognized as one of the greatest pound-for-pound producers in the podcast game. He is a cousin of that good man, Wei Ting. And he is the man that a lot of people, Kris, call the Caitlin Clark of podcast production, a.k.a. Caitlin Dark. Let's give it up for the last member of the team, at least for now. We may have some others joining us a little bit later this month. But the last member of the team for now, y'all know him, y'all love him. Give it up for two-way Ray Williams. Ray Williams, what's good, brother?
Hey, everything is everything, brother Nate. Always a pleasure to join you guys on this here platform, on this here network. Love you guys out at posts, and you guys are always creators, especially those who join us live in the chat. I appreciate you guys coming through. And by the way, shout out to Hannah and your daughter. Happy birthday to your daughter, Hannah.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday to Hannah's daughter.
Yeah.
Hope you had a wonderful day. And here's the thing. Happy birthday, young lady. I would say probably by the time we hit the 10 o'clock hour, you might want to tune out because it might not be kid friendly with some of the topics that the professor in particular has planned for later on this month. But we appreciate you, Hannah, and much love to you and your daughter. But Ray Williams, you know, I had to ask a question to Jay off the top just to set the tone for the evening.
Yes.
I have to ask you a question, brother.
All right.
Why you got sleeves on tonight?
I told you, sir.
For those that didn't see, last night we had a WNBA All-Star Game live watch party on the Nefarious Media Network where it was myself, Ray Williams, Vanessa Shark, and Martin Bushby, the recently retired Martin Bushby from the excellent podcast Eagles Don't Hunt Flies, joined us. And Ray Williams I don't know what got into this man, Ray Williams, but he was showing the guns. He came up looking like creator wrestler number 4 because I had to get the skin tone right. I was like, what's going on, Ray Williams?
Brother, it was terribly hot. And as I said then, we use the watch-alongs. It's just like a family affair. We all family. It's like we partying, we hanging out. It's a kickback. You know what I'm saying? It's not as formal as buttoned up as us here on NWA. NWA, I got to keep my shoulders unexposed. I got to keep them covered up. But for the watch-alongs, I can expose my shoulders.
I was like, I didn't know Ray was such a fan of guns. The right to bear arms is a literal thing in the Williams household, ladies and gentlemen.
My
brother was showing all the arm meat for those that may enjoy such a thing.
It's like a 5 caliber. I ain't got nothing to work with, man. I ain't even got a 22s.
You got like one of them guns, like Bugsy Malone or one of them gangsters had, like they pull out of their shoe, like
in the ankle, yeah,
ankle holster,
yeah.
Oh, but yes, we have got a great show this month, y'all. Like we've got so much to talk about. Of course, we're going to take a look back at last weekend, which was jam-packed, which saw All In from Texas, which saw Evolution and Saturday night's main event from Atlanta. There was an NXT show that Ray didn't watch. But we've also got to talk about this weekend, man. Like, not only do we have the G1 popping off, but you can get excellent coverage of the G1 right here at Post Wrestling from folks like W.H. Park, John Pollock, Bruce Lord, and the Empress herself, Karen Peterson. They're going to keep you locked in when it comes to the G1. Tonight, we have Slammiversary being presented by TNA. And normally, Kris, I think any rational human being knows the world is round. But for one night only, Kris, they didn't flatten that thing out because tonight the world is flat because the impossible has become possible. Alan Jamario Styles has returned to the Impact Zone. AJ Styles back in TNA, ladies and gentlemen. And Ray Williams, you don't know nothing about no damn Jamario. Alan Jamario Styles is back.
Let's get ready to fly.
Somebody call the grits on this one.
And yeah, flat earth, phenomenally flat.
Phenomenally flat. That should be the name of this podcast. When he retires from wrestling and it just becomes some conspiracy theorist. Well, guys, the world really is flat when you think about it, because how could I jump off of the ring at one point and still land at another point without falling off the circumference of the ring? It is what it is, brother.
Yeah, I remember when he first started that flat earth shit. I was so disappointed. I was more disappointed in that than when he's in 2008 when he was like, John McCain stands for family values, so I'm going to vote for him. That was like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I get it.
The flat earth stuff was really, really disappointing, man. It was like, come on, dude.
He's taking that square circle of heart, you know what I'm saying?
It's disappointing, Jay, but like there's some parallel universe out there where AJ Styles and Kyrie Irving host the greatest podcast known to man, where they just talk about science and have no theoretical background to back up anything that they're saying. And I'm here for that podcast.
Yeah. And that one rapper too.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
All right. Already, brother T. Anthony All is chiming in with a super chat. So what tier is Ray's Guns on the Patreon?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because thank you again, T. Anthony. Appreciate you always showing up and showing out every month. But that's a good question that kind of leads us to our next topic, because we've been talking a lot about what we can do because we on the drive for 500 YouTube subscribers, 500 Patreon subscribers. That is our stretch goal for the year. And, if we hit 500 subscribers on YouTube, that brings us halfway to monetization. Y'all are watching tonight on YouTube anyway. So while you're watching, click over to Nefarious Media Network's YouTube channel and hit that subscribe button, hit that bell button, so you'll be notified anytime we drop some new content, anytime we go live. And Patreon, 500 subscribers on Patreon would go a long way towards helping us to do some more things here at the network, become a little bit more consistent, make the Patreon feel a little bit more special to those of you who have signed up for the Patreon. And if we hit them goals.
Yeah.
Tier one, we gonna give y'all a little something we like to call Ray SMR.
Right. Yeah.
For those of you that don't know what Ray SMR is, like, and here's the thing, I don't know if it's just me or if it's the algorithms or if it's Elon or Al Gore's internet, but I've been getting a lot of ASMR videos like over the past 6 months. Girard, Jey, Kris, Ray, they all know this. I've talked to them behind the scenes about this. But ASMR seems to be very peaceful and calming. I'm sure there's other applications for ASMR, but I'm not into that. And so Ray Williams, if we hit a special goal, Ray Williams is going to be whispering in your ear like this. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about great fights like White versus Poirier, talking about John Jones' impact on the UFC, talking about Dana White and Fight Island may have irrevocably changed the UFC going forward. He's going to talk to you about combat sports, pro wrestling, in that sultry voice of his, whispering. That's Ray SMR. That's the first tier. If we surpass that, ladies and gentlemen, call him Doja Cat, because Ray Williams might show some feet in the chat. He might show some feet in the chat. I'm not saying he will. I'm just saying that's a possibility that exists, depending on how many of y'all sign up for this Patreon. But in all seriousness, Ray, I do feel like before we get into all of our topics tonight, let's talk about Nefarious for a second, because Kris mentioned it at the beginning of the show, man. This is something we've been building since 2013, quite frankly, but really started building this way and going in this direction in November of last year after the election. And this is something that is very important to all of us here at Nefarious in terms of building thoughtful, truthful, turned-up commentary. Because so much in the sports media space, so much in the pro wrestling media space, so much in the combat sports media space is built on and bankrolled by negativity and lies and othering folks. And that's not what we're about. It's not what we've ever been about. And so I think it hit me a little bit this week, Ray, because there is some news out there that Fox Sports is redoing their whole lineup and bringing in Barstool Sports potentially. Mm-hmm. And that pisses me off. And I'm going to talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. It pisses me off. This ain't got nothing to do with wrestling, but we'll come back around eventually. Because I'm a grown-ass man, y'all. I'm in my mid-40s. I know how the world works. I know that there is profit to be made from negativity and from stereotyping folks and from, bringing out the worst in folks. And that's what people like Barstool Sports. That's what people like Sage Steele. That's what people like Jason Whitlock. That's what they do. That's what they traffic in. And so to see these folks potentially get rewarded, it pisses me off to the core of who I am. And so again, like I ain't nobody special, Kris. I ain't Superman. I'm not Kal-El on these streets, but I do have, in my opinion, a talent for this microphone. And somebody hit me up on Blue Sky today. It was like, you gonna drop any New Edition analogies tonight? And I will drop you this one. In the New Edition movie, there's a scene where Johnny Gill joins the group, aka Jacob Fatu. And Johnny Gill joins the group, and they're like, well, can you sing though? And Johnny Gill says, fellas, ain't been a mic built that you put in front of me, and I won't turn that bitch out. Mm-hmm. And to me, Kris, ain't been a mic built, ain't been a camera created, ain't been a live stream conducted that you put me on, and I ain't gonna turn it out.
Right.
That's just what I do. And so I found a team of killers that do the same thing that I do. I found a team of like-minded individuals that do the same things that I do. And so to me, the mission is I want to put more of what we have into the world. Yes, we don't have the platform that somebody like a Barstool Sports or a Sage or a Fox News have. But I do believe in the content that we produce. I do believe in the people that follow us and the people that have been following us since 2013. And so to that end, if you are listening to this on Post Wrestling, which is another platform of folks that like to speak truthfully, like to speak thoughtfully, like to turn a little bit. If you ever heard W.H. Park and Rich Fan talk about Marvel, them boys can turn up. If you're listening to Post Wrestling, if you're subscribed to Post Wrestling, consider subscribing to us, because we've got a lot going on at Nefarious Media. Not only do we have the Kings of Sport, the flagship, the brothership, if you will, that's been going since 2013, started by myself, Marcus Vanderberg, the cheese man, if you will. Folks got the nerve to call Jey a WWE shield, and they ain't never sent that brother a charcuterie tray.
All right, yeah.
Never. He ain't in that league yet. But the Kings of Sport has been around since 2013. We got shows like Styles Break Fights with Ray Williams and Chinyere Okafor, which looks at the world of MMA and combat sports from a different perspective that y'all should really be checking out if you're into combat sports. John Pollock, former guest of that show, man. So y'all give SBF a look, if you will. Ring Theory, like I mentioned earlier. Girard Brown and Jey Lacey bring you Ring Theory each and every month where they do a deep dive on the world of pro wrestling, take you beyond the winners and the losers, take you beyond the headlines, and get into what's really going on in the world of pro wrestling from a unique perspective. And then our newest show, man, a show that debuted last week, Super Salad. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard me right. Super Salad, a show talking about all things super heroic, hosted by my friend and somebody who I have a lot of respect for, Rachel Ealy, a.k.a. OG Rachel, who is a lawyer based out of Chi-Town, man, and she loves this superhero stuff. And I am her temporary co-host until we find another co-host. But Rachel and I just did a review of Superman, the movie, which is out now. We'll be back in a couple of weeks with our review of Fantastic Four. So this is just a little sample of what we got going on at Nefarious, man. We're bringing you shows each and every week from a different perspective. And again, we hope that y'all enjoy it. And if you do, sign up for the Patreon, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. Everybody on this network, man, got responsibilities and full-time jobs and kids. I work 60 hours a week at the day job. Kris is out here trying to educate these kids and write a book. Jay is busy. Ray Williams out here running a Sophie Cunningham fan site that takes up so much of his time day to day. Shout out to the king of calcium, Ray Williams. We salute you, brother. But we all got lives and families and stuff like that, man. But we still are committed to having fun and having these conversations and being truthful, man, in a world that needs all of that. And so if you believe in what we're doing, man, if you appreciate us like we appreciate you, sign up for the Patreon. Try us out for a month. $5 gets you in the door, less than the cost of a biggie bag. And to hit the Patreon button, subscribe to us on socials, man, because we are trying to make a difference. We are trying to change the game by any means necessary, Kris, even if those means may be nefarious, brothers.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because we all are, like you said, we all have shoot jobs, and we all have, like, little side vanity projects we do. And then we have this show as well. So we're trying to, like, monetize to make sure, people are getting fed and, eyes are to the content. And then once we start, getting the numbers to a place where we're like, okay, that's where we need to be, we can start, seeing what's working well and seeing what can be tweaked and all that stuff. And the goal is to find all of our strengths, not to, like, say, oh, you can't cut it, but to find out what we're doing that's working and give you all more of that, man. And this has just been fun. I like, ever since we've gotten, like, the team, it's felt better for me, Nate, because it's just like, okay, we don't have to do everything, we can rest and we can trust Jay and Girard to do good shows, and Ray is gonna do his production stuff. I'm gonna be on the Blue Sky, trying to see what those numbers are looking like, and just try to scale the fuck out of this thing and make it work for everybody, man. So I've again, and also again, my Substack, I'm so surprised at the growth at that, and if I could bring some of that to what we do here, and it's gonna be a beautiful thing, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the year. So
yeah. And I will say my last thing on this, y'all, is if you enjoy what we've been doing over the past year here with the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, something for you to consider. I've been doing this at 50% capacity. I've been giving you 100% every time I'm here, but I'm giving you 100% of 50%. Do the math. And so the more y'all sign up for the Patreon, the more y'all share the show with your friends, the more y'all subscribe to these channels, man, the more freedom it will allow me, because we know what it is, man. We live in a capitalist society, man. You gotta render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, as they say. And so the job is inflexible. The job is already blocked out 50 to 60 hours of my life every single week. But if we can, it's almost like you got to buy your freedom back in America.
Right,
sometimes.
yeah.
if I can find some way to get something more to free me up from work, then you get more of me here. And you get, because honestly, like, and I told Ray this, like, I have not felt 100% at this since the pandemic. Like, that was the last time I was out here just like LeBron, if you will. And now I'm like Tyrese Halliburton after the injury for the last 3 years, Kris. I'm playing with a torn ACL. I probably shouldn't be playing with a torn ACL, but I'm doing it for the love of the game, man, because this thing means so much to me and to the crew here at Nefarious. And so if y'all appreciate it, man, like my birthday is next month, y'all. So if you say, what can we get Brother Nate for his birthday? I'm going to tell you right now, $5, throw it to the Patreon. If I was in your city, T. Anthony, and I just rolled up on you, hey, man, I left my wallet at the airport. You mind if I could borrow $5 for a cup of coffee? I'm sure T. Anthony will be like, yeah, you got that, fam. I'm sure any of y'all will be like, yeah, you got that, fam. So just consider this a virtual cup of coffee, if you will, because we want to do so much. We have the passion and the ideas to do a lot here with Nefarious. We just need more time and more money, and those are things that are hard to generate and manufacture out of thin air. But if y'all believe in us, man, we would really appreciate it if y'all helped us out, man. Again, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network, because you know what? You know what that'll help us do, Jay? You know what that'll help us do, Kris? You know what that'll help us do, Ray? And I'll pass the mic over to Ray Williams after this. It will help us evolve. And so if you want to help the evolution of Nefarious Media Network, if you want every night, whether it's Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, or even Saturday night, to feel like a main event, if you want to be all in with Nefarious Media, smash the follow button, smash the subscribe button, hit us up with the $5 on Patreon, and we're going to make it do what it do. So, Ray, I just got one question for you. Who's next?
What's that?
Oh, what's next? I tried to bring it back around at the end, cuz.
I got you. Well, you always offer some very good transitions, Brother Nate. So we'll go ahead and touch on All In Texas over this past weekend. We had some big matches, some big time entrances. One maybe not too big time for one of our participants here today. But we'll go ahead and start with the main event. I should say. Let's go ahead and get into it. So the end game has come and gone, and now Adam Cowboy-ish Adam Hangman Page is the two-time AEW World Champion, defeating Jon Moxley in a Texas death match. So what do you guys think of that match? What do you guys think of all of the surprises and all of the people who came back? One guy coming directly off the mountain. What are your guys' take off of that? We'll start with you, Brother Nate, our fearless leader.
Well, you know, a lot of criticism I saw heading into All In was like, oh, this is just going to be some MCU wrestling. This is just going to be some MCU wrestling in this main event. Who wants to see MCU wrestling? I do. I do. If the story is told well enough, MCU wrestling can really work. We saw it at WrestleMania when Cody Rhodes finally finished his story, and we saw it this past week in Texas when Hangman Adam Page finished his story, man. Like, I thought the entire card was well put together. Like, obviously it's going to be a long-ass show because that's what AEW does for these big events. But I thought there were very few matches, if any, that didn't hit for me. Like, obviously we're going to talk about Tony and Mercedes, Beyonce versus Marilyn a little bit later. But I thought the main event just hit, man. And I was happy that they were able to tell the story. I thought, Mox put in a great performance on the way out. I'm glad this damn Death Rider story is over. Like, the Death Riders are still a thing, but they are no longer the main characters, and I appreciate that. I think Girard Brown, when he walked out of that arena, You probably saw all of the AEW fans like the end of The Wiz. If you haven't seen The Wiz, go check it out. It's a great film. It's not a great film. It's a fun film, though. But it's like the people of Oz, Chris, just waking up. Can you feel a brand new day?
Yeah.
Can you feel a brand new day? That's how the AEW faithful were feeling after that main event, because this Death Rider story that has taken up so much space, so much real estate on TV, to varying degrees of reaction from the audience, is finally over. Hangman Page is the person AEW needs as their champion right now, and it opens up a lot of interesting matchups and challenges for that title, like namely our guy MJF. I guess I can say our guy because he's with the Hurt Business, so tangentially by the property of transitive property, if you will, he's our guy. Obviously, we got that Swerve rematch down the line. That's a big money match, and so I'm here for Hangman Adam Page. I thought that was a great match. I enjoyed Swerve and Ospreay. Like, I think Swerve and Ospreay, hell of a team, man. I didn't know I needed them like that, but they are a hell of a team. So Kenny Omega's interest aside, which I'm sure someone will bring up here in a little bit, I thought that All In was a fun show, man, a great effort, and easily the highlight of last weekend, which was stuffed to the brim with so much wrestling.
Right.
What about you, Professor?
Yeah, I thought it was an excellent show. I got my times mixed up because the whole, best laid plans often go awry. Because I was like, because we had just had a meeting about blowing up the Blue Sky and all this other stuff. So I was looking forward to live tweeting or live skeeting or whatever the fuck it's called. I was looking forward to doing that on the Blue Sky.
Sorry, Hannah, your daughter's still listening.
They call it skeeting. That's what I've been told by more than one.
It's true, Chris. Here's the thing. Blue Sky people, because I kind of feel like even though I was on Blue Sky pretty early, I just didn't post nothing because nobody else was there. But I feel like all of us that have just signed up to Blue Sky in the last 6-7 months need to apologize to the people that've been there. Like the new WNBA fans need to apologize to the WNBA fans that've been there. Like, we just came in and ruined all of your shit. Like y'all was just a happy little community. Oh, we're gonna skeet. I'll skeet you. Skeet. I'm gonna skeet back, and then we get in here. Oh, who's ready to skeet? Sorry again, Hannah. Your daughter should not be listening to the show. I tried to warn you. Better not bring your kids. This is a Dave Chappelle show situation, fam. But yeah, like, it's a stupid name, but yes, it is skeeting. And yeah, it's just funny to say.
Yeah, we came in hard with some skeeting. But anyway, yeah, I digress. I was looking forward to posting during the show. So I missed it live. I caught the last 2 matches live. Then I went back and watched it, and I wasn't fast forwarding through a bunch of stuff, and that's usually how I judge these shows, right? There wasn't a lot of fluff and stuff to get through. It was a very well put together show. It was one of those shows. It was like, I forget, man. It might still be going on, but it was like 6-7 hours. But it really didn't feel like that. Even when I was watching it on tape, it really flew. Like the flow of the show was very, very great. It was awesome to see the match between the ladies, Mercedes and Toni Storm. It didn't happen. The outcome didn't happen as I thought it would, but I didn't mind it. And there's so many things they could do with the way that match went through. And then just with the main event, there was a lot of chicanery in that match, but sometimes it depends on the match, like that WrestleMania, not this year, fuck that, but the last year's WrestleMania that had all the chicanery in it. I thought that match was actually okay. I think if you do it right, it could be entertaining and it could be fulfilling. And I thought AEW did that. AEW is on another level right now. I just have to come out and say it, because I do feel most of the time, and come for me if you want to, when I'm watching WWE shows, and when we start talking about WWE, I will bring this up again. They are like coasting on just the fact that they got all this other extra shit going on. They are resting on their laurels. It doesn't feel, it's not like horrible all the time, but it just doesn't feel like anything is spectacular. It feels like most of the time missable shows. Saturday night's main event, when it's time to talk about that, we'll talk about it. But AEW, I think the TV has caught up with the pay-per-views. My knock against AEW was always the pay-per-views most of the time were awesome, but the TV was hit or miss. I feel now that the TV is mostly hit and the pay-per-views are still fire. And it was great to see Hangman win that match. It was great to see Swerve and Ospreay have huge matches. They've got their superstars lined up. The three main male faces are Ospreay, Swerve, and Hangman. Those are their three. That's their trifecta. That's their trinity. In the women's division, their two are Mercedes and Toni Storm. And I do think once, like, the trinity is going to probably be Athena once she starts appearing more on the main roster.
Yes.
But I can feel the vibrations in that company. I can feel them doing great stuff. I really do feel like they are. And people ask me all the time, how does AEW beat WWE? And I was like, that's not the job of AEW. AEW's job is not to beat WWE. AEW's job is to let WWE beat themselves. You know, that's what it is. And you can entendre that if you want to, but it's their job is to let WWE, fuck themselves over. They don't have to do anything with WWE. Because if WWE keeps doing this plain clothes bullshit, it's not going to go over well. And I do think AEW at this present moment in time is the better company. And my mind could change because it always does. But right now, I think AEW is the better company.
Now, I feel like we need to turn it over, Ray, to noted, documented, confirmed AEW hater. Upper mid card Jey Lacey. What were your thoughts about All In, brother? I mean, can you say something nice about AEW for a change, brother?
That's the thing. So Alanis Morris, no, it wasn't Alanis Morris. It was Lisa Loeb said, "You hear only what you want to hear." I got plenty of good things to say about AEW. As a matter of fact, I echo Chris's sentiments. I think AEW is providing the better wrestling out of all the pro wrestling that's out there and available right now. And I like the show top to bottom. I had one negative comment about how I disliked strongly Kenny Omega's entrance. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It wasn't the greatest. And I doubled down on that. I didn't like it.
But Jay, didn't you understand that the symbology of the so he's got one music, right? Which is his regular Dynamite music. But then when it's a big fight, he got a whole nother song that don't nobody like.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And guess what? I'm here for it. I understand the sentiment of it. Just not my thing. Not my thing. I didn't feel it. It was like Novocaine. But going to the main event, I think the main event, there were so many layers to it, going through the whole MCU type of storytelling. It was great to see that once Hangman opened the briefcase and Daniel Bryan's nameplates were still on the title, that's storytelling that we don't really get that intricate into,
right?
That AEW pays those kind of details to, and I can appreciate. Having Blue Panther come out and unmask himself and it's Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson. Right. It's pretty interesting how, all these different people came out to help out and, all the, the pageantry that was around this. It really felt like this was AEW's answer to WrestleMania. And they put that kind of production value into it, minus Kenny Omega, I'm doubling down on that. All the entrances. I'll even say this: an internet. I'm here. The Young Bucks entrance was really entertaining, but very, very long. You know,
Yeah.
but their match with Swerve and Ospreay more than made up for it. I mean, the different sequences that they were going in and out of, the margin of error for all four athletes that were competing was very, very, very. It was top level. You're not going to get that on any other wrestling program anywhere. I think the show was really, really well put together. It didn't seem like a long 6 hours, but it did feel like 6 hours, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
So I think the show top to bottom was really, really good. I did not watch the 0 hour. I just didn't have time for that. There was a lot of things going on that day. So, but all in all, I'm not a hater of AEW. I'm not a hater of pro wrestling in general. I'm just here to, just like you guys, call what I see. And what I saw that night was a great show, minus Kenny Omega's entrance.
I will say this too. The one thing that AEW did with this pay-per-view that I appreciated is you could purchase it over YouTube. And they're getting better with the pay-per-view business because the month before that, I was able to purchase it over Amazon Prime. And now they're on Amazon Prime and YouTube. And those are just the smoothest watches. I don't know what the fuck was up with Bleacher Report, man. I never had luck with that shit. But YouTube and Amazon was great. And I think that, they are learning that business. And I think AEW is a product because they are the challenger brand, as Tony Khan likes to say. People are willing to pay that money to watch them put on shows like that. So yeah, just had to say that. I had to get that out.
Yeah, I thought it was a tremendous show from top to bottom. Unlike some people who
Amazon,
are on
stop. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Amazon say, "Hey, I heard you talking about my company, man. I got things to say, brother." Shout out to the big homie Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, don't say that word too loud. It might wake up again.
Like, Alexa, don't let Bezos know we're talking about him. But
He already knows, Raymond.
he already. I thought it was a decent show. I thought it was a great show from top to bottom. Unlike some people, and I believe we were talking about this, Jay, Girard, and I, before we went on air with Ring Theory. There was one particular person, and he was mentioned earlier today, who came out with something that said the main event saved what was otherwise a terrible pay-per-view.
Who said that?
Redacted.
You know who.
Oh my God.
Cheese plate, man.
That is the dumbest take ever, dude. I'm friends with Redacted still, but come the fuck on, man. Like, are you seriously still pulling this shit? Like,
Yes, he is.
God damn, that is a bad faith, stupid take. There's no other way around it. That is fucking dumb. God damn, he's still doing that goddamn gimmick.
Yeah.
Again, I want to reiterate, Hannah, I hope your daughter is in bed now. Grown up evening.
Sorry.
Yeah, hope you got your headphones on, Hannah.
Earmuffs.
Earmuffs, yeah, everything. But real quick, because we do have a super chat, and we do have one of our other fledgling advocates who's standing by. But I just wanted to really quick I echo the sentiments that all you guys have said already. I thought from top to bottom. First off, I did watch the 0 hour because unlike some people, I take it seriously when I'm told to keep the social media to a standard. No, I'm playing.
Hey, we got 123 followers on the Blue Sky now. So
indeed, and growing.
It's growing. Like, so.
Yeah.
You did your thing, man.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we working as a team, brother, like we said before. But that was when it was announced that Adam Cole was going to be vacating his title due to some injuries, some undisclosed injuries. And then he came out with a very tearful message while he was vacating the belt, hinting at retirement, although he didn't want to make that decision right then and there. But I wish him all the best with everything. Hopefully he heals up and we'll be able to see him again. But if not, just had a tremendous career. No matter where you had him, whether it been NXT, PWG, ROH, he always found a way to show out. So, except for the buffoonery that he had in AEW, but other than that, and from all accounts, he's a tremendous person, a tremendous human being. So, shout out to that brother. But yeah, everything from top to bottom, I thought was great. Like you said, the women's title match was tremendous. And you talk about Hannah not showing or not letting anybody, your daughter, see or hear something. Yeah, don't let her watch that match or fast forward when you get to a certain part. But yeah, it's just a tremendous match between two of arguably the best professional wrestlers, male or female, in the world right now. And you talked about stars, Kris. You talked about on the men's side, on the women's side. I think Tony is definitely like transcending even like men's or women's, like bar none. I think she's top 3 bar none in that company as far as the reactions that she gets. And she's just built such a tremendous character. And we talk about the 3 women who are in that thumbnail that we have up for this here episode. Considering all 3 of those women were either released or asked for their release from WWE within the last 5 years, is staggering. And then just to see like the points, the heights at which each of those women has reached is just tremendous to see. And as far as, like you guys said, as far as that main event goes, and let's not forget my boy Cope doing his best Jeff Hardy impression while his friend getting beat down. But
he did clear that guy. He didn't give a fuck about him on the Saturday show.
He did make that clear. He did. I mean, I don't know why you would take so long to come out down either way, though. But and by the way, Christian deserved it anyway. I was glad he was about to get his head caved in.
Yeah.
But
he got to go find himself, man.
Yeah, like you guys said, if you build a story up to a certain point, then it deserves that in-game style, that MCU style ending. Like you built everything so perfectly, whether it comes to Bryan Danielson getting taken out by the Death Riders, where it comes to Darby getting taken out and then having to go up to Everest and think about his think about his life and reflect on his decisions before coming back. So everything kind of like came to a head all in, and it was tremendous to see, especially, and like you guys said, I really enjoyed that tag match between the Bucks and Ospreay and I'm about to call him, I don't know why I'm about to call Swerve Omega, Ospreay and Swerve, but
I thought you were going Zack Sabre Jr. again.
I know, I was about to blank out. Swerve Omega Jr.
British guys.
But I thought that was a tremendous match, and then I didn't even see when Ospreay got taken out and to kind of nullify him from coming down. I know Joe had gotten taken out, but yeah, just everything converged in that main event so perfectly, and it was just, and shout out to Jon Moxley, even though Jet Black Suit and his mama were your only fans, they were in the house. And by the way, shout out to Jet Black Suit. They were in the house over at All In, and even they cheered for Adam Page when he won. So it was great to see that. And speaking of Jet Black Suit, let me go ahead and get the music going. Right.
Money.
All right, Jet Black Suit with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jet Black Suit. He says, I love Kenny and Omega, but that song is mid. Had tears in my eyes for Kenny's entrance, but watching it back, it doesn't hit like it could. It doesn't hit like it could. And that's all we were saying. That at least
Yeah.
that was the main thing I was saying, is that it doesn't have like that oomph that Battle Cry has. So that's all I was saying.
Yeah, I think the thing that we gotta realize when it comes to these AEW and WWE is when you got somebody that's booking a show or EVP or whatever the fuck ever they are, they're gonna have to get whatever little crap in that they want to get in, and we just gotta kind of sit through it and grit our teeth and bear it. It's just how it is. Like when it reminds me of when Jeff Hardy was doing that Willow shit, and nobody really liked it.
Willow.
Jeff Hardy liked it. So, and Jeff Hardy was their biggest star. So because of that reason, we had to just kind of sit through it.
Yeah.
And I think this is just the thing with
Let's again, man. This man Jeff Hardy. Let's not forget when Jeff was on top. Like, this is even before the Broken Universe in Impact Wrestling. When Jeff was on top, not only did we have Willow, this character that he loved for years that he created, and he's like, guys, I really want to bring Willow back. It's like, but people come to see you, Jeff Hardy. Yeah, but they'll come to see Willow too, I bet. And so we got Willow, but not only did we get Willow, Chris, but we got, again, something I hated as a viewer at the time, but now I realize the art that Jeffrey Nero Hardy, Brother Nero, if you will, was giving us. It's just like, what if people could hear my inner monologue, my inner thoughts while I'm at TNA? That guy, Mr. Anderson, he's a real tough dude. I don't trust him, but I respect him. There goes James Storm. He drinks a lot of beer. That's not good for your gut, brother. It's like, this has no place on the wrestling show, Jeff Hardy, but because you are the biggest star, because you want to embrace your inner theater kid, much like Kenny Omega with this damn entrance, go ahead, player.
I will say this, too, about all that fuckery. Broken Matt Hardy did do a little bit to make the Willow stuff more bearable.
Yes.
I think Broken Matt was just it was something that Matt Hardy knew and understood. Jeff Hardy, I don't want to make I don't know what he was on joke, because we know the history there, but my God, man. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Shout out to the Broken Universe, though. Like, that was a time. That was a time. Final deletion, all of that. Senor Benjamin, that was a time, ladies and gentlemen. You had to be there.
Yeah. What's her name?
Rebby Sky.
Rebby Sky, yeah, man. Shout out to her, man. And she's a real one, man. She kind of
play about her family.
Yeah, man. I respect it, man. I know some of these dudes are like, oh, she's a little man. Look, man. That's how you gotta be in that business, yo.
Yes. Well, indeed. Well, we know Jeff Hardy has a very creative mind. Another brother that has a very creative mind is joining us this evening. He could be all around town. He could be uptown. He could be in Old Town. He could be in Midtown. As much as he travels, he might be in your town. But tonight, we all know him as Downtown Girard Brown. Come on through, brother.
Yeah. Girard, man, so what was it like? I have to be the first to ask. What were the sights and sounds like where you were at, my bro?
So I'm gonna say this. Ray, thank you for that wonderful intro. That was a beautiful intro. But Dallas, my time down there for AEW was so much fun. I don't think the town has the same gusto post AEW events to hold your attention unless you like Six Flags. But outside of that, the actual show itself, going to WrestleMania this year and then having the comparison to go to All In this year, it's all in for me.
Oh wow!
I literally regret my choice for WrestleMania. Honestly, I got to Vegas for the first time, but
you have to elaborate on the regret and the choice for WrestleMania. Our fans want to know that.
I mean, let's put it like this: for my $1,200 I spent to be inside of Allegiant Stadium, I'm in the section. I don't remember exactly how much we paid for these tickets, but I believe it was like around $330, like $330 we spent for our tickets. We are almost to the floor in the section. We are very clear, like dead middle of the actual view of like everything. Like to the left of me are the what are their names? The Before the Bell guys. They're over there to the left of us. Like it's very like everybody's kind of in this, like it's a good section to see the show. Like we're watching the Death Riders run out as we're watching Danielson run out in the blue mask when the main event's happening, and that's like right in front of us. So we have a very good view of all that. The Bucks kind of stop relatively like in our region that we could like look to the right and we could see them in their little ship on their boat. And so like for the entire show, a great view of it, just everything. I think Globe Life is a beautiful stadium for one. Like there's not I don't know if how higher up how bad it looked, but for me, not a bad experience seat wise when it came to how they set up the show. They had like each match graphic on these like tents and like not tents, but like these like the LEDs that they had like set up, and it was like a very cool, like almost sports-esque feel to how each match was being displayed across the thing. I also think the pre-show stuff, they had a little tailgate that kept you entertained. It wasn't a lot of great bigger stars, but if you came to town for AEW, they had merch for you. They had people pre-show for you. If you went to ROH Supercard of Honor, like you had a great show there. I foolishly could not get a ticket, so I was at the Hog show, the House of Glory show that was on the other side of town. But then I went to the Swerve concert, and like that was smooth because then I got I get to meet Swerve and got a photo with him after the show. Okay, and it was just a very Kevin Knight was just at the show. People could take photos with Kevin Knight. He was just chilling. STP, they were there. So like Nana showed up randomly. Like you just had it was a good vibe. It was just a good weekend for just doing things around the town that were like AEW centric. Yeah. What's up, bro?
Real quick, you mentioned also, I think you mentioned on Ring Theory that a brother you was basking in his glory decided to show up at ROH.
Oh man, not ROH. He was at the Hog show.
Oh, at the Hog show.
He was at the Hog show, yeah.
And we're not talking about the food reviewer, guys.
No. We're talking about Mr. Bask in his glory himself. And it's just it's not like he did anything.
The Bearcat himself?
The Bearcat. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that.
No, we ain't gonna do that to the brother.
That history. There's so much more we can be talking about when it comes to Keith Lee besides that. So, but when it comes to it was just cool to see him just there at the show enjoying himself. And the Hog show was really cool to just be a part of. Just hey, go support your local indies. I'm trying to actually live that and go out and see more. And so it was cool to see the Hog show. I felt the FOMO of not being at a Supercard of Honor, but you know, they still had great events around town. Right. And even waiting in the arena, going to WrestleMania, here's our merch stand. Go get you some food, go to the bathroom. They had just different booths and things around the AEW show that like I felt that were kind of cool. And I'll say, hey, what's this line? And they're like, oh, you can make a Tops card of yourself. And I'm just like, you can just make a Tops card of yourself? Oh, it's Downtown Brown. That's what, and it was like done, and I was like, how much is this? They're like, for free. I was like, oh, for free?
Right. No. First off, thank you for that, Girard. So WWE, step your fucking game up. That's the lesson. I will say this, and back in 2005, no, this was 2006. WWE used to do those kind of free shows at Venice Beach out here in California. Remember that? There was a stretch where SummerSlam was in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
They're out here for 5 years straight. For the first 2 years, they would do free shows at Venice Beach. And they would have stuff like you had where they would give you like the let you take a picture and you get a card. I'm sure if someone could log into my MySpace somewhere, they'll see that picture. But it felt like an event that was a thank you to the fans. Now at WWE events, and this is why I haven't been in so many years, is you pay all this ridiculous ass money for the shit, and it's almost like they think you should be thankful for spending this buttload of fucking money for being there. Like, you should be privileged to give us your hard-earned money for the fuckery we're about to present to you.
Card subject to change.
Man, that's just my feeling. If I'm wrong, then hit us up in the super chat or the non-super chat. Just let us know how you feel. But that's just what it seems like to me. But I do appreciate that first-hand report of somebody. And where else are you gonna get this? Someone that went to both events this year. We didn't tell him what to say. He came on here, gave his opinion on both shows he went to, wasn't coerced, and gave his opinion. And his evidence is that picture he took. So, I mean, come on, WWE, stop that shit.
And I'll keep it a buck with you. I'll go a little bit more in depth on the WWE reason why. I've been to 16 shows this year so far. I've been blessed to be able to go. I was at Elimination Chamber and I was able to get meet and greets and stuff and buy all that. And you didn't have to. You can go to the store if you wanted to. You can do different things. You didn't have to buy all this extra fees and whatnot. I go to WrestleMania. If you want to do a meet and greet, cool. You got to spend $75 first just to get up in the door. Then you can pay the extra fee for that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me see what the cheaper day I can do that on. Okay, well, I can do that on Monday. Well, now we got these stars instead of those stars. And now, oh no, you got to pay the extra money for this. You got to pay the extra money for that. And it was the fees and everything out. It took me a good minute to recover from paying for WrestleMania. Like, I felt pimped out. I'm not gonna say the other word, but I felt I felt like my pockets got ran.
And somewhere Paul Levesque is like, it's hard out here for a pimp. Enjoy the show, kid.
Yesterday are not the prices today. I saw the prices in Toronto. This is your next PLE is in Vegas. I'm here at the next one, and you've already jumped them up. I'm seeing how there's an extra fee just to get up in the door. It's not the same game that y'all was playing the other time. And I felt the AEW show felt like a great, hey, here's a great experience for a fan. I hope you bring somebody who isn't a fan so that way we can make them a fan. This was a great show, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. Maybe you're a little tired. And yeah, I was a little tired by the end of it. I'm not going to lie, but great show. And like, I'm not going to thumb my nose at this, but then like, oh, these WrestleManias, like, this was just fine. And this was a great big show. Everybody deserved their time and they got their time. So yeah, I'm not going to thumb my nose at anything.
Right. Okay.
And I think that is something, if everybody watching live here Sunday night, if you do want to chime in with your experiences, if you've been to a WWE or AEW show recently within the past year or so, let us know your experiences at these shows, because I think that's a part of the equation that often gets lost when we talk about revenue, when we talk about the gates, when we talk about pay-per-view buys. We don't talk about the experience for somebody that is putting their hard-earned money on the table for this.
Right. Yeah.
I do want to get to Marilyn Monroe versus Beyonce. I do want to hit that up. But I believe Ray says we've got a super chat, and then I want to go back to Girard for 1 second. So, Ray, what we got?
Here comes a new challenger.
Oh, we got a new challenger.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Nobody else was booked tonight, right?
The money is coming, not a new challenger.
Money is always booked.
All right. Stop it, Shane. All right. Well, of course, we have our third favorite host from Eagles Don't Hunt Flies, which is sadly discontinued, but catch all of the episodes on the Poison Rana Podcast Network, wherever you listen to podcasts. So, Brother Brandon from New Jersey says, fellas, great show. Thanks for the well wishes for my friend Leo. the AZT man is taking, and it looks good, or it's looking good, but he has a new battle, Crohn's disease. Just want to shout out Leo with this battle. Be strong. Shout out to you, Leo.
Absolutely,
Hang in there, brother. Continue to keep fighting, brother.
Yeah, salute to you, Brandon. We appreciate you, brother, and shout out to Leo. Keep fighting, man. Again, good friend of the program here. The beige forefather, if you will, Marcus Vanderberg, has been open about his battles with Crohn's, man. So you can fight it and have a great, productive life. So shout out to you, Leo. Keep fighting, brother.
Shout out.
But Girard, before we talk about one of my favorite women's matches of the past year, I do want to go back to you. Because before All In, the scene was set. We knew what was on the line. If the Death Riders continued their dominance, Girard was going to be walking out of that arena with the Bill Bixby Incredible Hulk music behind him and a rain cloud over his head. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. But instead, we have a new world champion, and Girard Downtown Brown walked out with the Jackson's Victory Tour. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? So, Girard, you talk about kind of the atmosphere of All In. Tell us about like that moment when we got our culmination of MCU wrestling, if you will, with Hangman Page and the Avengers finally bringing down the Death Riders.
Yeah, and by the way, I could feel it through the screen when they shouted and knew, like I could feel it. So, brother, I know you in the house. I know you can feel it.
I would say it was a great culmination, honestly. It had me by the end of it saying, okay, all right, John Boy, you did your thing. I was mad at you, but you did your thing by the end of it. You landed the plane. I see where we were going with this. This was such an event. I think the energy, it was kind of funny sitting from my perspective, because you know how you can predict where the Death Riders are going to walk out of the arena, and they always look to that corner. Fans were just flocking and flocking and flocking. They had created this whole almost like fan row of like this aisle for him to walk through of just fans, like with signs and stuff. And then the truck comes in, and all the fans try to run across the arena just to get to the other side to see him in the truck come out. And it was fans just flocking everywhere. There's this chaotic energy in the stadium itself. Hangman comes out, and he comes out to his actual old theme song, and I was like, okay, my man, you got me, because I love that little guitar riff. And so the scene is set. He's got the white pants on, so we already know it's going to be a bloody affair. From my position, being able to see that blood start to pour out the forehead from the forks, spurting, and the fork even being a callback to their first match at Revolution, I loved all of that. And so us getting into that violence, that they're just one-on-one portion of it. Yes, not Mina, but okay,
Marina
Shafir. Oof, not me. Not Mina Shafir. But
the long lost Shafir.
That's if she goes to another company.
Oh no. But no, she and her contributions to the match, her getting put to that table, I thought that was a wild table spot. So I was like, hey, you took it like a champ. Good on you. I even loved the later on Avengers ties of like, here's Nana's entrance into it by handcuffing her when she didn't notice it, a little sleight of hand. My question and my big sad thing was like, yo, why we leave Will out to like pasture like that? Why we just let Will get jumped and nobody come save Will? I know we had a plan. I know we had the sleight of hand thing with Nana. He had to get into position and all that. I know Swerve wanted his entrance with the chain. Help Will. Like y'all was just a tag team a couple hours ago. Y'all did the thing. Like everybody's like, oh, there should be a tag team after. I wouldn't be. Where was you at when I was getting jumped? Where was your antennas when I was getting robbed out there? Could not be friends with nobody after that, because
it's work.
Why am I getting carted out like that? And then you got triumphant Darby dropping from the ceiling, Danielson running out from the back. Y'all clearly here. Y'all just wait. What y'all watching for? That was my biggest question during the main event. I was like, yo, who is coming to help Will? Oh, no one? Oh,
Nope.
it's the ambulance. Oh, okay.
Nope.
I guess
Darby's
it's fate.
Darby like, there's no elevator, brother. I'm sorry, I'm stuck.
Yeah. And then Swerve just looked at Ospreay like Doctor Strange looked at Tony Stark. Hey, brother, it was one way. This was the only way, fam.
Yeah, right. Yeah, even Black Widow had to be a casualty, brother. We gotta have one casualty.
It was a great event. To that
R.I.P.
part, you got Danielson coming out to take out Wheeler, and he's whipping around. You got the Darby video, and so I don't think the Darby video was too weird that it was like that, and then Danielson first. At least for us, because like we saw the Danielson person running out, and so people at first thought it was Darby, and then got into the corner, started doing the yeses, which was hilarious after the Starcast interview.
Yes.
My man does his yeses. We all are yesing with him. He starts whipping up on Wheeler, and then I hear somebody in the background like, "Is that a human in the sky?" And everybody just goes, we all look up. And it's just like, and it's like before the Titantron, you kind of see somebody just
dangling.
Like, and you can see them little short shorts. I'm like, oh yeah, that's Darby. That's Darby. And then you see my man just descend all the way through, and then it's just you can feel the energy building the closer and closer you get, because more people could see, but like. What an basically a moment of just, it had those MCU moment to moment, like, oh my gosh, we're all building up to this scene, we're building up to this scene. So Darby plays his part coming out, distracting, does his little cough and drop off onto the Death Riders. Hangman's able to then, and then the near falls that had you like, oh my god, is Hangman actually gonna make it? Oh, is Hangman actually not gonna make it? He had a couple of close nines that we couldn't tell that they were going to ring the bell on him, but by the end of it, and then Swerve turned out to hand him that chain, and the hanging, I was like, "Oh, we really gonna finish this the same way as the first time?" But if you go back and watch that first one, Mox kind of like, ooh ah, tap tap tap. This one, I think this man was going for the Academy Award with his. You can see that all the way from where we were at, and so. Big ups to Jon Moxley for taking that again and doing it even 10 times better, even with the big bed of nails and all the different spots they put their bodies through. That was such an entertaining match, and that briefcase being open. At first, we were like, "Oh man, if that briefcase is like busted and he can't actually open it, that's going to be kind of sad." But when he opened that up and lifted that championship up,
cinema.
Oh man, cinema.
Yes.
I hated it. I've hated the championship being locked away. I've hated the way we've kind of done some of this run, but it does pay off, and it's paid off to this moment, and it meant something being there live for that, and it felt like a great show, and it felt like the top off to an amazing show, not the save to an awful show. As I've seen some postings and articles. But we
talked about it, brother.
A very cheesy article, if you don't mind.
I see what you did there.
But I kind of want to shift gears, because yes, the main event was everything that it needed to be. And salute to that brother Hangman Page. But to me, my main event, the match that I've been looking forward to for at least a year, and we've been talking about it on this very program for at least as long. Beyonce, Marilyn Monroe. Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend. All the single ladies. I don't know no more Marilyn Monroe songs. Lemonade. Insert another Marilyn Monroe song.
Yeah.
Freedom.
The only Marilyn Monroe song I know is when she sang "Happy Birthday, Mr.
Happy birthday,
President."
Mr.
Yeah.
President.
Happy birthday to the president you cheating on.
Yeah. And I think
Put a ring on it.
Yeah, I think a movie like Something Hot. I
Something
think she
Like It
did a
Hot?
movie. Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Marilyn Monroe, R.I.P. But we we were blessed with Marilyn Monroe versus Beyonce in 2025 when timeless Toni Storm took on Mercedes Moné in a hell of a match. Again, like to Chris's point and Ray's point earlier, these are two of the best performers in the game right now. Just seeing where Toni Storm has gone to since leaving the WWE and coming into AEW to creating this timeless character, just so hot right now, so over right now. And Mercedes Moné, who's been doing it big for years and is on one of the best runs of her career. I fully enjoyed this match. Yeah, there was a lot of nonsense, Toni Storm. We seen you. Habitual line stepper, as Ray Williams would say. We know if Toni Storm has shenaned once, so we know she's gonna shenan again. That's what this lady does. That's what she is equipped to do. But I thought it was a hell of a match. I was surprised though by the ending, because when we did our predictions, I believe it was a clean sweep for Mercedes Moné. And so for Toni to come out of this with the belt, now we're setting up Athena versus Toni Storm. It's a lot of intrigue in the AEW women's division right now, and I think this was a hell of a match to kind of start us on this next chapter for this division.
Right, I agree. Because the story they were telling with Sasha, I almost called that girl by her slave
name.
Mercedes. The story they were telling with Mercedes was she's the belt collector, so I thought this was going to be the last to her collection. Mm-hmm. But the way they told it with her not winning the AEW, because they also told another story where she said, Toni said, this is the one belt that you're not going to win. And by saying that to her, it's going to make Mercedes want that belt that much more, you know? And it's going to build intrigue, you know? So I really, really love the storytelling there. And I got to say this about the homegirl Mercedes. When she first got to AEW, the shit talking on that woman's name, where they were just like, oh, she needs to go back to WWE and she's never going to be anything without them. And I think she's totally flipped the script. I think the work she's been doing in AEW is as good, or in some cases better, than the stuff that she was doing in WWE. And I'll say this about Mercedes Moné versus Sasha Banks. I don't think Sasha Banks was a character that had a lot of layers to her.
Right.
Not the way Mercedes does. So I do have to say that. And then this match was just such a great match. It had you at the edge of your seat. I wish for something like this, I do kind of have the FOMO stuff, and wish I could have been there like Girard to kind of, see just feel it live, because it looked like an event that you had to be at, man, and it was great. And I think that's where AEW succeeds, right? And I don't think anybody spent the money going to the AEW show feeling like ripped off, feeling like where's the rest of what I'm supposed to get, So shout out to those ladies, man. And I think both of them, and like Ray was saying, Toni Storm is having some very real transcendent power where you can kind of feel it off the screen, where after a while I'm going to start thinking people off the street who do not watch wrestling at all are going to know at least who she is, just like the way people were with Stone Cold back in the day, just like they were with the Rock and the Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man, where even if you didn't watch wrestling, you knew who these people were. I think Toni Storm is heading in that direction.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't know why it's doing that, but yeah, I agree as well. I thought it was a great match, and I had to go back because when we were kind of discussing it during our WWE Evolution live watch, which you can find on Nefarious Media's YouTube channel, Nate was kind of going through it because, again, everything. I won't say everything was a blur when I was watching everything on All In, especially with it being if you include the 0 hour, like 7-8 hours. But like I was kind of like glancing up here and there, and it's still putting stuff on our media handles. But when Nate mentioned something about some I love the word you use, chicanerous activity you use, Kris. Some very, very diabolical, as the kids would say now. Diabolical means that Tony Storm was going to. Like, I didn't realize it. I was like, wait a minute, I missed that part. It involves a tombstone. I won't say nothing else. But I went back and watched. I was like, oh no. I was like, oh no.
Well, if you missed that spot, Ray, you're in luck because AEW social media has it all over their pages, so you can't miss it, brother.
I saw that. Yeah. I unlike the new Avengers, there's one thing I can't be spoiled on is that what happened with Tony Storm. Yeah. So but like I mentioned before, I thought it was a tremendous match. I thought both women are just tremendous performers, and I just love the way that they set up with Athena waiting in the wings. But I love what you said, Kris, that they were telling that story that, hey, this is the big one, and Mercedes, you just can't win the big one. You can win all these little ones. You can go around the world. You could go to the UK, win Rev Pro. You could go to New Japan, win the New Japan Strong. But when it comes to the big one, you just gonna come up short. And so I think they were telling a tremendous story. And like you said, Kris, I think they're gonna tell that story with Monet as far as her kind of denying everything else, and she's going to realize that this is the belt that I need to be chasing, and I need to just abandon all focus on all these other titles and focus strictly on this one. So I love it. We didn't see her on Dynamite, so I would love to see how she responds to this once she gets back on TV. So
and also thank you for that, Ray, because I do have to say this because sometimes I hate the internet. Sometimes I do. Not everybody, but there are some dumbass fans on these internet spaces thinking that Mercedes had this booking power that was only available to her, and she was going to win at the pay-per-view because she's got booking power.
Creative control.
That's just the way it is. Like, where do you guys make this fucking shit up from?
Even when Sean Ross Sapp is pleading with guys, she does not have this. You're wrong, Sean. What do you know, brother?
It's so fucking stupid, man. It's like, for one, when does a black woman ever get that kind of power? Ever? I'm just like, just be that. But I mean, a lot of y'all are like these, white nacho eating losers.
I was like, where's he going?
I know.
I like nachos. Because I really, because the reason why I got to speak on this is because Mercedes gets it worse probably than anybody else in wrestling. The only exception is when it was Mercedes and Trinity that were getting it because they didn't like the way Vince McMahon was fucking with them with those tag belts. And now look at both of them. You know what I'm saying? Look at both of those ladies. And you guys are stupid, man. The ones that, not all of you, but the ones that are spreading this bullshit. Because she didn't have any booking power. She's there to do the show. She was winning all the time because she's the biggest women's star in that company, arguably one of the biggest stars in the company, period.
Right.
And you want your star looking larger than life. It's really that simple. I don't know what the need is to add these extras to it, but it really is that simple, you know?
Yep. And for the record, before we get Jay's take, I want to say the NWA podcast, we love nachos. I had nachos for dinner tonight.
Delicious.
Yeah.
You can have nachos without being an idiot, though, is the thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are a nacho-friendly podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with everyone's sentiments on the Mercedes Moné Toni Storm match. I thought it was great storytelling. I don't care what anybody says. That was a main event. I know there's no such thing as a triple main event. But it was a main event quality. Yeah, I'm getting hit already. It was a main event quality match. I mean,
That's true.
I was one of the guys that's like, okay, Mercedes doesn't win, we riot. I was gonna throw whatever I had in the house at the TV. But
I was like that too, my dude.
Understanding that, Athena had won earlier, like, oh, we may be getting a good story to tell, and then having Mercedes lose, I was like, oh, they're prolonging this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think I'm awaiting past. I'll pass judgment after everything plays out. Hopefully, the way I think it does. And I'm not mad that Toni Storm won. I am kind of like, I was scratching my head. She had 3 Stormbreakers and she kicked out. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then she got put down with the Super Stormbreaker. And the way she was selling it, man, she was going for an Emmy nomination herself.
Yeah.
I legit thought she was hurt. I legit was like going through the internet, like, hey, any news on it? Nothing. She got me.
And then Toni broke character and checked on her too. I was like, oh.
Right.
Yeah.
She was selling. So I mean, to see that match go off like it did, man, it was brilliant. I love the match itself. I think that not enough credit goes to the effort that those ladies for that match. Not even for that match, but I'm sure we'll get to it too the weekend. I don't think a lot of attention was being brought forward to that. So.
They don't get credit for being 2 of the greatest women in history, man. That's I really do hate, especially when it comes to Mercedes. I do think Toni Storm kind of feels the love a little bit more. I don't think Mercedes. I think Mercedes should be feeling the love. I think she should be feeling like when she walks into a room, she should feel eyes go into her and just the love just bouncing off of people. And I could be wrong. So if I'm wrong, just tell us. But I just don't think she gets it the way she should. I think Naomi is starting to get it. But I think Mercedes has been overlooked for quite some time. She's cocky because she's got the right to fucking be, I don't know how to put it more simple than that, like she is what Shawn Michaels was in the 90s. I mean, it's really, really that simple.
That's interesting. I really think, to your point, that we aren't going to really appreciate Mercedes Moné, Sasha Banks until she hangs up her boots.
Yeah,
we're going to have, she's got that deep of a catalog to go back and rewatch and like, yo, she was on this level doing this with all these other, talented women. And I don't think she's really fully appreciated today. But like I say, when she decides to hang up her boots and call it a career, we're going to look back and be like, wow, she was really something special. I mean, she's something special now, but I think the love and appreciation that I believe that she deserves today is she's this is a bad pun. She's banking it away for the future, and it's going to pay off dividend when she retires.
Yeah,
right. And I love the friendship of those ladies across companies.
100.
Like Bailey, Naomi, Sasha, Tony, just the way that they are friends and love each other from like one company's up north and the others down south. And just that kind of sisterhood that they have, that's beautiful too.
Yeah. So again, any final thoughts on All In before we pivot to what else was going on last weekend?
Ah, Jesus. Any thoughts, yo?
I would say it was a blessing to be a part of that match live for those ladies. Those ladies put on, to me, being there live, pure wrestling, the best main event of the triple main event. Like, yes, the Hangman had a lot more spectacle to it because of the spots and whatnot and the blood and definitely just how far are we going to go in this Texas death match. But those ladies just 1v1 wrestling. I enjoyed that more than the Kenny Omega Okada match. That interference and all that in that match is just kind of that bundled for me. Like, and then Omega and his entrance, it kind of. But I'm not gonna hold it. I'm not gonna hold the match down for that entrance, but he could have did better.
Right. We're gonna have to get you your own theme music for these segments, like when you go to these shows and come back and report on them. I think it's deserving of its own intro music. It just like the sights and sounds of what you experience being at that stuff. Because I do love hearing shit like this, man. Just because. I'm not going to this shit, man. And the fact that we have somebody that's dedicated, and hopefully the next time you do this stuff, TK will get his mind right and toss us over some press passes, so you could go backstage and ask TK some questions, my dude. Because
yes,
we deserve that. We've been doing it, and I'm still kind of saucy about dude having me on that phone call scrum for like what felt like 8 hours, only to be told, no more questions. Like, I'm a professor when I don't do this shit, and we're not. I don't get paid for this. I think it was me and Romeo that were on that scrub. And
shout out to Romeo from True Hill Heat.
And we were like, we made it, man. We're doing the media scrum with Tony Khan and waiting on hold on that fucking phone forever in the goddamn day, listening to stupid questions, and then to be told, we ain't getting to you, Negroes. I'm counting Romeo as a Negro in this case. So hopefully, like, again, this is our level up year, so we are getting you that access, Girard. We're gonna do that shit. Maybe not this year, but next year definitely.
And we speak into it existence. So
just show them your trading card. Be like, hey, I got credentials, brother.
Yeah. We gotta get you a lad.
I'm official, like a referee with a whistle. Come on.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah. Do you know who I am? But Ray Williams.
Yes, sir.
Some, people have different philosophies on the way that they live their lives. Now, me personally, I choose to keep it player, while some choose to play it safe. But in either circumstance, you need to check your resume because it's risky business in the A. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the town of my birth, the city that made me, Atlanta, GA. Stay away from Bad Street, though. You don't want to go down Bad Street. We're going to Atlanta. Michael Hayes might pop out. That's a scary sight. Like, Doc Hendricks.
Especially 2025.
Especially 2025, Doc Hendricks. You don't want them problems. But let's talk about what happened last weekend in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes,
where we saw a multitude, a buffet of cards presented by the WWE, namely Saturday night's main event and WWE Evolution is back. Ray, I feel like Jay kind of set us up, so let's start with Evolution and show these ladies some love, man.
Indeed. Well, we were mentioning that the ladies on AEW were, as Brother Nate likes to refer to them, staras, not just stars, but stara. Mercedes Moné is a stara. Tony Storm is a stara. And then we got this young lady, which you should proceed with caution, with a literal stara, Trinity stara, perhaps, with Naomi cashing in her Money in the Bank briefcase and interrupting a tremendous main event between Io Sky and Rhea Ripley for the WWE World Women's Championship, and shortly thereafter becoming the Women's World Champion, Naomi. So I guess we could just touch on the main event, and then we can touch on maybe some other spots on the card that stood out to you guys. I know Jay and Girard, you guys gave a bunch of thoughts, but I'm sure you got plenty more to say in regards to Evolution. But we'll start with you, Brother Kris. Did you get a chance to check out Evolution? And if so, what do you think about Naomi rising to the top like the cream?
Right.
Always rises to the top.
I did watch the Evolution show. I checked in on the watch along with y'all for a few seconds, but I had wife stuff to do that day. So, and for me, the best thing on there was Naomi cashing in and seeing that, and I like to see that, just because I'm a little bit sentimental, and the fact that she came back to WWE. Her start was it's gone in ebbs and flows, right? It started off with promise, and then it started looking like, okay, she might be here to put over other people, and then they got her into a storyline that not just she but the fans could sink their teeth into, and then to cash in the Money in the Bank, and win one of their world championships. It's just a beautiful thing, and I love it for her. The show itself was okay. I do wish WWE, and this is one of the issues that I have with WWE as a whole, is this capitalistic mindset they have, to where it just they do this counter booking that makes no sense to anyone other than them. For it's like, okay, if AEW is doing a show, we gotta just put on whatever show we could put on as some filler show, just to show AEW that we got the bigger junk than you and we're the top dogs. And I don't think wrestling fans as a whole, I don't think that's just where our mind is at. All we want to see is good wrestling, good shows, good storylines that we can kind of like invest in, and that's it, man. So I don't like Evolution being, used as this kind of fodder to push some kind of capitalistic agenda that WWE has, and that's what I said this at the very beginning, but WWE, especially this year, it doesn't feel like a show that's for the fans per se. It feels like a show where Triple H every quarter and at all the press conferences, we can brag about the Saudi deal, brag about some new sponsorship. Nick Khan could be like, yeah, we're putting this product on the ring apron now, and that's what we are. And it's more about showing that shit off than putting a good show on television. And that's my issue with this. I know that's a long ass answer, but that's how I feel. And but I did love Naomi winning one of the world championships, and shout out to that sister, man.
Shout out.
I thought Evolution was a good show. It was solid. Ray and I did a live watch, which he alluded to, that you can check out if you want over at Nefarious Media Network. But I think there's a couple things, and I heard Girard and Jey talk about this on Ring Theory the other night. Very much this was a filler show. And it followed the tried and true playbook that WWE, at least in recent history, has tended to lean into for their big-time women's matches, where we're going to give you the barest minimum of a build, because we know these women can deliver from bell to bell. So we're not going to invest any time in telling you these stories. I believe the only match the only two matches which really had a longer-term build were the main event and Jade versus Naomi. Everything else was varying degrees of no build at all to, we'll build it for a couple weeks. That being said, I feel like the women outperformed the creative behind them, as they often do. The three-way with Bailey, Lyra, the Bird Lady, and Becky. Like, I thought that was a good opener for the show. The tag team matchup was I was not invested at all in Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair. But that match, Ray Williams, I got invested in seeing those two as a team. They was telling stories. I actually enjoyed that story, Paul Levesque. When we look at the Naomi Jade match, like it was good for what it was, like a good plunder match, and it kind of put a period at the end of the story for now. I do believe they'll pick this back up, but for now, it put an end to their story. And then when you look at that battle royal, that's where I think things kind of dragged a little bit. Very few storylines in that battle royal. Way too many Def Rebel theme songs in that battle royal. I'm just like, whose music is that? I don't recognize that tune at all. But then we got to the main event, man. And Ray, I was joking on this lady and her emotes all night during the live watch. But I gotta say, EO, that match was crazy. Like, that's still the dumbest taunt in the world to me when EO does it. But I can admit when I'm wrong. It's kind of growing on me. I'm crazy. Like, why was that crazy, EO? That was just a suplex. That wasn't nothing crazy about that suplex. But EO and Rhea did the damn thing, man. And it was a great match. Like, I would put it up there. Like, I don't think it's better than Tony and Mercedes, but it didn't need to be. Like, it was exactly what it needed to be to tell the story that they were telling between those two, of EO feeling disrespected. Like, I won the belt at WrestleMania. I beat you and Bianca, but nobody's giving me my respect. Nobody's putting respect on my name. And Rhea, like, that's the one person I can't beat. I can beat everybody but you, so I got to beat you. And I thought it was just like the match kept kicking up into different gears, and Ray and I were just having a good time watching the match. And then about 3/4 through the match, I was like, Ray, this would be a good time for somebody to cash in.
Oh, that was you.
That was me. I was the only person on the internet that had those thoughts. And when it happened, I was like, oh my goodness, they're actually going to do it. And it was perfect. It was perfect the way they executed the cash in, man. I was so happy for Naomi, like, to go from where she was when she left the company, and they had Michael Cole go out there and read that dumbass statement chastising her and Sasha for leaving the company, like, to now being the champion of this company and a champion that the audience is behind. Like, I was so happy for her as a human being, man, and just what she's been through. And so, yeah, like, I thought Evolution was good for what it was, man. Like, yeah, it was filler. The company didn't really care about this damn show, to the point where we're gonna put you opposite Beyonce in Atlanta. And like not Mercedes Moné Beyonce, but the actual Beyonce. Like, Beyonce herself was in town. It's like, okay, yeah, let's throw these women out here with no build and put them up against Beyonce in the same town, man. It's like, that was stupid. It was dumb. It was disrespectful. But salute to all those ladies, man, for putting in work. I enjoyed it. I hope Evolution becomes, if not an annual thing, at least like something that like a semi-annual thing, like every other year we hit an Evolution. But yeah, like I wish they would do more for these women, but regardless of what position they put them in, they showed up and showed out. So I enjoyed Evolution, man.
Indeed. All right. We'll save because this brother he had a mic dropper during Ring Theory about this topic. So we'll save this brother for last, and I'll put him ice. So, but brother Jay, go ahead with any thoughts from the main event and from any of the other matches that you may or may not have shared already.
Yeah, I kind of covered a lot during Ring Theory, so if you didn't hear that, check that out. But I'll give you the abbreviated version of what I thought about the event. I think it should be an annual event. I mean, these women put on a great show. I really loved the triple threat to start the match or start the card. I thought that was the match of the night. It could have been 1A with the main event with Rhea Ripley, Io Sky. They were putting on a banger, and then the cash-in perfectly executed. And I'm glad that Naomi has gone from, like one Cody Raheem Rhodes would say, went from undesirable to undeniable. You know, the way that she was outcasted and went out and did her thing, come back and has a second stint with the company and is the champion. I really, really am excited for what she's got going on, and it opens up so many different challengers and different stories to be told. So all in all, it was a good event. I'm really hoping it's annual and that we don't have to wait another 7 years to have Evolution 3.
Yeah, I hope so too. All right, downtown. So we were talking about clips that were gathering some attention. Hopefully, I'm gonna have a clip for you, brother, coming out tomorrow about this very subject, and hopefully that gathers a bunch of attention for the right reasons. But go ahead and let the people know if they weren't able to hear you then. What are your thoughts? Very similar to what brother Nate was saying as well. But what were your thoughts about the pay-per-view as a whole and about everything that's going on with the women?
I believe it's completely unfair for them, for their two shows, to both be under just different circumstances, and for the mountains that it took for them just to get to those two shows, and the fact that after we got the first one, that blew, I think, expectations out of the park and out of the water. I had a friend who had never watched wrestling sit down and watch it that day and jump on and watch Evolution because it was the first ever all women's wrestling pay-per-view, and so she was intrigued by that. She has not watched since, but you got her one night. But you could have kept getting her more and more if you would have dedicated the time to that, but you didn't care. It was just done as a way to appease people and to make yourself look good and to pat yourself on the back. But if we're truly, like I stated before, going to call it Evolution, then we need to evolve, and we need to actually keep doing this show, and we need to put the actual effort into it. This year, it was used in a warfare against another company, and with lack of build, with just being put as another show on the card, a show that I could see from just looking up the pay-per-view schedule for the year earlier this year that the show was coming out. I made a little prediction thing. I predicted Naomi cashing in at Evolution and her winning Money in the Bank back in March. But hey, I digress. What we're here to talk about is, what did y'all do with that time? If I knew back in March I was going to have the show, I'm going to get on the Bill Goldberg train. If you knew my dates back in January, why didn't you put the booking time into my show? I feel Bill. I ain't going to be mad at Bill. I kind of feel him in that one regard because y'all ain't do that with Evolution either. But these women over-delivered. They ain't need to go get no stem cells and nothing like that. But what they did in turn was put on a great show, from the NXT match all the way down to that triple threat. I was watching that triple threat in the pool at the hotel, and I'm just like this. I'm standing in the pool clapping, loving it. An amazing show. You get to meet Jade's best match in the company to this date on this show. What her and Naomi in this no holds barred match. I think that's one of her best performances to date. that battle royal, I'm just a sucker for a battle royal. I care no matter how cheap the music is and no matter who's involved. I like the fact that, hey, you got an ending of Nia with Lash and then Stephanie. And you got to try to promote Stephanie on the main roster, her kind of redoing some of her old promos, but in a new light. And hey, I kind of like seeing Stephanie McMahon there. I ain't got no real bones about. It's cool. You ain't create the whole revolution, but hey, like I'm sure you had to go through some shit. So like I'm happy to see you here. Like just you look happy. So like keep being happy, keep doing your thing. And all the way down to EO and Rhea blowing that match out of proportions. That was so good. I don't want to forget Tiff and Trish. It was cool. It was a good match, and Trish doing her thing. But EO and Rhea, come on now. Like that match could main event anything. To me, this WWE's two best shows this year is Elimination Chamber and Evolution, in my opinion. Top down card, like from start to finish. Those are their two best shows. Nothing at WrestleMania is going to touch those two shows, in my opinion. I regret not being able to just be at this show live. Right. Because you had to put it on a weekend with a bunch of other stuff. So, like, next time, put this show on its own weekend, not competition for AEW, not with the Beyonce concert across the street. You can look ahead at the venues to see what they got going on. Put it in a town where it's going to be marketable, give it a good build, and treat it like an actual spectacle. Because these women put on a spectacle that past Sunday, and they deserve that spotlight. And this is not like you had to call on the past either. People have been pointing that out. This is a young, like, you've grown all these people up on your roster. A lot of these are your own new stars that you're building up. If you keep doing this, and every year you get a showcase where they get all the spotlight, how many more stars can you build? Right. Keep doing this. You allowed the women to have, here's what the future is. Here's our women's mid-cards division. Here's our NXT division. And here's our top of the card. And look what the top of the card is doing. Come on now. Give them the spotlight they deserve, where people are not going to be, I'm tired of watching wrestling this weekend. I'm going to try to watch it. No, give it where they are the only one. That's it. They deserve better, and they have the effort. They've shown the effort. Now give them the time.
Yeah. I agree, Girard. Anytime someone mentions the name Stephanie and Women's Revolution in the same sentence, I'm always going to go back to that time where she was putting together the women's.
When she created women's wrestling.
and then she took Mercedes or Sasha when she was debuting and put her with
Tamina.
Bad. Yeah, and Tamina.
Beautiful and
like,
Unity.
That's always gonna crack me up, man.
You have so much in common.
Yeah, you got so much.
Unlike the submission sorority over there. I mean,
right, yeah.
Can we call them that?
Oh my God.
Like, tell me you're a racist without saying a race.
I don't see color, Kris, just like my husband.
Right, yeah. Yeah, hilarious. Man.
We live in a monochromatic house in Greenwich Village.
Right, yeah.
We're all colorblind.
It's like Pleasantville.
Message.
I will give them credit. Team Bad was okay for that.
They did better than the booking that they were given. Like those three women just overperformed their creative.
Yeah, but I do wish the storyline was better. You three women of color got something in common. Be a faction. That was ridiculous, man.
Right. Well, I share the same sentiments as all you guys, whether it be the performances of all the women and also just them deserving more and having a pay-per-view that's clearly built out from the outset in advance, and not just hastily put together just to have something to counter program. But I did want to, I know you mentioned it, Brother Nate, but yes, I think one thing that really stood out, aside from the main event, yes, Charlotte, and I think you mentioned this before, Girard, when you were saying how you wanted to see a change with Charlotte's character, and you want to see her develop and kind of be like, you want to see her kind of climb up and see more dimensions, see more layers out of her. And I'm thinking we're starting to see that with the storyline that she has with Alexa Bliss and saving her friend from danger after Zarya hit Soul with like the 85th spear, and they only been a team for like 5-6 months. But yeah, I really like and just like the little things that you see on the side from them, with them making the heart. Oh, they were making a little heart during SmackDown, and then like them having like brief moments that were like exclusive to the YouTube or to their website. But it was just tremendous stuff that they were doing. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the growth of her character, the evolution of her character with her being with Alexa Bliss. But to say all that, let's get this along, because I did put a poll up, brothers, over under 5 hours, and the poll reached over 20 voters, and they almost unanimously 85% say over. So I'm gonna see if I can get them. I'll see if I can lose them some money. We are not presented by DraftKings just yet, but maybe we will, and maybe we're
gonna have to suspend you. Like this man Ray Williams out here just cutting the show off early so we can hit that under.
Well, I'm not cutting it off early, but I want to go ahead into our next topic. And Girard, you had a perfect segue into it. So we were talking about shows in Atlanta, and we're also talking about WWE trying to counter program with AEW. And by no means am I talking about NXT Great American Bash. Ain't nobody see that show. Like 5 people saw that show. At least on Peacock. Maybe there's some more people in. And again, another disservice that the WWE had by putting it directly on with the start of All In.
Like why?
But
why would you do that?
I am talking about the show that came on later that evening, the show in which I didn't tune into until All In went off, and that is WWE's Saturday night main event. So we did have Jey Uso not fulfilling the challenge against his little brother Solo, losing his opportunity for the WWE United States Championship. I ain't see that. We also saw Drew McIntyre losing to Randy Orton, but them setting up for a tag team match. Randy Orton and Jelly Roll, of all people, will take on Drew McIntyre and Logan Paul. And if you guys missed it, that Jimmy Kimmel, that's mainstream, right? We getting mainstream, right? I ain't see that match. And of course, the question going around the world: is it a work? Is it real? Is it a shoot? Is it legit? Seth Rollins injured himself in his match. I did see that match. Injured himself in his match against LA Knight. LA Knight being able to slide through with the victory, but with no satisfaction, just like Rolling Stone. Can't get no satisfaction, even when I get the dub. But of course, we're all here because of one man, one name, 2 syllables. Goldberg having his farewell match. And again, we're talking about things hastily put together, as you said, as you noted, Brother Girard. Again, if you didn't go ahead and listen and watch the interview that Brother William Goldberg had with Ariel Helwani afterwards pertaining to this match, and pertaining to the build of this match, and pertaining to the amount of time that he had to give a speech on air before he was unceremoniously cut off. So, brothers, what did you think of that final match from Goldberg? And if you had any more thoughts, albeit probably very brief, about Saturday night's main event, we'll start with you. Since we ended with you in the last topic, Brother Girard, we'll start with you. We'll go downtown once again.
I think for Goldberg, I think this was I'm on his page of like, hey, you could have promoted me a little bit longer. But at the same time, I don't think it needed to be a lot grander than this. It could have been on pay-per-view. True. It could have been on one of the PLEs, but I think it's just fine for a Saturday night's main event. To me, it was big time. It's on NBC. It's got a bigger crowd. Yes, his speech got cut off, but tough today, as Granddad from Boondocks would say. So it's like, it is what it is. Like I feel no bones about it at this point. Like it was a good match for what you could expect from a Goldberg at this point in time. I think Gunther was the right opponent for him. Teased it back in Bad Blood last year and then leading it all the way to here, I think was a really good way of doing it. And so it had its time. It could have just been, you could have teased it a little bit more here and there. You could have had Goldberg maybe pop up and poke and prod at Gunther. If it really bothered him that much back in October, then you could have had him. And I guess he sounded like he was willing to, but who am I to know what was going on backstage with all them calls and whatnot? But at the end of the day, I also hear people talking about, oh, this man might be trying to get that next check. So, as a hustler, I'm a hustler, homie. Hey, I get it. Do what you got to do, Goldberg. Hey, you got to get your check, man. Go ahead and get that bag.
So I'll go next, Ray, because a lot of people have had things to say about this man, Billy Goldberg, on the lead up to the match, during the match, after the match, and then seeing what he said to Ariel. And I understand why some people are like, dog, just be happy, count your blessings. Like, they didn't have to bring you back, man. Like you are not what you once were. And even when you were what you once were, you weren't the greatest wrestler in the world back then. But here's the thing, Ray. I empathize with this man, Bill Goldberg, because you built this whole damn show around me. Around me. and you had the nerve, you had the audacity, you had the unmitigated gall to not properly promote this, which is a theme that we're seeing. Not only did they not promote the women properly, not only was NXT Great American Bash thrown to the damn wolves, but this match on NBC, arguably the platform where you're going to get the most eyeballs because it's national television, I feel you didn't really lay the groundwork to make this feel special. Like it had some sense of specialness for folks like me and Kris, I'm sure, that grew up in the heyday of this man, Bill Goldberg. But if you're somebody who's 20-something and you just like, let me check out Saturday night's main event, this, like, why am I watching Buff Grandpa out here? Like this has no linkage to me. This has no connection to me. This has no resonance for me. And so I feel like not just in the lead up to the show, but on the night of Saturday night's main event itself, that whole show should have been framed around Goldberg. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of UFC, Ray, but if you look at how they promoted that fight last night, even as somebody that doesn't follow UFC like I once did, I knew that was a special fight. Yeah, even as somebody who's Poirier and Holloway,
Max Holloway.
Yep. As somebody who's an outsider, I knew that fight meant something.
And for those that don't know, Dustin Poirier was retiring. That was his last match. Yes.
And even in a loss, like he got put over better than this man Bill Goldberg did at Saturday night's main event. Because again, if you're just somebody watching from the outside, you may recognize the name Goldberg, but they didn't make you care if you didn't already care about Bill Goldberg. Now, the match was what it was. Like, I don't think the match needed to be anything more than it was. Like, you gave him the big entrance with like Doug Dillinger of all people catching checks in 2025.
Shout out to Norman Smiley too.
Norman Smiley was in the building. Ernest the Cat Miller getting checks.
Yeah.
Gage Goldberg from the University of Colorado stopped in, got a check.
And I've gotten confirmation through that interview that was not Masato Tanaka. That was another.
So who was that?
It was a gentleman that he trains with, I believe. I forgot. I think his last name was like Tan, like Fat Tan or something like that.
Okay.
But
Ricky
there's
Tan?
a gentleman that he
Ricky
trained with.
Oh my god.
Ricky Tan made a return to the WWE without his laptop, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
But here's the thing. Here's where I sympathize with Bill Goldberg, because like the match was what it was. It was probably Bill, it was probably longer than it needed to be. Like, it was one of your longest matches in your WWE career. And so like the match was what it was. My place where I would take umbrage with the company if I am Goldberg is, how you gonna have me do a retirement speech and cut it off, dog?
Mhm.
That's mad disrespectful. Like, I didn't like it, just to play both sides of the coin. I hated it when AEW did its thing. Like, dog. And that was even more egregious because that was on pay-per-view.
Right.
Like, I know NBC has to cut to its local affiliates, but if you know that as the company producing this television event, then you need to make sure that you give this man time to say what he got to say. If that means shuffling some stuff around at the beginning of the card, then do that. Because again, you're building this show ostensibly around me in my hometown having my last match. So if I am the star of this show, then you need to end the show in a way that befits the star. And so it'd be like if 10, 15 years from now, Ray, if I was like, you know what, I'm out the podcasting game. I'm gonna do my farewell podcast. And John Pollock and Wei Ting invited me on the podcast. They're like, come on to review a Raw. That'll be your final podcast. And we talked about Raw and everything. They didn't, they didn't let me get into the full Nate Milton-ness during the podcast. But I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. It's your show. I understand. I'm a guest. But if they tell me, hey, Nate, at the end of the show, we want you to say a few words to the people. And 3 minutes into what I got to say, Jay, they're like, all right, we got to go. I'm like, yeah, because this man, they had this man Goldberg. Hey, I just want to say I'm happy to be here. First of all, I want to shout out my family and my friends and everybody here in Atlanta. And doom, doom, doom. Like, bitch, what?
Yep,
What?
yep.
Why did you bring me out here if this is how you was gonna do me? And so yeah, like if I'm Goldberg, yes, there were probably some things he could have done better as a performer to make sure his farewell match went off without a hitch, Chris. And this felt like a big night, like a big send-off. But the company did him dirty, in my opinion. It's like, dog, if you know you got to be out by 11:57 so they can run ads and get to the local news, then make sure the match ends at 11:45 and get his brother the time he needs to say what he got to say so we can get out. And so that's where I think the company did him dirty, because it's like, yeah, dog, if this was my last time in this sport in front of these many eyes, then yeah, let me say what I got to say, man. So yeah, I felt a little bad for Bill in that one.
Yeah, I totally agree. And even if you take into account with Seth Rollins being hurt, so that gives you even extra time. So how you still manage to be that close and not have enough time. And I know some people had also mentioned, like, do we know if Goldberg knew that he was going to be like going to have enough time or even have his interview on air, or was he supposed to have it off air? Was that communicated well? I think that was just a whole debacle in and of itself. And so I agree with him in that moment. And all these people are saying, you ungrateful, man. You didn't have to give you nothing. And trust me, Goldberg knows. And he said it in his interview like 25 times while still going back. I should have had it, but I didn't have to have it. But that they told me that we're going to have it. And it wasn't up to my standard, but it didn't have to be up to my standard. I was like, brother, you playing tennis with yourself, brother. You just fall back in
Still processing.
Right. But in all seriousness, I think that I do feel as though he did deserve a little bit more than the 28 seconds, or at least let him know if we're coming close. Like, I know little Nate, I know you had a broken rib, but let your boy know, hey, hang on, don't get on the mic yet. We'll have your speech after we go off air or something like that. And he might still be mad, but at least he knows he's not like getting cut off mid speech. So
Right.
but I'm kind of a little bit of the opposite as far as looking forward to this as you were, Nate. I was a big Goldberg fan growing up. We won't mention Starrcade 99. I'm glad it was in DC too. I'm glad I didn't go. That was the infamous the cow Prada like the electric stick. I'm glad I didn't go and witness that on hand. But I was a big fan back then, and even during this like later decade, like just to see him back, I was a bit excited, and I'm glad that he was still like coming out and playing all the hits and stuff. And like you said, he's not the best in-ring talent. He's not like a 60-minute Iron Man guy. He's not a 5-star or 7-star Dave Meltzer guy, but he went in there, he got the job done, he got the fans excited, like the historic night that he won the world title off of Hulk Hogan in the Georgia Dome. Just exploded. I think that he did deserve something, because just like back then, if you had to be in that like Attitude Era, in that Monday Night Wars era, in order to know like his significance, when people are just like, it's Steve Austin versus Goldberg, it's like who's gonna prevail, it's like all this stuff. It's very exciting for the time, and it really kind of raised WCW up to its peak. And so I think that he does deserve some credit for that as well. I do not agree with everything he said. I don't like him going out here and putting down Asuka. How dare you, brother? Get her name right, first of all. And then everybody using the spear, and you calling out Asuka,
right?
The only woman. Come on now, brother. Get it together. But as far as like just him, he
didn't want that smoke with none of the Samoans. He didn't want it.
No, he didn't. But yeah, I think that as a character, I felt like he was a tremendous character, and the way they built him up like this machine, and even just to see him kind of grow, and his promos as he was older were getting better and better, especially him just saying his why, and him looking to Gage and his family as his why. It was good to see that stuff. I'm not in love with all the booking. I ain't saying he should have beat Kevin Owens. I ain't saying he should have beat Brock Lesnar in a minute. It was exciting to see that, but it was just great to see him come back. And I think you mentioned it the last time we were on NWA, Nate, when you were saying that he had on a Father's Day T-shirt. No, that was actually the merch that they were supposed to come out with for his final run. Yeah, because when I think about Goldberg, I think about a cartoonish man with his eyes bulging out like he's on the Looney Tunes. That's what I think about when I think of Goldberg. So yeah, I think everything from the merch to like the 3-week build was kind of a little bit lackluster. But I'm hoping this is the end. Even though he's kind of saying he wants to have his own thing, like similar to Ric Flair having like his own card with his retirement match on it.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't like calling people out here on Post Wrestling, but if this materialize, I will not watch it. I'm sorry, Bill Goldberg. And B, I will not buy a piece of this damn ring, Conrad Thompson. I'm sorry, brother. Get your paper, player, get your paper, but don't nobody want a piece of this damn Bill Goldberg ring, brother. I'm sorry. I'm just saying what I feel.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. All right, brother Kris, you got any thoughts on Goldberg's final match, and if there's anything else from Saturday night's main event?
Right. I find myself agreeing more with Nate than the prevailing thoughts I've seen online. And I can tell you this, at least on Blue Sky, there weren't a whole lot of Goldberg sympathizers on the Blue Sky, on the B Sky. It was just not there.
Not a lot of pro Goldberg skeets.
Right, yeah. And like the fandom that I saw was like, you know, especially people that watch our show were like, man, like they were, I think some of them were waiting for us to rip into Goldberg and all that. And I just have no desire to do that. What I will say is this: when Goldberg was in his prime, in his early years in the 90s, I was not the biggest Goldberg fan. I didn't love the presentation of him because it just, to me, it was just too much of a knock on a Stone Cold Steve Austin kind of ripoff. And then I think you know, Eric Bischoff said, well, actually, you were ripping off Ken Shamrock. It doesn't matter who the fuck you were ripping off. You know that wasn't an original concept that you came up with, right? And one time, and this is one of the things that sticks out to me the most from that era. I had a homeboy that said, Razor Ramon and Stone Cold Steve Austin are wrestling each other on TV. And I'm like, what?
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I was like, Stone Cold Steve Austin is in WWF, and Razor Ramon, Scott Hall, is in WCW. And the match he was talking about was Bill Goldberg versus Scott Hall. And I was like, my God, man, this is just so unoriginal. But what they did is, after a course of time, they did give him his own character. And then Goldberg started taking the gimmick like super seriously, you know, punching windows with his bare fucking hands.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care how intense you are, dude. Like
banging his head in the doors and giving himself concussions.
Yeah, don't do that shit, man. But you know, he cared about the craft. I think he cared, like the win-loss thing. He kind of took personally and stuff, and you know, he was a little bit maybe full of himself. My favorite era of Goldberg actually is when he came back during that run where everything was horrible in WWF at the time, and the 2010s was not good to anybody. But Goldberg was a real person in a sea of characters, right? I didn't mind him beating Kevin Owens in 1 second because Kevin Owens was a clown. That was what his character was. And Goldberg was the acting, right? Brock Lesnar was the guy that wasn't taking shit seriously. He got speared for his troubles and all that. And then I found out during this era that Goldberg could actually cut promos. Not only could he cut promos, he could actually cut good promos. Yeah. The promos that he cut in WCW were not good.
That's true.
And I think this comeback in WWF, I think it did a lot for his legacy. I thought for the limited times, the pay per appearance stuff that he did, he got the most out of it. I thought WWE got the most out of it. And I thought it was a good symbiotic relationship. As for negotiating your retirement match, I've said this several times on this show, and I'm going to say it again. Saturday night's main events is not a priority show for WWE. It just ain't. I don't know if you remember this, Nate, but remember back in like the 80s and the 90s, like before they would do a pay-per-view, they would do like a show to promote the pay-per-views, like on USA. It'd be like the SummerSlam Showdown or the Spectacular, the Survivor Series, Slobber Knocker, or whatever the fuck it was called. And it'd be like
alliteration.
Yeah, that kind of shit. And it was, and those matches were there. Those shows were there to promote the pay-per-view. Saturday night's main event. I'm going to say this. This is the 1,000th time I'm saying this. Saturday night's main event exists to promote Netflix and to promote cable. It does not exist to be a special show. So you're not going to ever see anything special on those shows. Like Saturday night's main events, and the course of history, had some like memorable stuff on it, but when you really go back and look at the legacy of that show, it was never like where title changes happened regularly. Every once in a while, Shawn Michaels beat Bulldog on Saturday Night's Main Event to first win the IC belt. But it was never like it was never a show for, you know, watch Saturday Night's Main Event because a bunch of cool shit's going to happen on it. It was the equivalent to Saturday morning cartoons, because all Saturday morning cartoons were, if you grew up in the 80s and 90s, you knew this, they were just 30-minute commercials for toys, for whatever fucking He-Man shit was about to come out. That's what those shows were for. The Transformers cartoon, it wasn't about a fucking plot. It was about, buy these new Dinobots, buy these new Decepticons, buy these Beast Wars shit. That's what that shit was, and that's what Saturday Night's Main Event is. So and then there's a point to me saying all this. So the fact that Goldberg would agree to have his last match on a show like that is very kind of questionable, you know, because if it's your last match, I'd rather it be on an episode of Raw or SmackDown than Saturday Night's Main Event, because Saturday Night's Main Event is glorified fluff, man. It's one of those BET movies in the 2000s, one of those Arabesque movies. It's one of those Danielle Still movie of the weeks from the 90s. It's not priority watching. It's bullshit. It's those Hallmark Hall of Fame movies. That's what Saturday Night's Main Event is, right? So the fact that you agreed to put your last match on that shit was just bad business, Goldberg. And then on top of that, Nate has been someone who's called local football games that have aired on local television. I am a person who from time to time gets called to talk politics on local TV. And local TV it operates in this weird way because everything about those being on local TV is timing. When it's time to hit commercial, it's time to hit commercial. There's a good chance, like when you're about to do a segment, that your shit could be interrupted if Donald Trump decides to do something stupid and they have to break away from whatever's going on and cut to that news. That's how local TV works. So the fact that Goldberg agreed to that is just really weird. And he agreed to a show that was airing right before 11 o'clock news. And anybody that's ever worked in television, whether it be at the local level or the national level, when it's time to get, when the affiliates are airing the network stuff, when it's time to get to the local news and shit, that's their priority. So it is what it is. In a perfect world, Goldberg would have kind of made himself a little bit more media savvy and negotiated, like, look, do this. Let's do this on an episode of SmackDown, or let's do this on an episode of Raw, or let's do this on a pay-per-view. But Saturday Night's Main Event, and I think the thought process behind Goldberg, and this is how you could tell that he probably just never gave a fuck about wrestling, is that he just looked at it as like, oh, this is going to air on NBC. Like, yeah, it's going to air on NBC, but it's going to be some unimportant shit on NBC because that's the way about NBC, you know. Like even the one time they did a world title change on NBC with the main event, that was a Friday night special, and that was Andre the Giant versus Hulk Hogan. The whole thing with the twin referees, and Hogan was like, who paid for the plastic surgery, brother? All that stupid shit. And then it was what happened in that match was Andre won the belt from Hogan, and then Hogan. Then he sold the belt to Ted DiBiase, and the WrestleMania 4 tournament happened. That the only reason why that match happened was to sell WrestleMania 4.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't for anything other than that. It's memorable because it's the proximity it was to WrestleMania 4, but Saturday Night's Main Events is not a historically important show as far as big shit happening. So I do feel bad for Goldberg. I do think he deserved better. I think just the fact that he came back, and I do think he gave it 100%. Although Uncle Brett, is still mad at this fool for the kick to the face.
Yeah.
And if I ever have to side with the two, it's always going to be Uncle Brett. No offense, but, I'm sorry. Brett is my spiritual uncle, so that's who I side with. but I understand Goldberg's anger at that. But I also think Goldberg should have negotiated like a better last show. If he wants to do a pay-per-view, I'm sure you could find some suckers to, cough up money and buy the shit from Conrad Thompson. I won't be one of them, but hey, maybe TK feels like in the mood to kind of prove himself and be like, WWE piss this away. Maybe I could do a better job of it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the question also is, did Triple H purposely sabotage Goldberg? Some people say no, he didn't. Some people, fewer people, but some people think. When it comes to Triple H, I could see him purposely trying to sabotage this shit. Triple H does not get the benefit of the doubt from me, man. He just doesn't. He is not a good faith actor. And it was funny because I remember when Nephew was on the show, and we were talking about Triple H's Hall of Fame induction. This is probably one of the last time Nephew was on the show. And Nephew was like, I don't think Triple H booked himself in the Hall of Fame. And I think it might have been me or you, Ray. Like, come on, dude. We've seen this before. And then it's funny because this year they were doing the Hall of Fame so whack for the last few years, putting it in the middle of the wrestling ring after a SmackDown. And this year, the Hall of Fame ceremony just so happens to be at an elegant hotel.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a fucking Hall of Fame.
It just happens to be, yeah.
So you can't, so I can't honestly say that Triple H didn't purposely screw this guy.
You enjoying the show, kid?
Yeah. Because for all I know, he did. And I think, and I'm going to end on this. I do think Goldberg, at the end of the day, has a valid complaint. Mm-hmm. This kind of reminds me of Ahmed Johnson when they turned him heel and put him in the nation. And Ahmed Johnson wanted to be the leader of the nation. And people were acting like Ahmed Johnson was just so out of pocket for suggesting that he should be the leader of the nation when he was one of the top 3 faces in the company at that time. Farouk was kind of coming in. He had the fucking gladiator shit. It was whack. And they turned Ahmed Johnson heel, which was a big deal. And Ahmed was like, well, I should be the leader of this shit. And people were acting like Ahmed Johnson was the one on crack for suggesting that when it only made sense. And I feel this way about Goldberg too. Like Goldberg, his request makes sense. You don't have to like it.
Yeah.
But it made fucking sense. I'm not going to act like Goldberg is insane for thinking that he deserved better TV time and all that shit. I think he should have negotiated it, but it made sense. I'm not let's not act like this guy is a crazy man with this narcissist Triple H looking himself in the Hall of Fame and making sure it happened at a luxurious hotel instead of the middle of the fucking ring at a whack ass SmackDown taping. So that's my thoughts on that.
I think before you continue, Ray, I think we need to put out a PSA. We need to put out a public service announcement to any WCW alumnus that is contemplating coming back for one last match. Be they Diamond Dallas Page, be they Lash LaRue, be they the Pitbull, Sergeant Craig Pittman, be they Billy Kidman, be they the greatest of all time and a jam-up guy, El Dandy. If you a WCW wrestler and you want one last match, I believe we have enough footage now. We have enough evidence. Whatever the WWE is offering you, if TK is offering you the same or even a little bit less, go with TK.
I know,
get that Sting treatment. Get that Sting send off.
Yeah,
that's even though they did cut him off at the end of the damn pay-per-view, which still to this day, it's like, come on, you screwed that up, TK. But everything else with Sting's farewell run was pitch perfect. And so it's like there is a world, Chris, where Bill Goldberg, instead of negotiating this last run with Vince, not with Vince, but with Paul better, he talks to TK. And maybe he has to humble himself a little bit because he's not going to get the money that Paul is offering, but you're going to get treated better. You're going to get respected better. And there's some things in life that you can't put a price tag on, Ray Williams, like people that respect you and honor you and appreciate you. And that was never going to happen in the WWE, in my opinion, for Goldberg.
Yeah, especially with the history that he had with Triple H as well. Although we all like to think that Triple H is kind of like this reformed man, especially with all the things that he's had happen to him.
Who's we, Ray?
Recently with his health. I mean, I thought the brother had turned over a leaf, especially
like Uncle Phil.
He's talking colloquially about the fandom as a whole.
The royal we. The royal
we.
Yeah.
But French over here.
But
I don't speak French, Ray.
Yeah,
you know how I feel about the French, Ray.
But yeah, I think you can look at Sting as an example for both companies. You see how they treated him at WWE, and then you see how you see how they treated him at AEW. So he's a case study for both sides. But before we do get off this topic, I believe there's one person who didn't get a chance to comment on this subject.
Who's
and
next?
That be the upper mid card, Jey Lacey. What do you got to say about Goldberg?
Man, I swear, Chris, me and you are right here, bro. I said the same thing. I wouldn't put it past Triple H to knowingly put that 23 seconds or 28 seconds, whatever, farewell to the crowd, and just cut the dark on the show for Goldberg. Does he deserve better? Did he deserve better? Yes, but at the end of the day, Goldberg is not a WWE product. He never was. He was a WCW guy. If they did that, he's not John Cena. Okay, John Cena is doing a whole year thing, and his agent has basically written into his contract, you're doing these number of dates, and this is what the outcome is gonna be. Goldberg, you're not him. You're not Undertaker. Undertaker probably should have gotten a better farewell. Shoot, Kurt Angle should have got a better farewell. You're not either of those guys. You are Bill Goldberg. You're not a WWE guy. And plus, the people that were in charge, whether it was Vince at the time or even Triple H right now, you don't have good relationships with them. So, of course, would I put it past Triple H to sabotage and make it like, well, hey, we didn't know. We had no idea that Seth Rollins was going to get hurt. We had no idea. We had this much time to work with, and we got a hard out. Cut him.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I think happened, and that's I really do think that Goldberg did deserve better. He's his contributions to the business, in his heyday, outstanding. Selling out arenas. but we're in a what have you done for me lately type of industry.
Yeah.
I don't think that I think he put a lot of stock, talking about Goldberg, put a lot of stock into what he was hoping to have happen. But the reality of the situation is, look, you're going to go in there with Gunther. You're going to lay down. You're not winning. Your job is to make Gunther look good and to give back to the business. And I don't think Goldberg was really happy about doing that and has expressed that. So I hope he doesn't get another last match. This should have been it, and just go away and just will again tell the story of the legend of Goldberg through maybe your son, through maybe like going back in the annals of time, like, yo, remember Goldberg? How what a beast that guy was. Let's relive that, not just stretch this, boxer's retirement out to another match and then retire, and then box and then go to another match, and let's just let it go, bro.
Yeah. And we should say that Goldberg did tell Gage when he was when WWE were trying to sign him to one of those, what's it called? NIL.
The NIL, the next in line.
He was like, nah, dude, nah, son.
Know your worth, player.
He said, don't do it. Reconsider. Read some literature on the subject. You know what? Fuck it.
I mean, Goldberg, you made your millions going back to that place. You got your Saudi money doing this shit. You got your pay per appearance. I'm sure for one appearance, you were getting more than probably 85% of that roster. So I mean, and again, I think Goldberg's legacy is intact, and I do think people do try to downplay his importance to the business. Yeah. And I'll say this, because people always like to say Cena's way more popular than Goldberg. I don't disagree, but Cena benefits from a time where WWE made sure the company was big, and Cena, everything he did while he was in WWE was in-house for WWE. I think Cena's more popular now that he's doing movies than he ever was when he was in WWE. That's
yes, 100%.
And I think Goldberg, as a wrestler, in his popularity, considering the time he was in, I don't think it's that far off of a John Cena, to be honest with you.
It's absolutely not, because if we were to say, Chris, who is the most popular, if we're just looking at wrestling, who is the most popular wrestler of the last 30 years? Most people would probably look at people like The Rock or Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah.
And for a long time, Goldberg was right there with Stone Cold. Like, he never got past Stone Cold because of the limitations, as Brent Chittenden said in the chat. Goldberg and WCW cut promos that were worse than Grimlock off the Transformers. But shout out to Brent Chittenden, my tag team partner on Kung Fu Island, which will return someday, eventually. $5, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network if you want to hear the entire archive of Kung Fu Island while we get ready for season 2. But for a long time, Goldberg was right there. And for somebody with the limitations that Goldberg had as a performer, to be right there neck and neck with a guy who is the top star in the business that even casual fans know who Stone Cold is, like, you got to get this man his credit. So I would say it's not crazy at all to say, if we're just looking at the wrestling popularity, like, Goldberg is right there with people like Cena or Stone Cold.
Right. And I'll also say this about Goldberg too. In the 2010s in WWE were garbage. However, there was, like, after that match he had with Lesnar at WrestleMania, where he did the favors for WrestleMania, he came back to WWE and cut a promo and thanked WWE and thanked the fans. And then the fans start doing those bullshit what chants. And Goldberg, I didn't know he had this in him, but he was like, yo, can you guys shut the fuck up and let me cut this promo? And they did. And I was like, wow, man, I don't know if y'all remember that, but it was like, I saw a fire in him in that run that I never saw from him earlier in his career. So, And if he would have stopped right there, his comeback would have been better than John Cena's. You know, he had to, and it still might end up being better than John Cena's. We don't know how this shit's gonna end with Cena. But I mean, I think I'm gonna give Goldberg his credit where it's due. Like I said, I didn't love his WCW presentation, but I did love not the 2001 Goldberg, but the Goldberg that came back in what was it, WrestleMania 15? Not at WrestleMania. I don't even remember the WrestleMania. But in the 2010s, that Goldberg was pretty badass, man. Even at his older age and stuff, he was cool. I liked him.
I'll say this: I think that Goldberg, when he first came in, he had a lot of potential, and I think because he was super athletic. I mean, a guy his size, running, doing backflips, and then breaking out a new move every single time we saw him on television. He had the potential, but he just didn't have the promo skills. And then when he got to WWE, the athleticism did, kind of diminish, but that's when he developed the promo skills. So again, not saying that he doesn't have anything of value, or he has his place in history. He's going to be one of those things that he's going to be a what if for me. Like, what if he actually put his heart and soul into this craft instead of just considered it just another day at the office? He deserved better, 100%. Not disagreeing with you guys.
For me, it's like, what if he took a 5-year break instead of a 10-year break?
Right.
Right. What's history remember him?
Right.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't think that last match was bad. By the way, I think it was decent, and he gave his flowers to Gunther.
Slim Walt.
He was like he that brother carried me, and he was kind of apologizing. He was very, very humble about him laughing while taking that chop. But I'm like, that's all in the character of Goldberg.
Yeah.
He was like just eating stuff for breakfast, like early on. It's like you gotta wear him down. He was like, the first 5 minutes he unstoppable. Like he gonna be laughing at everything. But like it's after that 5 minutes where you will have a chance to kind of chop him down a little bit. So I think they told the story well, and I think that laugh, he said it was unintentional, and he apologized to Gunther for it, but I think it worked in that particular situation. But shout out to Goldberg.
Shout out to Goldberg. And to Chris's point earlier about the Bret Hart, like I do feel like a lot of the fan base gives him flack for that. And it's like, dog, like it happens. It's a contact sport, man. People acting like this was something intentional. Like if you really want to be angry at somebody for Bret Hart and what happened to him at the end of his career, be mad at Eric Bischoff. Be mad at WCW for the way that A, they handled his character, and B, they handled his safety. Because those are the people to blame, not Goldberg.
Right. I just think people love, and I do too. I won't even lie. I love hearing Goldberg, Bret Hart just shit on Goldberg every chance he gets. It cracks me up. Sorry, Goldberg. I don't mean to get a laugh at your expense, but I just, every time Bret Hart mentions, and he doesn't say Goldberg, he always says Bill Goldberg.
Yeah.
with the fury of, so I love it, man. Goldberg has paid his penance for that.
Yeah, and he's tried to reach out and apologize, and Brett's like, no, Crody, not gonna do that, Crody.
I just thing with him where every once in a while he'll forgive him, and then he's just like, Goldberg will do or say something that pisses him off, and then he's like, "Yeah, that goddamn Bill Goldberg, man."
Well, I never liked that mother.
Never liked you,
I cannot wait to interview Bret Hart. That is my goal. That's my dream. Him and Brandy Rhodes. I want to interview them the most. I just want to. I've talked to Bret Hart before, and Bret Hart will talk your ear off if you give him a chance. I mean, that's just the kind of guy he is. But I would like to do where I'm not asking so much about the screw job stuff, but just asking about other things. In particular, this Goldberg thing, man.
I've never talked to Bret Hart, but I have interviewed Bruce Hart, and that was
Yeah.
a ride. That
Bruce
was
Hart
a journey.
I've talked to Bruce Hart before on the old show I used to do too. Yeah, man, that guy's all over the fucking place. Dude.
Like we were interviewing him about the history of the Hart family and the dungeon and all that, and all of a sudden he's talking about vaccines and aliens and like what are you doing, sir?
Yeah. Well, he is Cowboy Bruce Hart, so I mean, maybe
shoot off the hit.
That's the reason why.
We're shooting now, pal.
I know for a fact that he's pissed off at Bret because when they were doing the whole angle with giving Bret Hart a bitter bad guy brother, Bret wanted Owen over Bruce, and Bruce said that Bret Hart cost him a lot of money. I hate to tell you this, Bruce, but
you weren't getting that
from a talent standpoint. Owen Hart was just way better at delivery and those microphone skills.
To be fair to Bruce, though, Chris, like if you casting the bitter, crazy brother of Bret Hart, like come on, baby. Owen's a good dude. Everybody love Owen. You want bitter? You want crazy? You come to Bruce, baby.
What they were trying to cast though was a obnoxious little brother that's jealous of the older brother, and I don't know if Bruce could. He could be a crank.
He could be obnoxious.
He could be obnoxious. You haven't lied about that. Can he be what Owen Hart was? I just don't see it.
Very few could.
Yeah, but you know, and you know, Bruce Hart and back in the day when I would do these interviews before I got on this show, Bruce Hart was one of my least favorite people to interview. And maybe I'm still bitter at that time, but Bruce Hart is just not a fun person to talk to.
No,
my opinion.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Ray's like, damn, I had him booked for Ring Theory next month.
I was about to say when you guys are speaking in present tense with Bruce Hart, I think he's no longer with us, but I mean, if he is,
he's still around.
He's still around.
Smith isn't around. Bruce is still. Is still around.
Well, shout out to you, Bruce.
Yeah.
Maybe we might get on. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, once I lock in this Diana Taurasi on our other network.
Yep. Ray's got interviews to line up.
But again, shout out to Bill Goldberg. Hopefully he's finding some solace in finally being done with everything. So hopefully everything is all right with you, Brother Goldberg. But moving on, before we get into something in the short-term future, let's get into something that's a little further on down the line. And we were talking about WWE and them setting things up in advance and not necessarily setting them up with the best with the best intentions at first, or setting them up with the best laid plans. Let's go to their parent company, TKO, which for a couple of weeks ago have mentioned by our commander-in-chief 47 Nate mentioned that a certain event will be held next year during Independence Day, and that will involve the other company that is subsiding under TKO, and that is one UFC. So with that, and we also were talking about off air about how the possibility of that is kind of thinning out more and more as these accusations with a certain list and a certain set of files is being brought, and how more people are turning on our quote unquote beloved orange Cheeto. Are
you telling me, Ray, there's a connection between Fight Island and another island?
Oh, well, for that answer, let's throw it to Brother Kris, Professor.
Yeah. Okay,
The
so
floor is yours.
all right. So here's the thing, man. I have been writing for Lincoln Square for the last like probably 3 months because I just hit 300 subscriber mark and it's growing. It's probably more than that now. And one of the stories that I've been covering for Lincoln Square and on my own Substack is this Epstein Island stuff, right? This story broke 3 weeks ago. And when it first broke, I really didn't take it that seriously. I was like, oh, this is some MAGA shit. You know, these people always kiss Donald Trump's ass. And this is just what it is. And, you know, I didn't take it that seriously. And then the next day, like there were more rumbles of angry MAGAs about Trump and this Epstein Island thing. And then I think it probably peaked when Trump, when at an interview, some press conference or whatever, one of the reporters asked about Epstein Island, the island. They were asking, what's the lady's name? Laura Loomer, maybe? Blanking on her name. Gotta look at notes. And
talk about the Attorney General.
Yeah, that one.
Pam Bondi.
Bondi, that's what it is. Yeah. So they were asking her, and then Trump interrupts and he goes, "Are we still talking about Epstein? Is that it?" And that is all. That shit's gonna be hunting Trump forever, man. Because once he did that, everything turned upside down. A shout out to Will Smith, but everything just kind of like went haywire on his own platform, Truth Social, a platform that I've been kicked off of more times than I remember for actually telling the truth, and you know somebody they're not liking it. He started getting ratioed on Truth Social. So for those of you guys that don't know what getting ratioed is, that means that the negative comments were starting to outnumber the likes he was getting. So he made a comment just talking shit about everybody, and the comment section just went ballistic. So now in Ray last month, we were talking about the chances of Fight Island, or not Fight Island, the Fight DC, the chances that were happening of the UFC fight happening in DC at the White House. And I was like, oh, this is 100% going to happen, you know, because this is Donald Trump and, you know, his fans are sycophants and punks. So, of course, it's going to happen. And then now I'm not saying it's not going to happen. And Ray was a little bit more doubtful than I was last month. But now I'm not sure. I still think there's a 50% chance it's going to happen. But there's also a 50% chance that it won't happen, because the part of MAGA that we all understand, at least us on this show, me and Nate, and we understand that there are gradations to MAGA. Not all MAGAs are created the same, but the MAGAs that are fans of Donald Trump are the MAGAs that buy into all the conspiracy theories. They are the fans that believe in Pizzagate. If you listen to the last episode of the Joe Rogan show, which I listened to a little bit of it because I've got an article coming out on this probably Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. Joe Rogan was saying shit like, we can't trust Donald Trump. Like, Donald Trump, those Epstein files need to come out. And I personally believe that those files are not going to come out because Donald Trump is on them. That's not verified. That's just my own guesstimate. And I do think WWE as a whole is going to be affected by this. You know, because in the last like few months or so, WWE's been doing shit like having Tony Hinchcliffe do these like these shows and things of that nature. So we'll see where this falls, but this is a story that is going to affect the wrestling industry, not just WWE, but it's going to affect the wrestling punditry, and we're going to have to cover this. And I was saying in the group chat earlier, I am surprised. I don't know for sure because I haven't listened to John and Way in the last week or so, but I do think they're going to have to cover this because I do think this is going to blow up. I don't think the MAGA anger is going to subside. How Donald Trump gets himself out of this, I don't know, because I can see a reality where he does get out on the other end of this. But just from the last couple weeks, every single day, including today, the story is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that one guy, the Jordan guy, one of those Congress people, the one that from Ohio State,
Jim Jordan,
yeah. That story broke today as well, where the
wrestling team,
the wrestlers, they appeared on Midas Touch, and shout out to those guys. You know, those are homies. Ben Meiselas is a fellow professor at USC. And it broke on a Sunday, but I do think that story is going to pick up steam tomorrow. So it's something that wrestling fans and people that cover UFC are going to have to like just kind of pay attention to, because and I'm not one of these people to like kind of sell dreams to people. When it comes to Donald Trump and stuff, I think Nate, me and you, we've been doing this for so long. We always have to keep it real. You know, we have to be the ones in 2016 where everyone's like, God, Donald Trump has no chance of winning. And we got to be the ones to be like, yeah, I don't know about that no business. You know? Like, and I think, you know, this is one of those things that, you know, I don't know how this is going to end, but it's definitely worth paying attention to. It's worth paying attention to if you're on the UFC side of TKO. It's worth paying attention to if you are on the WWE side of TKO. And it's also worth paying attention to if you read my Substacks, because I'm shitting on everybody involved in this. I've already got a 1,400-page article. It might even go up to 2,000 pages. I'm talking about Linda McMahon. I'm talking about Paul Levesque. I'm talking about Nick Khan. I'm just going through these motherfuckers, man. And it's very, very layered. And just how deep the ties of TKO are tied to MAGA, and what are they going to do when it comes to this Epstein Island bullshit? How are they going to separate themselves out of this? It's intriguing. Better than anything going on WWE TV at the moment, man, mind you.
Yeah, brother. Kris, you were kind of mentioning not only like just seeing kind of the ladder and seeing like the links with the right wing within TKO, but also you were mentioning before, and I think you mentioned on past episodes where you were talking about Ari Emanuel and his connections with the left wing, but then him trying to make compromises, especially with his brother Rahm Emanuel being I believe former attorney general and former mayor of Chicago as well. So like his ties to the left side, but then trying to walk and straddle that line, but then kind of fully acknowledging like the right wing, and so it's very, very interesting to see. And I hope not only that John and Way cover it, but also I know we're all familiar with our brother Andreas Hale over at ESPN hopefully he catches on with it as well. He covers MMA and pro wrestling as well, so it'll be interesting to see what his takes are going to be on it as well. And again, I would just another movie or another play I've never seen, but that Nate talks about all the time is Hamilton. But if it does happen with that UFC being in the on the White House long, I want to be in the room. We'll see. Like you mentioned, Brother Kris, I had my doubts because, of course, who am I to question the validity and the credibility of 145-47? Who am I to question his credibility, even though it's been proven, like many things that he said have been proven otherwise time and time again. So I was kind of skeptical right off the bat, not only with him proclaiming that, but also like Dana White ain't the most honest brother in the world. So, and then with all these cats like John Jones like retiring before, and then after hearing that UFC is going to be out in the White House, then he's going to come. And so now I'm like, how is that going to work? And then Conor McGregor, who from what I hear has political aspirations in Ireland, even though he has his baggage. And of course, civilly liable Conor McGregor and convicted criminal John Jones coming to the White House. That's no security risk at all.
Right, exactly.
And so
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, off the rib with all that stuff coming in, I was like, is this gonna be what it is? And then like just considering all the other, not even that, but considering all the other security risks that come with having UFC and coming with having ESPN and all like the production and coming in and like you're going to have them like in the lawn. Are you going to have enough people to be in the crowd? And or are you going to have it nearby? Are you going to have like some people were considering having it on the National Mall? And it was like, that's even more of a security
right.
Do it that way. I mean, you get more people out there, but it's like you can't stop people and be like, you need to pay $500. I'm standing on the sidewalk. You can't tell me not to stand on the sidewalk.
Before I pass the mic to Nate or Jay or Girard, I do got to say this as well, because this is an important key aspect of the story that I haven't brought up, is that anytime one of those MAGA-ites has tried to bury the story, like Charlie Kirk said, I'm going to stop talking about this. I'm going to trust my friends in the White House to handle this, and I trust Donald Trump. He got shit on and reamed by all of his fans. And the next day on his bullshit podcast, he had to talk about it. When Congress says we're done talking about, they already voted against having the files released, their constituents are bringing them off the hook. It is not stopping. I'm not going to say the name of the Substacker, but they told me that this shit is not stopping. And these people, again, this is called identity fusion in psychology and political psychology. When I study cults, identity fusion is when the movement becomes bigger than the person that popularized the movement. Trump didn't originate MAGA. Reagan kind of probably started that in the 80s. Right. Trump just kind of brought it back to life. So he's kind of the originators of it. So
and then the Tea Party was kind of like an offshoot as well, or kind of like a progenitor.
Yeah, and in one of my articles I wrote about this, I said this is basically what this is Project Mayhem. Because in the movie Fight Club, spoilers if you haven't seen Fight Club.
Spoilers, Ray. Spoilers.
Yeah. I haven't read the book, but I've seen the movie thousands of times. In the movie Fight Club, what happens is the narrator does not know that he is Tyler Durden. And as Tyler Durden, he is telling his minions how big of a deal Project Mayhem is. And if anybody tries to stop it, including me, have cut his balls off. You know, that's pretty much what he said. And then there's a scene where that happens, and you're starting to kind of figure out that the narrator is Tyler Durden. And he said, you told us you'd say that. And then he goes, hey, okay, Project Mayhem is over, abandoned ship. And then they're like, oh, you really told us you say that. And then the movement got bigger than Tyler Durden, the narrator, everybody involved in that fucking shit. And I think that's what happened with this movement. And I got to say this, I did not see it happening like this. Just a student of politics and history, I knew the movement would come to an end. Because this shit never lasts in any civilized society. Like if you talk about McCarthyism or the rise of Hitler or any of this shit, it never lasts. I knew it was gonna end. I didn't know if it was gonna end with us at this age, in our prime, or if it was gonna go on for some years. But there are like kind of they're dents in the armor. This is not what it was, and it's gonna affect TKO. They can act like it's not gonna affect them. If the noise gets loud enough for what's his name, Dana White, it's gonna be interesting to see if he parades this doofus Donald Trump at these events where he's treated like a king. Because I don't see that treatment happening if he does it again. I do think some of those crazies will boo him. And I've already talked to a few of those crazies that I used to be friends with. And Nate, you might know a couple of them, but they're all jumping. They're saying shit to me like he was supposed to stop Epstein Island. Man, like, did you not know this motherfucker was accused of all this sexual harassment for like decades, but they married themselves to this Epstein Island shit in a way that I did not know or understand. Right. So, passing the mic now, but that's what I know. If you guys got any questions in the chat or whatever, I will answer it. But that article is coming out this week, so just look for it.
Well, real quick, I just want before if any of y'all have, I just wanted to say one quick thing. It's crazy that, like you mentioned, everybody who kind of used him and kind of grifted off of him are kind of like turning and kind of like switching ships on him. Like you mentioned with Charlie Kirk, now he's out here out here in these interviews and these workshops or whatever. Like, raise your hand if you do want to see the files. Like now you got doggone your boy conspiracy theorist Jones, Alex Jones. He up there crying in the car like Red on Friday. Now you got him turning his back on you, and now Marjorie Taylor Greene finally getting a set of it's like she finally getting bold and saying, I'll sign the bill to demand the files or whatever. So now you're kind of seeing like the shift against him, especially with his popularity. So it'll be interesting to see how it's going to look like in 6 months, let alone a year, when we get to that 250th anniversary of our country.
Right, and how it's going to affect the stuff that we watch and the stuff that we cover.
My thing on this, and then I'll pass it to the Ring Theory crew, is just, first of all, when the story came out that this was something Donald Trump was proposing, a UFC fight on the White House lawn, I just like, this is the dumbest thing. Like, and this is the man. This is the man who has a history of dumb things. And here's the thing, and I'm not just saying this because I find Donald Trump to be a ridiculous human being. But even if, let's say Barack Obama, let's say Obeezy was like, well, you know, I think we want to do something for the community. Let's have a big 3 game on the White House lawn. Like, no. Like, no. Like, I don't give a damn who you doing it for, Barry. Like, that's
my basketball.
There should be. There was a reason I chose basketball, right? You see the vision. Because
like he did, but he did have basketball courts built in the White House.
Yes, he did have a court in the White House, as you should if you're the president. Like you should have.
Basketball Jones.
Yes.
I got a basketball Jones.
But he didn't have Ice Cube in the big 3.
Yeah, he didn't invite the Ed Wood guys to come.
Right.
To
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet Hot Sauce, the Professor, and Skip to My Lou. And one mixtape right here in the White House lawn. Shout out to the and one mixtape crew. That was a time to be alive. But there are some things that should be held in higher esteem, and I don't give a damn who the president is. That piece of property should have some respect and decorum put on it. Even if you're a person who has neither of those, Donald Trump, you should at least lie, because you're very good at that, sir. Lie to us and act like you have some respect for the building which you reside in and the history of that building. And so, like, when this idea was pitched that, oh yeah, they'll have a US, I'm like, this is the carniest shit ever. Having a UFC fight on the White House lawn. And so, like, I am interested because the folks that ascribe to MAGA, and as Kris said, there are levels to MAGA, like, they get fixated on things. They get fixated on things, whether it's trans athletes or whether it's illegal immigrants or whether it's the Epstein files, like when they get fixated on it, they're like a dog with a bone and they would not let go. And so I wonder how this is going to play out for somebody like a Dana White, who is thrown in, who has gone all in, if you will, Girard, with MAGA. And it's like, oh, I tied my lot and my company's lot and my fighters' lots to this dude, and now the people that are paying for all of this, my customer base, who also a lot of them like this dude, now they have an issue with this dude. So do I still rock with this dude, or do I have to back away from this dude? And will that make the dude mad at me? Because if the dude gets mad at me, he's going to say bad things about me, and that's not going to make me feel very good. And so, yeah, when you get into bed with somebody like a Donald Trump, you have to prepare and be aware and be cognizant of these things. We saw Elon and him were best buddies. They were bosom buddies. They was Tom Hanks and Peter Scolari. If you know, you know. They was out here on these streets just the 2 best friends that anybody could ever have, until Elon went a little too far and Trump was like, you gotta go. And then Elon's like, well, you was a bitch anyway. I didn't even like you like that, dog. And so if you were in that orbit, you have to be cognizant of what that orbit is. And so, yeah, I do feel like, you know, and for those that are watching and like, I don't see how this ties into what we watch. It will. It will if this continues to grow. It will if it continues to fester. And the folks on that side of the aisle continue to speak about it with such fervor. It will have ramifications that, you know, we were not expecting, even in something like pro wrestling or UFC or other combat sports. It's going to have a trickle-down effect. And I'm interested in it. Like, I think it's all trashy and below and beneath the office, but that's kind of what this dude does. So
yeah. Nate, I want to ask you this, man. What do you think is going to happen with Kane and Linda McMahon and all those Trump kiss asses that have married themselves to this idea that have some loose association with TKO? How is this shit going to end for those fucknuts?
I mean, Linda McMahon ain't got nowhere to go. She got the job. It ain't like she can disassociate from the dude that gave her the job, a job that she is doing very poorly, by the way, because like why are you taking stuff away from the kids that need this for their education? Like, why?
So stupid, man. I've had to listen to wrestlers for decades talk about how smart this woman was. And I started to believe him because I don't follow that, you know, the brain capacity of these dumbasses. I was like, okay, Linda McMahon is smart. That's what Mick Foley was saying. That's what Jim Ross was saying. All these people. And then at a simple White House hearing meeting, they're asking her questions about DEI, and she has no clue what the fuck it is. This bitch is nuts. I hate saying this about Linda McMahon like that. And that's not normal language I would use, but Linda McMahon is old, antebellum, and fucking stupid. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Kris, like coming off of our conversation about Evolution and Beyonce versus Marilyn Monroe, y'all know we got love and respect for the ladies out there. But in this one exception, Kris, in this one instance, I will allow that to be spoken about the Secretary of Education, because she is doing a lot of damage to people that should be the most, like, regardless if you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, Green Party, whatever. If you're a Federalist, if you're a member of the last standing member of the Whig Party, Girard. Like if you're a member of the Whig Party out here on these streets, one thing that should all be a topic that we can agree on is we need to do better by our kids. And this woman is not doing that. And I feel like sometimes people, and Girard, you work in this education space as well as Kris and Ray, and Jay, I'm sure you've had this experience too. A lot of times you can trick somebody into thinking that you are smarter than you are. Just by the way that you carry yourself. If you got a little bit more money, like a lot of times people equate money with intelligence. I think a great story is Deion Sanders was talking about meeting with a general manager early in his career. And he's like, this guy's a billionaire, so he's got to be brilliant. And when he's sitting across the table, he's like, he's just a dude. He's just a regular guy. He's got more money than any of us, but he's just a regular guy. And he's smart in this one aspect of his life in terms of like the oil industry. But in everything else, he's just kind of a regular dude. And so, like I feel like there is so much damage, not to get too far into the political weeds, but there's so much damage that is being done right now. But we all still can do things to kind of mitigate that damage. And here's a way to start if you're a fan of combat sports. Don't pay for anything from the UFC until they get their act together, because that's the only thing that you can do that Dana White will actually listen to is like, why ain't nobody buying my shows? Why ain't nobody coming to these arenas? And it's because you are aligning with people that are doing harm to our country, Dana White. That's why.
Right. And I have to speak on this too, because people, the reason why I'm not apologizing for the language I used on Linda McMahon, because you don't know what it feels like to be an instructor, a college professor that these kids look up to. And you get a student telling you, hey, professor, can I Zoom class today instead of meeting in person? Because ICE agents have been knocking on my door, you know? And people saying, yo, I'm not getting the financial aid I used to get because the idiot Secretary of Education doesn't think it's worth it, you know? And, you know, this is the kind of crap we are dealing with in this country at the moment, right? And the fucked up thing is it's directly tied to professional wrestling and UFC, you know? And it's just like, my God, man, who do we have running this motherfucker? And now these people that have been kissing these people's ass, they found out that you know, Oz is just some dork behind a curtain, you know? It's not what they thought it was.
I thought you was talking about Kevin Nash, dog.
I do have to give Kevin Nash some credit too. Thank you for reminding me of this. Because on the 4th of July, Kevin Nash put out a tweet where he wasn't feeling the 4th of July at all this year. He was like, you know, we got people, the 1% taking advantage of everybody else and all this other, and then you got a bunch of unfollows. And Kevin Nash, we know Kevin Nash, he was like, yeah, fuck you guys. If you want to follow me, go ahead and do it. It was great. And it's always good to see wrestlers stand in the gap. So if I'm going to speak derogatory towards Linda McMahon and all the dumbass wrestlers, when they do something good, I gotta, you know, give praise to them and shout out to Kevin Nash, because, you know, he's doing something that all these other wrestlers are too chicken shit to do. So shout out to that dude.
Yeah. Girard and Jey, and I know y'all have been on the sidelines for a little bit, but any thoughts on this topic? Any thoughts on TKO and Dana White possibly being in bed with the White House and this whole circus is going on in American politics right now?
Yeah, I think Cat Williams pretty much summed it up when he said on Shannon Sharp's podcast that all truth will come to light.
All the truth will come to light, boo-boo.
And we're seeing that play out in real time.
You know about Michelle Shannon.
You know, my Michelle, that's crazy. And so we're seeing this play out in real time. So everything that we're seeing from this, from this country, like with Donald Trump, and you have to remember, this is the same guy that wondered out loud during the pandemic if drinking bleach would help.
Right? Yeah.
So that right there just disqualifies all kind of credibility. I mean, among other things, but it reminds me of like in Roman times where they had like the gladiator fights in the Colosseum. This is being played out again, and those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it, and we're seeing it play out right before us. So I appreciate you, Kris, bringing all of this to light, bringing this all into top of mind. So those that are not really really tapped in like you are, bringing us up to speed. I again, thank you for that, because again, I'm learning more and more about everything that's going on and giving me more of an education. That way I can have my eyes peeled and, tell my family and friends about, be on the lookout for everything that's happening and going on. In terms of having the White House host a UFC event or a combat sports event, if it happens, it happens. I'm really indifferent about it.
It's like,
I'm just like, yeah, it is what it is.
Girard, you getting tickets front row? UFC DC, brother.
Chill out. I think it's interesting that the fact that when we hear about this UFC card being at the White House, two of the first fighters that were like really popularized and talked about, John Jones, Conor McGregor.
Speak on it.
Right.
I'm a former Conor lover, but like, I thought this man was the funniest thing in MMA, but this man went from here's an allegation, and I'm not gonna look at Vince and be like, oh yeah, we got to get you up out of here, because you got the Cosbyism of so many allegations against you that we can pick up what you're putting down. Same thing's happening with Conor now. And I can't stand by that. And so the card of our Mr. 45-47 himself leading with his own allegations against him, having a main event with a Conor McGregor or a main event with a John Jones. I don't know. And Johnny Boy, like, you're a coward, bro. Like, I don't want to fight Aspinall. Oh, I'll come back for the White. Whatever, get out of here. I don't care. Retire, please and thank you. Move along. I think it would be cool to have UFC cards in different locations, and that would just like I get that from like seeing WCW do that with those Road Rager shows and stuff back in the day, or with AEW, how they're trying to take these smaller venues and have these different setups. And
I like the Fight Island stuff UFC did during the pandemic. I thought that was cool.
Give me different venues. Give me something different like that. But the White House, especially in this day and age with how polarizing that is, I don't know. Like what? Like look at your counterpart. Though this man is in their Hall of Fame, you barely, if ever, hear this man mentioned.
Right.
And y'all giving this man full-on parades out here.
Even though Paul and taking pictures with RFK, but we will. He don't see color, so we won't talk about that.
And I get the whole pandemic and the fact that, if you look at the pandemic, who got to run? WWE and UFC.
Right.
And who did they have as a little thing in their pocket in the White House to support them when other government agencies were pushing back at them? they had the precedent. So I get why you keep being good with this man. And oh wow, the UFC's on the white lawn. The UFC's America's sport.
Right.
But you have so many nationalities.
Mhm.
You have so many different countries.
Right.
And fighters from so many different countries that this is not American sport.
Right.
This is a worldwide sport that you have created.
Mhm.
But now we can't separate church and state. So we are now just so focused on the MAGA, if you will.
And
I'm not a fan of it.
But I honestly think with that card too, you're gonna have like a Colby Covington that's gonna come out and fight, and that's how we're gonna celebrate 250. I'm already feeling alienated, you know. Because
probably have Kid Rock playing like some bogus rendition of the anthem.
Of course.
Stuff. That's assuming this event goes through. And also, I don't want to get people excited or speak out of turn or anything, but for the first time in both of Trump's terms, I'm talking about way back in 2016, swore in 2017, and this time him swearing in 2025, I actually can envision a reality where he gets forced out of the White House if this doesn't calm down. Because
I'll get my hopes up.
Well, I mean,
please don't threaten me with a good time.
I know, right?
I don't know how I feel about that at all. But this, I think the more they try to sweep this Epstein Island thing under the rug, the more crazy it's going to get. And now they're trying to like make up lies, say, oh, this was Obama, Biden, and the Democrats that did it, and even the MAGAs are like, okay, nice try, motherfuckers. This isn't something we believe. It's
like, wait a minute, I thought Joe was too sleepy to do anything. Now you telling me he was the mastermind?
Right? Yeah. And it's crazy that, and it just goes to show you that you never know how people are gonna like start waking up from movements like this, because even if like half of those people, or like let's say 75% of those people go back to being diehard MAGAs and stuff, I think that movement is seriously fractured. I don't think this is like a easy fix. Like whatever they do to fix it, if it even comes close to being fixed, it's got to be surgical. There's no band-aid that you can put on this thing. There's no
and this is not an administration that knows how to be surgical.
Right, yeah, and that's the problem. It's like, and I think the biggest issue with these cats is they've been getting down off of vibes and no strategies for so long. Like their only strategy is just to dig into MAGA. The 2024 Republican debates is going to go down in history as the most wackest like display of sycophancy ever in probably human history, at least since the Roman Empire, because it was just everybody like kissing Trump's ass, and it was all these Republicans coming there.
You wasn't moved by my man's Vivek on these streets, though?
Yeah, Vivek, all those cats there to kiss Trump's ass, and then it was
Tim
like,
Scott, I just love you.
yeah, it was
shuffling out the way.
Nikki Haley, like, come on, man.
It was a bunch of bloods at a blood gang rally, and Chris Christie is the only Crip that came there walking on stage just to get shut down by the blood.
Damn.
It was pathetic, man. It was absolutely pathetic.
That's a beautiful visual, though. Chris Christie sleepwalking on stage.
Right.
They're not like us. They're not like us.
But I mean, this, like I said, this is the country that we're in right now.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it all goes back to WWE, TKO, UFC, you know, and this is the kind of shit that if this doesn't get resolved soon is in our future. But I'm next month I will make a prediction on how I think this is all gonna end. I do, and also another thing that Donald Trump has been doing is what Ruth Ben-Ghiat calls engineered incompetence, right? So everybody that he puts in positions of power are unqualified on purpose. They do not belong in those positions on purpose because he wants them to do horrible at the job so he can then come back and say, I alone can fix it. You know, it's engineered incompetence. So it's purposely done. And now it's all coming back to bite him in the ass. It's like the monster that you created, you burned down the house and now you're trying to call the fireman, you know? This irony is rich. I don't think anybody in the sports that we cover, UFC and WWE and all that shit, I don't think any of us are going to be exempt from having to cover this stuff. I do think this is going to be, for as long as these MAGAs are playing this game with Trump, this is how long, this is something that's going to be top of the mind.
Yeah, and it was interesting, and I'll just leave off at this. It was interesting what you said, Girard, when you were saying UFC is America's sport, not MMA, which is the actual name of the sport, but UFC is kind of like the Coke to soda to cola. It's like the Kleenex to like facial tissue. It's kind of like it's the all seeing. It's the big bold letters. It's the main attraction of the sport of MMA. People don't consider like PFL. People don't consider One Championship. People don't consider Bellator RIP. They look at UFC as like, oh, I just love the UFC. You mean MMA? What you talking about? So
me too, though. Like when people think of wrestling, they think of WWE.
WWE,
that brand is so identifiable with professional wrestling that even if you watch AEW, because my mom used to do this with WCW all the time. She'd just be like, yo, y'all need to stop watching that WWF shit. It could be, you know, Ric Flair against Muta and like stop watching WWF.
You're like,
shit.
Actually, moms, this is WCW. This is Uncensored 96.
Right. She had no time to splice between what the fuck it was. As far as she was concerned, all that shit was WWF, and we needed to stop watching it and clean
it on my TV. Turn on my stories.
Turn on my stories.
Yeah, for real.
Days of Our Lives is coming on. I need to.
Right.
Yeah,
I need this. Who was old boy in Days of Our Lives, Chris? I need to see what Stefano doing this week.
Stefano, Victor, Bo Brady, all that stuff. I'm watching Beyond the Gates these days. I like that shit. It's pretty entertaining.
We'll see what happens with this event, and as Chris mentioned, if nobody else covering it, you can have coverage right here with Nefarious Media Network and with the folks at Post Wrestling as well. And by the way, I'm trying to be a correspondent if this does end up going through, and hopefully around that time we'll have a PO box where you don't have to put your return address, but if you do got one of them red hats so that your boy can sneak in incognito, go ahead and we'll have our PO box open for you. So and now we're returning, even though it does have something to do with pro wrestling, we're returning directly to wrestling. This will be one of the last few stories that we have. And as I mentioned before, that's way off. That White House card is way off in the future. It's like a year from now. Let's focus on something that's going to be happening next month in New York, New Jersey. And that is
JETS, Jets.
Yes, indeed. That is the first ever two-night SummerSlam coming to you, emanating from MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. So I do have some, I believe so far, I believe it's 6 or 7 matches have been announced so far. 7. No, okay. 6. 6 matches have been announced so far. So, Brother Nate, what you want to talk about first?
Okay. Is this going to be one of our patented prediction segments, Ray?
Indeed, sir.
Okay. What we got? Let's go in order from least important to John Cena and Cody Rhodes.
All right. All right. Well, let me go ahead and pull the
Save the
slides
best for
up.
last. That's Chris's true main event. He loves this Cena heel run so much.
But I guess in most of you guys' eyes, this will be considered the least important because again, we had the battle of the lead singers who will be leading up New Edition this week. And that will be the cage match for the U.S. title between one Jacob, I can say the N-word all I want, Fatu. Versus
We ain't forget about that, you know what I mean?
All right, so we'll start out with the Ring Theory boys. Brother Jay, who you got in this I want to say not a rubber match, but kind of like this brawl for it all, if you will. Hello?
You on mute, my brother. You on mute, my brother.
Jay is so
I think
stunned.
I was talking to you, Jay. Oh, there you go.
Okay, my bad. Hey, appreciate it. Give me the blind tag. Oh, my bad. Yeah,
like
so
he tagged you and the ref wasn't looking. Like,
I'm looking away. I'm interacting with the fan over here, and then got the hot tag. My heart tells me Jacob Fatu, but my wrestling mind is saying Solo is going to retain. I think they're going to do a lot more with Solo with that championship and start building the story for Jacob Fatu to chase another championship and down the WrestleMania line. So I'm going to go ahead and say Solo Sikoa retains with the help of the family.
All right. What about you, Girard?
I'm gonna have to go with my tag team partner choice as well for the same reasons. Honestly, like I think Fatu could do something with that belt, but like I think he can do something with that belt if he's gonna have like a longer television TV style reign where he gets to defend it and just kind of be that unbeatable champion on SmackDown. But with that being said, Solo got a bunch of dudes around him. I think Tama Tonga, if he's ready to come back, I think this is his time to pop back up and rejoin the family. So that way it can be just another reason why. And yeah, Steel Cage is cute and all, but they don't keep nobody out. So let's keep it a buck. Solo for the win. His MFTs, if you will.
Yes. And we finally know what MFT stands for after Solo has been talking about it for like the last year.
What is it? I don't know what it stands for.
My family tree.
Oh.
Yeah.
Unimpressed.
The apples have grown within his, and they're sprouting out and they're blooming within his family tree now. I'll go ahead next. I'll go ahead next. I agree with the Ring Theory brothers. I love you, Solo. I think he's gonna go ahead. He's gonna find a way. You know how they like to do when you do have additional people within your faction. They'll have them roaming outside just when the baby face is trying to climb over, and you got them climbing up the cage trying to beat them back in, or you got them waiting at the wings to beat him down and make sure his feet don't touch the ground, things like that. So, of course, again, as you've mentioned, Nate, as I've stolen the theme that I've stolen, if the MFT has shenaned once, they will shenan again. So I got Solo, the real lead singer, retaining his championship. What about you? I know this is gonna be quick, brother Kris. Just go ahead and let us know now.
Oh, yeah. Jacob Fatu, I think Solo actually won the belt so he could lose it to Jacob Fatu at SummerSlam.
Oh,
Damn.
okay. Brother Nate, I knew it was quick. I knew it was gonna be quick.
All right, Ray. So if you look at this poster, brother, the way it is Posternomics coming back. If you look at this poster, okay,
we have to have some bumper music for that or something.
Yes, like the old breaking news. And now we'll go to our correspondent. So if you look at this poster, Ray, Jacob is bathed in blue. Okay,
gotcha.
Blue Ivy is the daughter of Beyonce and Sean Carter, otherwise known as Jay-Z. Some call him Jigga, some call him Hove. One of Jay-Z's biggest songs was 99 Problems, okay? I got 99 problems, but a B ain't one, okay? When you look over at Jacob Fatu, he's in Red, okay? Red was a movie that starred Bruce Willis, okay?
Oh, God.
Bruce Willis was once in a movie called Die Hard, Yippee-Ki-Yay, Mr. Falcon, right? The Falcons play in Atlanta, home of Bill Goldberg. We talked about him. Bill Goldberg always said, who's next? The answer to that question, Ray Williams, is Solo Sikoa is not next. Jacob Fatu is next, and Jacob Fatu is now, which is why Jacob Fatu will lose, because he has to go to bigger and better things, brother. I agree with the ring theory, gentlemen, on this one. I don't know why they made it a damn steel cage match when you know the whole family tree gonna be outside, including the tallest Tongan of them all, Ray Williams.
Indeed.
And so, yeah, like it's a stupid stipulation, but I think it'll be a good match. Solo wins, and he can be that menacing force on SmackDown while Jacob moves on to bigger and better things.
All right. Well, so is four of us for Solo, and Kris on an island, which he does not care about, the island of irrelevancy,
and not the Epstein Island. Let's get that.
Yes, clarify that.
Jeffrey Island. Definitely not the Jeffrey Island. All right, so we'll go on next, and I was kind of talking about this young lady and her program and her evolution, as it be, and now again we see how some title shots you got to earn, and others you could just say, hey, we want a title shot, Adam Pearce. And Adam Pearce like, you know what? That's a good idea. So, without needing a challenge in any match this time, it will be the not friends, they're not friends, Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair teaming up to battle against the Judgment Days, Raquel Rodriguez and Roxanne Perez for the women's WWE Tag Team Championship. I guess we'll go in reverse order, brother Nate.
Okay. All right. Again, let's look at this image, brothers.
Posternomics Part 2.
Raquel and I was almost gonna call her Liv, but it's not Liv.
Roxanne.
Raquel and Roxanne, right? They in blue. Eiffel 65 had a song back in the day. I'm blue, yada dee, yada da. Right.
Yeah.
The Eiffel Tower is in Paris, France. Okay. There's a Paris in Texas. Both Roxanne and Raquel are from where, Ray? Texas.
Yes.
Roxanne, I Want to Be Your Man was the line of a song from a group UTFO back in the day. UTFO. That, Ray, reverse that.
Okay.
OTU. Off to. Where are we off to? SummerSlam, brother. There was a lot of preamble. I really don't have nowhere to go off the UTFO joint. I tried, ladies and gentlemen. I tried. But I tried, Kris. I tried. But I think this is gonna be a hell of a match, man. Like I've enjoyed Roxanne's injection into the Judgment Day storyline. Again, like you never want to see anybody get hurt, but from a storyline perspective, I think Liv being out for a little bit actually helps this story in a way because it forces them to make decisions and forces them to kind of move things along. Charlotte and Alexa, like again, Ray and I talked about this during our Evolution live watch. Like I really enjoy this team. Like, yes, you based it off of a friendship that nobody would know about if they hadn't read Charlotte's book from 4 or 5 years ago. But it definitely has more credence than Tiffany Stratton and Trish Stratus, and Trish Stratus being Tiffany's hero, which we only hear about twice a year. But I think like they're getting Charlotte to a place where she actually feels like a person and not this queen character. Like Charlotte has always been a good heel, but this actually feels like there's some heart being put into this story by Charlotte, and a lot of the character stuff, as I mentioned to Ray, is kind of being pulled out by Alexa. And what Alexa's like, I still don't get what Alexa Bliss's character is. Like she's still carrying around this damn doll that has nothing to do with her current persona. But it's cool, like whatever. You know, some people like cucumbers better pickled, man. I'm not gonna yuck your yum, Alexa Bliss. But I'm to the point where I really want to see Charlotte and Alexa have success as a team and actually be friends. And you know, this is WWE. Can they coexist? Is the motto of all mottos with tag teams. I know eventually they're going to do the breakup angle, but I want them to have a good long run as a team, and I would love for them to win the belts here. All that being said, Jay, I think they're going to chase a little bit longer. I think they're going to chase a little bit longer. Give me Raquel and Roxanne because everybody needs a little R&R, a little rest and relaxation, but there's no relaxation in New Jersey. Brandon will tell you. I tried to get it on the dismount, Ray.
It ended up working out on the end. What say you, Professor?
Yeah, so Charlotte, she has been coming. I was never a fan of them using Charlotte's personal life as wrestling fodder. I thought it was bullshit. Thought it was bogus. And I'm not the biggest fan of Charlotte as a performer, but I don't think anybody deserves that shit. And I think within the last month, they've done some not WWE, but I've seen Charlotte on TV. Some people have been sending me clips of her. And she's coming off like a human being, not just a human being, but a human being you kind of feel bad for. But I was always feeling I never liked the shit they did with her. I always thought it was tasteless and garbage. But I do think the blue team is gonna likely win this. And I really am trying to find it in my heart to care about this match.
Damn.
But I care about Charlotte, and her hoping good things happen to her, because even the way that divorce was kind of used as storyline fodder, I just thought that was messed up. So, but yeah, I'm gonna go with Team Blue.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I'm thinking, and I'm doing a little bit of conspiracy theorizing and some a little bit of posterology, because it's interesting that you got Raquel and Roxanne on the blue side, even though they belong to Raw, but you got Charlotte and you got Alexa on the red side, but they belong to SmackDown. Furthermore, what is blue plus red? Purple. What is the main color of the group, the Judgment Day? Purple. So that being said, no.
I thought you were gonna say Charlotte and Flair was gonna show up on Wild Women of Wrestling with the purple. Damn, David McClain don't miss.
That boy booking in the future. That boy booking. But all roads lead back to Wild Women of Wrestling. With
number one promotion of the year, Ray. Spoiler alert, if you ain't watched Wild this weekend, we got a new world champion in the building. Tormenta finally climbed the mountain.
The Beast finally lost the belt.
Beast been gone.
Beast been gave up the belt. All right.
Master was the reigning defending champion. The Classmaster lost. Enter.
See, I swear, I just like I did the supercut of the Man of 1,000 Voices. I'm gonna do the supercut of the Wild Women of Wrestling, and I'm gonna send it out to David McClain. We gonna get you on the broadcast, brother. One of these days.
Be in the skybox with Jeannie Buss.
Yeah. Like you could tell us that brother Kris helped you get Don over. You could listen. But yeah, to be serious, I don't know if they're gonna continue to drag this out with Raquel and with Roxanne, like keeping the belts. And then I mean, I guess you can, but the only thing is like where's the end game? And we're not talking about the MCU end game, but we're actually talking about like what's the destination that you want to get to, because are you trying to wait until Liv recovers and then you have that tension already? Like you already have tension between her and Roxanne, but now you have even more tension between Roxanne and Liv and Raquel, because Liv and Raquel were like best buddies, and now you're like, oh, you betraying me? All that you just plug her in is like, oh, y'all just got a cake and y'all got like a eulogy. Y'all got my picture like I'm dead now. That's what we doing. But we don't know when Liv is supposed to be returning, especially with the type of injury that she has. So it's like, are you going to continue to drag this story out and keep the belts on them? And like, I think they can lose the belts and then regain the belts right in time for Liv to return, because I think that Roxanne can kind of cost the team, and then she's be like, you know what, Raquel, it was my fault. I'm gonna do everything I can to prove to you that I'm a great tag partner and that we're gonna get these belts back, and now we're gonna continue to reign with them. So, with that being said, that's my theory about what can happen in the ring. Hint, hint. Nudge, nudge. Wink, wink. So, with that being said, I think you can continue to push this not friendship between Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair. So I have the red team, even though they on SmackDown, I have them winning. So
you know something, I had no clue which show either team was assigned to. I just, because I see these women, these particular women, I'm like, I know who the other women on WWE are assigned. That's to me that Charlotte's a Raw wrestler and or Charlotte's a SmackDown where I had no fucking clue.
Yeah, I think that's where they mainly had her for like the last few months, especially her going up. Well, I think she just transferred over. Like, again, who knows how this draft stuff works anymore, or how these trades work anymore. But ever since she won the Royal Rumble and she challenged against Tiffy, she's just been on SmackDown. So I just assume, now she's a SmackDown wrestler. That's all I assume. So, Brother Jay, who you got?
You know what? I'm back and forth on it. I really think that the dynamic between Roxanne and Raquel, they're starting to gel a little bit. So the story that they're telling with the Judgment Day carrying all the gold, and Roxanne being the de facto replacement for a Liv Morgan, they're starting to gel. And I think Raquel's actually growing onto Roxanne. And so with that, I think they're going to retain. I like the story that Charlotte and Alexa are telling as well too. And I also like the fact that they're, someone already said about Charlotte having more of a better character develop in this time. And I think a lot of it has to do with the Player Tribune article that came out.
That's what it
And
was.
it's starting to humanize her, because before, just character. Okay, she's Ric Flair's daughter. Great. What else? But I think to what you were saying, Kris, having her personal life out there, and that, blurring the line between Ashley and Charlotte, I think it makes us more, empathetic to her and her story, her real life story. Because again, I think she even said that when Tiffany Stratton brought up all that personal stuff and brought it into a story, that was never Charlotte Flair. That was Ashley, the real person.
Right, yeah.
And so having all of that being drug into reality is like, you have to draw a line somewhere. That wasn't cool. So now that we I see we as fans are just more being gravitated to Ashley, who actually playing Charlotte, and I'm starting in circles or whatever. I think there's a lot more story that can be like flushed out like that. So I see them winning, and at some point, I think between Charlotte and Alexa Bliss, somebody gonna turn on somebody.
Right.
I don't know who it is, but I'm leaning towards Alexa Bliss only because she's still carrying around that doll, and somebody already hit it. Why are you still carrying that doll? Unless it's a top WWE selling merchandise, there's no reason for her to be carrying it unless she's going to turn into the dark side. So, again, answer your question. I think Judgment Day Ladies Division Tag Team wins that match.
All right.
And then that I wanted to say that that Players Tribune article, I remember it was a couple months ago, we were having a conversation about this. And this was before Charlotte said she was uncomfortable in that article. And I was like, this woman looks visibly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Talking about this shit. I was like, why are they doing this? Because it was like she couldn't even hide it. And that's why I thought it was so just so tasteless. But it's WWE, and I don't think they're ever gonna stray away from crap like that. But it's one thing if the talent is cool with it, but when they're not and you're doing this kind of shit. And her ex-husband just started working for the company again too. It's all kinds of just horrible.
Yeah, and I also wanted to touch. I said in the moment I thought that she's supposed to be a heel, that she's supposed to handle it a certain way and supposed to know all these things. But now hearing these things that she's saying from that Players Tribune article, like now I understand why she was so flustered and why she was so taken aback. Because again, like she's not trying to equal her personal life or bring her personal life into the ring.
Do we have a minor back and forth over this, Ray? I'm kind of you're starting my memory's kind of get jogged.
I think we did, but but now I can see where you were coming from, and now I see where she was coming from as well. And also another thing that humanized her with that was that interview that she had recently with The Undertaker and with Michelle McCool as well. So kind of put her at ease, and again, like you said earlier, Nate, kind of made her seem more like a fully fledged or fully fleshed out person, more so than just I'm the queen, I'm from Queen City, I'm dominant, all that stuff. So all right, so brother Jay, I think we went with you. So brother Girard, what are your thoughts about this match? Who do you got winning the women's tag titles?
Well, the poster been speaking to me, so we gonna stay on the poster.
Oh, here we go.
Everybody want to see stuff.
Talk to him.
The poster speaking to me, and you know what I see? I see red and blue. What does red and blue remind you of? What does that give you the concern of? The police. Who's part of the police? Sting. We're not gonna go to Sting. We're not Sting right now, but we are worried about Roxanne. Please, you don't have to turn on the red light.
Okay, talk to him.
And because of that, she's going to be bending over backwards during this tag team match to try to keep it alive and keep those tag team titles in the Judgment Day. I think just like Bianca can show up for work hurt, so can Liv. I think Liv shows up at SummerSlam.
Okay.
And I think Liv's jealousy of how things is going, it's going to help her cost them the belts.
Okay.
And it's going to be Roxanne who probably gets pinned. And I give it to Charlotte and I give it to Alexa because Alexa has her doll. And until she rejoins with the Wyatt Six, she will have that doll because that's what her therapist told her. Hey, everything going to be smooth as long as you got that doll. That was years ago. She still got it for a reason. When she lose it, she'll probably lose her mind too. But until that time period comes, she chilling with the tag team title belts. I think this first match is given over to them because of the fact that, Liv played distraction. It's going to have Dom kind of get mad at Liv. And SummerSlam seems to be a big time period for Dom to kind of shake up his emotions and stuff about who he dating and everything. So like, this could be him starting to lean more towards Roxanne and pushing away from Liv. He probably a little butthurt too because he lost his title to Uncle AJ earlier in the night. So he probably a little sour about that as well. So on top of everything else, he's going to be mad at Liv costing them the belts.
Okay.
This then plays into the Charlotte story that, we won the belts and we're still like doing our thing as champions in defending them, but I don't really feel like I'm the champion. And I think this insecurity that Charlotte has is going to play out live on television for her to then cost them the belts later, maybe a month or two down the line in a rematch to the Judgment Day, because I think Liv goes away after SummerSlam. I think they will get the belts back, like everybody's been kind of predicting. If they lose it at SummerSlam, I do think they'll get them back before Liv comes back officially. That to only play into, hey, it was your fault, Liv. We lost them in the first place. But I think Charlotte's insecurities in that rematch will then cost her the titles that then might have her and Alexa be like, you know what? I tried to do the tag thing, but that's not working to get the rhythm right. You know what? We got to go 1v1 so that maybe I can beat some sense into you, Charlotte. So I think that's the route we go with Charlotte's story. Okay. Give her a little dub. Give her a little, hey, she's doing her thing, but she's now getting in her own way. That queen persona is now being stripped and taken apart. And now it's, who is Charlotte Flair? And why are you so scared that you can't even hold on to some tag team titles that you've already had before?
Right. All right. That's an interesting theory, my brother. And you mentioned it, and they didn't have a graphic for it, but I guess we can go ahead and run through it as well with Brother Dominic Mysterio, who they're now celebrating 20 years of Dominic Mysterio. If you look at the WWE YouTube, even though he was a small child 20 years ago. And
when he had the bleach blonde tips and all that shit.
And they're asking superstars like Rhea Ripley and CM Punk, what's the best advice that Dominic has ever given you? So, yes, Dominic Mysterio, reigning and defending Intercontinental Champion. Supposedly, if he gets cleared, maybe having a match against AJ Styles, the aforementioned legend of TNA, who has probably by now has returned on TNA Slammiversary. But what do you guys think? I think you've already gave a little bit of hints of what you think is going to happen, Girard. So maybe you want to elaborate as far as Dirty Dom versus the Phenomenal One.
I just hope AJ wins. That's all. I am my favorite Republican. I just need him to win. I need him to. I saw him lose at WrestleMania to Logan Paul. I'm good. I didn't want to see that live. But I had to see that live. I hadn't seen him win a belt in a while. I just need him to do something. But last belt, I think he won with a tag team title with Omos. Like, how long ago was that? WrestleMania 37 off the New Day. It's been a minute, y'all. I might be wrong, but it's been a minute either way. I might be wrong about that belt, but I ain't wrong about the fact that it's been a couple years. So give him at least an IC title reign to do something with it and have him maybe, I don't know. I don't have a prediction about who he can lose it to, but he deserves something. And I don't think a world title reign is coming his way anytime soon. If ever with WWE. I would love him to go back to TNA, snatch up that TNA World Championship for a little while, you know, come back and forth between the rosters with the belt, you know, a little partnership, a little dip that, but one can dream. One can dream.
Yeah.
How about you, Ray? Where are you feeling about this match, and who do you think is going to take that belt?
Yeah, I think it's the opposite. I think that you want to continue kind of building Dirty Dom as just getting out by the skin of his teeth, just finding a way to win by any means necessary, even if those means are nefarious. I think he's going to find a way to slip and slide out and get a fluke victory over AJ. I just think you still, even though I did mention this before with Jey Uso, it's like there's no way you could take him off it. He's only had the belt since WrestleMania. You got to keep it on at least a few more months. My prediction was not accurate in that particular instance. But with Dirty Dom, I think you continue to find a way to kind of slide out and kind of like get these underhanded wins over someone who's clearly going to outclass him in the ring. Of course, you're going to see AJ kind of outclass him throughout the majority of the match, but you know, Dirty Dom always has a trick up his sleeve, so he's going to pull something, and I think he's going to end up getting the victory and retaining his championship. What say you, Jay?
I think that AJ finds a way to and gets the title off of Dominic Mysterio.
There you go.
I think Dominic's reign, he's going to get it back at some point, and he's just going to. But I think this is AJ's. I'm not sure. He hasn't held the Intercontinental title, to my knowledge. I think that's going to be one of those things that's like, AJ, we know your career is winding down. It's the tip of the cap to you. We'll give you this, so you can hit the cycle, so to speak, in the WWE. But yeah, I think he wins here, and I think it's going to be like a hot potato title. Dom's getting it back off of him probably the next night on Raw or something, but I can see that happening.
That wouldn't surprise me. Although, brother, I think, and I don't blame you for forgetting about this, but during the pandemic times, AJ Styles did win the IC title, and this when he had his mathematical genius Joseph Park, whose brother, you know, as Abyss, Kris, you know, Abyss.
Yeah, I know.
The pandemic was so forgettable, especially in the Thunderdome age, man.
You hold on. You telling me you don't remember that wonderful episode of Monday Night Raw, Jay, when we was in the Thunderdome and all the stars were out. Punky Brewster, Soleil Moon Frye was out. All of the celebrities was out to watch this match.
Yeah. And my friend Cherry Johnson, who I did try to shoot my shot with back in the 2000s, and she was nice when she told me no thank you, but I tried. Shout out to Cherry.
She was like, I got Punky Brewster money, dog. I don't need you.
Yeah.
You could be number 49.
But she's the homegirl, man. She's real cool people.
She could have been 49. You're right, Ray.
All right, brother Nate. What do you think between phenomenally flat earther and Dirty Dom, the deadbeat son?
In this matchup between two 20-year veterans, man. This is what you come to see, man. This is sports entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. And as you mentioned, Ray, when you look at Dominic Mysterio, Dirty Dom, as they call him, versus this man, Alan Jamario Styles. And you don't know nothing about no damn Jamario, Ray.
I don't. No, I don't.
This TNA legend, a man who, for the longest time, you could say pound for pound was one of the top 5 wrestlers in any promotion in any country in the world. And as we all know, as you mentioned, Ray, the world is flat. Okay. But they're wrestling in a squared circle, right? But then when you take the parallelograms of this match and put it in a rhombus,
Oh Lord.
we left with a triangle. And who was the master of the triangle? Diamond Dallas Page. Bang. That's what we gonna
diamond, get. But okay.
I mean, Ray, you get in the way of knowledge.
Yeah,
get in the way of knowledge, Ray.
Okay.
Let's be thoughtful and mindful and demure, Ray Williams. Right. But nah, this is all seriousness. This is gonna be a fun match, man. Like Dom has really come into this character, and his in-ring has been improving. And so I think this is gonna be a fun match. I would love for AJ to win here, but I don't think the title that he's gonna get next is the IC title. Like I think, crazy enough, that TNA title might be coming home to the GOAT. Grits, get ready. Get ready, Grits. The moment is coming.
Get ready to fly, Grits.
We can all fly. I just saw Superman last week. I believe a man can fly, so AJ Styles will be flying high to grab that brass ring in TNA once more. But yeah, I feel like if this were AJ maybe 5 years ago, Girard, yes, I could see them pulling the trigger with AJ, but I feel like they kind of view him as a gatekeeper now. And so Dom to me is as much as I would love to see AJ win, I think Dom to me is the character they have more stock in at the moment. And so, yeah, like I don't know what an AJ title run does for AJ besides being another accolade, but this dude has got so many accolades already.
So you mean to tell me the power of Jesus Christ himself? This man was on his knees on Monday Night Raw praying. You mean to tell me the power of my Lord Jesus Christ cannot get it done over dirty Dom?
Here's the thing, Girard. Like
It's
still Sunday night. You know, we all of us, you know, to varying degrees have had experience in the church and whatnot. But here's the thing: you're talking about a company in where God Himself was not put over by these folks. God took the L to Vince McMahon in a tag team match. Yeah, and so if they ain't got no love for God Himself, I'm sure they ain't respecting AJ's prayers. So
God got his get back though. He got his get back already. So he waited. He waited for him.
I mean, God's gonna get the ultimate get back on Vince McMahon, but that's not go there.
He waited for his. He said long-term booking. I got you.
Long-term booking.
I got you.
Vince shows up at the pearly gates. What was that you said about no chance? No chance where?
Right. Remember when you wouldn't let me get tagged in? Got that.
They had the spotlight playing church music, slowly coming to the ring.
Disrespectful.
God was making his entrance.
So disrespectful.
Anyway,
some would say blasphemous.
Right. Yeah. I'm the
You
resident.
just made the list.
Yeah.
Ain't trying to be on that list at all.
Those are one throughout this evening. Those are one of two. Well, I want to make the list up there, but there's another list I don't want to make. So and that's the one that that's the one that Chris was talking about. No,
Vince,
earlier.
we've got reservations for you and Linda in another place. Bring
I'm the resident agnostic atheist on this panel, so I probably will be joining them because I think that's how it goes with agnostics. But
damn.
Anyway,
Never too late.
Just put it down like that, Chris.
I'm just imagining. I'm imagining this in this scenario, like Vince McMahon, Donald Trump, Linda McMahon, and Chris at a table. Like I guess they. I don't know if they got restaurants down there, but they like it.
Right. I'm hoping that the way it works. One of the people that I've ran into, one of the hundreds and thousands of people that I've walked into in my life, will wish me into heaven. Also, and maybe,
somebody gets a +1 into heaven.
Right. Yeah, someone gets a plus.
Kris is like, one of my 48 ex-girlfriends got to let me in.
48. One of the 48 ex-girlfriends. One of the former students. One of the, somebody, man.
Somebody.
Tony Khan's like, you know
brother
what,
out.
Kris, we really didn't do enough for you when we wrecked your mobility scooter. Come on in, pal.
Right. Yeah. But before I get into this match, I need to talk about hair for a second.
Okay.
So I've had this conversation in my head a few times, like which one of Dominic's hairstyles was the goofiest? The mullet he has right now, or those blonde tips he had when he was little rugrat running around. And I go back and forth because there's justifications for both styles, and then there's also admonishment you could give for both styles. The justification is he's a heel and he's trying to pay homage to Eddie Guerrero, so it makes sense.
Right.
There was a time in the 2000s where it seemed like every kind of white boy or anyone who could afford hair, like who had hair of Dom's texture, was experimenting with those blonde tips. Mark McGrath had it. Jason Biggs
would beg to differ.
Yeah, Mark McGrath.
Eminem.
What was the
Michael
one?
Cole?
Yeah, Michael Cole. Michael Cole had him. Jason Biggs had him for a little while. The dude was Scott Evil in Austin Powers.
Seth Green.
Seth Green. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter who it was. It was an embarrassing hairstyle for all of them. But the justification for it is for some stupid reason they all like the hairstyle back then. Maybe it's like our Bobby Brown haircut in the 90s or something. So had to just say that. But if I'm gonna pick the goofier hairstyle, I'll probably go with the mullet of today, because Dominique could make an argument. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he turned on his father, because he had that stupid hairstyle as a kid. But yeah, I just never liked that look. Who rocked it well? Maybe Mark McGrath. Mark rocked it the best.
Damn, with the tips. Oh yeah.
I guess I don't know, man. One of them, but yeah. But if I'm judging the match, yeah, I'm kind of like with Nate, and I'm also with Girard. I could kind of see both scenarios. AJ Styles is collecting a paycheck right now. I don't think he cares about winning that belt, but it'd be funny if they let AJ Styles win the TNA title, because the TNA title has had stints in both AEW and WWE. I would make the argument that AEW was more respectful with the TNA title than WWE. They both were disrespectful towards it. Let me just get that out the way. But at least in AEW, it felt like a belt that the top guys wanted to win, right? Kenny Omega, when he had it, he treated it well. And then when Christian got it, he enjoyed having the belt. And then when WWE had the TNA title and Joe Hendry was wrestling Randy Orton, Michael Cole went out of his fucking way to be like, this is not for the TNA title. Like it was like a plague or something. Like it was some kind of like if Randy Orton won it. And they give the belt to Trick, which is fine, but Trick is not a top guy in the company. Trick is a top guy in NXT.
Yeah.
So I mean, it just tells you what the WWE thinks of that relationship.
Right.
You know, like I said, AEW didn't respect them that much more, but they did treat it like a belt that top guys wanted to win. So I don't I don't know how I'd feel if they gave it to AJ Styles, because I don't know what it subliminally says about AJ Styles if they give him that belt. But yeah, I'm gonna, if I'm gonna have to pick, I'm gonna pick AJ to win. Because I think it'd be cheap for me not to pick someone, so I'll go with AJ.
All right. Well, we'll move on to another match that has not been officially made yet, but there's some rumblings about this particular match ever since the return of the OTC 1, even though I don't know what the 1 means. We are talking about Roman Reigns, the tribal chief, and his cousin, main event Jey Uso, who is lucky that SummerSlam is 2 nights, because it would probably be another time that he would not be in the main event. But yes, the cousins of the original bloodline will be possibly taking on Braun and Brun Security, Brunson Reed and Braun Breaker. So I guess I'll start this one off. I don't know. I don't think there's any way you're not putting over Roman Reigns with his first match back. So I'm going with the original bloodline on this one. But I think that there are going to be like some seeds planted in this one that could be affecting another match, either later on in Saturday or on Sunday night. So I'll talk about that a little later on. But yeah, I think Roman Reigns and Jey will be coming out with the victory. You can't pin Braun right now, so I think they're probably going to get one over on Brunson Reed. He could eat a pin for the greater good. All right, what say you, Nate? You look like yeah. Go ahead, brother.
Ray, you said you can't not put over Roman Reigns in his return match. Now I agree, but you can put Jey Uso down. Because they've been doing that for a little minute. They've been doing that for a little minute. How you going to be main event Jey Uso, but you ain't never in no main events, my boy?
Never.
The only reason you in this main event is because of Roman Reigns, brother. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. But no, man. Like I think this will be a fun match. Like I do love that we're getting a Jey and Roman reunion, and I do love that they are not fighting other Samoans, even though I'm not sure of Bronson Reed's ethnicity. I think he's from New Zealand.
He is Samoan, I believe. He's just an Australian Samoan.
Well, they stay playing these in-conference games. They stay in the Mountain West Conference. They can't get out of it, dog. Like, at least move to the Pac-12 or something. They need teams. But I feel like you're right, Ray. Like this is easy. Like if you're betting on wrestling, and as we always say, don't bet on wrestling.
Don't bet on wrestling.
If you're betting on wrestling, lock this in. I think Bronson does eat the pin, but Braun's gonna get some shine too, because they're really high on Braun Breaker right now. LeBron Breaker is what his daddy calls him. But yeah, I think this will be a good showcase. I'm intrigued to see where Roman kind of fits into this mix now. But yeah, give me the team with 2 Samoans instead of the team with 1 Samoan.
Gotcha. All right, brother Kris, who you got?
I agree. I mean, we've been through this. Roman Reigns he just doesn't lose when he's in that company. They don't book that man to lose. So I could actually see a scenario where Braun Breaker eats the pin as well, but it would be like a scenario where Gunther does something to him to make him lose, and then they move into that. But I definitely think Roman is very strict with his comebacks and stuff like that. Like he because I heard him do an interview some years ago, and I believe every single fucking word of it. He said, I either open the show or close the show.
Mm-hmm.
The last few times he's been closing the shows. He's not going to be doing jobs to just anybody. I mean, I don't have this, like, I can't confirm this, but I think he's got it somewhere in his contract that he doesn't job to just anybody. I mean, he's a made man in that company. So I think it's him, CM Punk, and Cody. Those are the guys in that company. So yeah, Roman and Jey are winning that.
Gotcha. All right, brother Girard, who you got?
As you can hear on Instagram, nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And I don't think anybody's going to be beating Braun Breaker. I think Braun Breaker puts down Roman. Because, yeah, job to just anybody. But like they told you, this man's going to be the head of the company for the next 20 years. Roman needed people back then to job to him. So, hey, it's time for Roman to get that back on the mat. So, and I could see him losing in this match.
I'm gonna
have a 1v1 against
get
Braun.
back to this, man. I am. I'm gonna, because I understand the thought process behind it, Gerard. I really, really do. But that's not happening. We'll revisit it next month. I just don't see any reality where, even if Roman Reigns' team loses, I just do not see that happening right now. So I just have to put that out there. So I'm not associated with that prediction. It's because
damn, he's disassociating himself.
Because one of these viewers of our show will be like, "Hey, Ealy, you remember that time you picked?" No, I did not. This is Gerard's pick. So,
damn,
this is just me. This is just me, Oos. It's just me. Let me put it to you like this. I'll give you further reason why I think Roman's going to lose.
Okay.
You're putting him in a tag team, not with Big Jim, with Jey Uso. And what's the one thing he ain't did with Jey yet? He ain't apologized. So their chemistry ain't going to be fully there. Yeah, we can get it done with War Games if we had Punk and Sammy and Jim there. When it was just the four of us, we didn't get it done against Solo's Bloodline. So we've already proven if we don't have the right elements together, we don't get it done. And so the ass ain't to fire yet at SummerSlam. We gonna get there to beat people up. But that dissension between the two of them is gonna cause issues. And you need to put over the other team in a big way. Braun's already beat Sammy. Braun's already beat Jey. Roman, your time is coming. He's got to get you too. They made Brock in the way of having Brock run through everybody in 02. I'm looking at Braun he's in his 02 era, like Brock. Who are you going to beat and have him winning over at SummerSlam? His first SummerSlam, he beat Sammy for the IC title. What are you going to do with this next SummerSlam? I was there live for the last SummerSlam. What they going to do with this next one? They probably going to have him beat Roman. I would have put him 1v1 against Roman. It wouldn't have been no tag team match. But I get the tag team match. It's a little bit bigger for Jey than just a 1v1 against Bronson. And so that benefits it. But no, those two we have not gotten to the Roman apology with Jey. And if you think about the Roman babyface term, it does not fully hit its apex until we get done with that apology. Because that is his biggest crime, was starting off the whole bloodline thing by manipulating his cousin. He has yet to he acknowledged him for being proud of him for winning the IC title. And I'm sure I missed something when he acknowledged him for winning the world title, but like, he did not do anything when it came down to, yo, I'm sorry for all the dumb stuff I did to you. I'm sorry for manipulating you into this whole situation, for shutting you down in a way, for just wanting to be great. And I shut you down to make you abide by my rules. he ain't got that from him. So yeah, they not gonna be all together in this SummerSlam match.
Okay.
I promise you.
I'm a little different right here. I don't think Roman Reigns owes those fools an apology. Just by grown up logic, you didn't have to do the shit he manipulated you into doing. I mean, if you didn't want to do it, you shouldn't have did it. But you did it, and it happened. You're the world champ now, so shit. If anything, you owe this a roundabout thank you for that shit. Because if none of that stuff happened, if the bloodline didn't happen, I still wouldn't be able to tell Jimmy and Jey apart.
Damn.
That's
Oh
just,
my goodness.
that's just
One are you. That probably was the truth. He was speaking to you directly.
So I'm just saying that I don't think Roman. I'm not waiting for an apology from Roman.
That's crazy.
That's just it. And normally I just let the panel have its takes and be like.
Kris had to back away from that comment.
But yeah, I just. And I could be dead wrong. I'm willing, and if I am wrong, I'll come on here and say, "Look, man, you was right. I was wrong." But I just do not see this. Just from what I've seen from WWE, I just do not see Roman Reigns getting pinned by any fucking body.
Hold on, Ray. Before we go to the next panelist, I think we do need to do this. The views and expressions, the resting. Spoken by Girard Downtown Brown do not reflect the opinions of the NWA Podcast, Post Wrestling, or any of its subsidiaries.
Right.
Hey,
this means if you end up being right, you could.
I'm gonna say if you end up being right, that's the biggest dub, the on your left moment.
Yeah, so it is. So you got to stick with your pick. If you end up being right, then you schooled all of us.
Oh, dare to be great! I will always dare to be great with my predictions and like.
Right.
Yeah, I think Girard might have been. It might have been either Girard or Jey that was the only one to predict that EO was going to come out with the world title
Girard.
out of SummerSlam. Yeah, so
I think they both picked it, right? EO.
You talking about
one of y'all
At
Girard
Mania.
and Jey.
at WrestleMania, that triple threat.
Yeah,
I wanted Bianca. I ain't gonna lie. Like that.
Yeah, it was none of y'all.
Bianca as well, yeah.
I don't think
Oh,
anybody
all right,
picked
never
EO.
mind.
Yeah.
So, well, I know you hit on one thing where you were the only one to pick it, Girard.
Dominic
I think
Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio.
Raymond-
That was
Dominic. Oh, that was
Yeah.
Girard. Oh, all right, that was you,
Jey.
Yeah.
Picking,
All right.
picking
And I
EO, Ray.
didn't say anything about that pick because I thought that pick was in the realm of something that could actually happen on Earth One. I really did.
Damn.
This one, I just don't see it.
A whole nother planet on him.
Gerard is taken aback right now.
I do have some professor friends at Caltech, and they're into like string theory and other dimensions and all that stuff. So I will ask them if they see this Roman Reigns.
They ain't gonna be like Doctor Strange. They ain't gonna be like this. The one that this ain't the one dimension. This ain't the one statistical.
Hey, you know what's happening right now? You know exactly what's happening right now, Girard. My bad. I apologize, bro. My theme music is playing. I ran all the way to the left while they beating you down. I ran all the way to the right while they beating you down.
Where you Swerve?
I'm a Osprey right now. I'm like,
I'm getting to the ring right now, bro. And I'm gonna let it be known. I agree with Girard on this part. That Braun and Braun connection are going to win that match. And here's what I think is going to happen. I don't think Roman Reigns is going to eat the pin. Jay's going to eat that pin. He's not main event anymore. He's more like opening match Jey Uso. And that's cool. That's cool. He had he's had a great 2025. But what they're going to do to Roman Reigns is they're going to write him off. He got a movie to do. He got a movie to do. So they're going to write him off. Yeah.
When does the movie start?
I don't know when they're doing Street Fighter, but I can tell you this: Roman Reigns is not wrestling a lot in the next few months or so, or whatever.
Yeah,
my opinion.
But him not wrestling a lot in the next few months or so is
This is regular status quo.
Yeah,
He got a great contract. I'm trying to get that myself in my day job. You know what I mean?
How you a part timer and a full timer at the same time, brother?
Exactly.
He's doing Vanity Fair shoots, shouting out Trump and stuff. Man, he's got it made.
You ain't going up Mount Everest, brother. You here on this state. Why you gotta be out for so long?
But yeah, I think OT Yeet, Team OT Yeet, they not gonna coexist for whatever reason. I think Jay's gonna get pinned, and we're gonna see a tsunami. There's gonna be a tsunami watch in New Jersey, New York, whatever. And I think your tribal chief is going to take a couple of tsunamis, and that's how they're going to write him off. And that story is going to be that.
I do have to say this about Jay, because I got this email because I subscribe to my homeboy Brandon Thurston's WrestleNomics stuff. And he always releases quarterly ratings and shit like that in merchandise sales. Jey Uso is still one of the top merch sellers in that company. He was, the last time I checked, he was like number 1 or 2. So I do put that in consideration when I look at Jey Uso, because I think if you start seriously trying to mess, and he's moving a lot. It's not even like he's it's just regular Jey Uso is pulling numbers for that company. So I just want to put that out there for the people that are listening.
I hope they do right by him if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't be taking too many L's. Because now you're messing with that man's bag, And again, he's had an incredible 2025.
It's happened before. To be fair, Jay, those Ron Cena shirts were flying off the shelves like hotcakes. And his brother ain't did nothing since his return.
Yeah, you never know with that company, because they're always just, if it's not somebody that they're solidly behind, they will do whatever to kind of derail them. And I think they've already kind of done that with Jay a little bit, but he's still pulling merch for him. I don't know what his ratings are. I didn't check that out. And hopefully we could get Brandon back on the show so he can run us through those numbers. But he's still doing big business for that company. I only say all of that to say I don't think he's in a wrestling world where there are not a lot of guys that are naturally over. I don't think it's wise to fuck with Jey Uso, just considering his youth. And 39-40 is still young and in today's wrestling. It's not old. It's and he's still doing a lot of good stuff for that company as far as business is concerned. So I don't know if it's the wisest idea to just be. And also I will say this too: there are wrestlers in the past where they did job him a lot, and they still did what they did. Like The Rock in the 90s and the 2000s, he lost a lot more than a lot of main eventers who had that spot before him. But The Rock is not a fair comparison, so let me shut the fuck up right now. But he is an example of that. There have been guys that have survived that, but I don't know. The story's still being told with Jey. So
and also with Jey, I feel like if I'm the company, they're looking at everything that's happened over the past 12 months as gravy. Because in their eyes, like Jey's a good hand, Jey's a part of the family. But Jey, we know what Jey Uso is. We know he's a tag guy, maybe a mid-card dude.
Yeah, they could be doing that. Yeah.
Like, so the fact that he had this run, the fact that he was a world champion, that people were behind, like I think all of that is kind of gravy. And so maybe this is just Jey in their eyes regressing to the mean.
Right, yeah. It could be that, yeah, too.
Could be.
Because my people, I can't rock with that because everybody focused on Jey. Stop focusing on Jey. This ain't about Jey. The only thing it's about Jey is let's protect him. And what does Braun benefit from beating Jey again? Braun's done that multiple times now, even with the title on the line.
Yep.
But him beating a Roman does a lot more. What did Roman's cousin do at SummerSlam? Put over the Braun Breaker type person in 02. It's his time to follow in his family's footsteps. He's only lost 3 times. 3 times. And that's to my top knowledge in the last few years. Cody. Dang, my brain went flat completely.
No, it's Cody, and before Cody, it was Baron Corbin.
That was a long. That was
2019. I'm talking about Jey Uso.
Jey Uso match was in in a tag match or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Right? So the only other singles match he lost was to Baron Corbin.
Damn.
And that was before. Yeah, that was before the OTC.
But 41 to Seth. The last one to Cody and the one to Jey at Money in the Bank. Those are his 3 big losses.
Right. Yeah.
Braun can take that 4th one. That's not unrealistic at this point. 4 losses in that amount of time. The Cody one was last year. The Seth one was this year. And yeah, it's Seth and Braun back to back, but it's all telling the same story and for the same purpose. And why? Because my man's is in the other corner of the person. The person who helped me go for it almost 4 years undefeated is now helping create the new generation. So Paul Heyman playing the Oracle role for Braun, that all plays into the story. Roman can lose. He needs to lose as a babyface to garner that sympathy from us. Because since there's a part of the demographic that does not think he should apologize, and he doesn't need to apologize, well, then we need to garner that sympathy somehow. And so having him actually put that back on the mat is going to help us get there.
All right. Well, we'll see. Well, you're a man on an island, brother Girard, and not the island of relevancy with Roman. He's like, yo, you want me to lose him? All right. Well, because we got 4 more matches to run through, so we're going into the second half. But before we do that, please, folks, in the chat, please, if you got anything on your mind, let us know. I know it went quiet since we brought up TKO and their affiliation with the White House, but don't be afraid to let us know. Our boy Muggin.
I saw me mugging in the chat. I see you, brother.
Yeah, this brother. We were talking about AJ earlier, and this brother brought up a great line from the OJs. Finn Balor smiles in Dom's face all the time. He wants to take his place. That backstabber. So he sees Finn.
What they do.
So he sees Finn Balor sliding in there and costing Dom the title. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and move on into our big men's and women's singles championship matches. So first, and also, like, we didn't even mention Becky Lynch versus the Bird Lady again, but who knows? We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that if we got time. But we'll go ahead into the women's WWE women's undisputed, even though it's disputed, championship between Tiffany Stratton and Jade Cargill. Now, it may be time for Tiffy time in the summer, but even though it's probably as humid and as hot in New Jersey as it is here a little further down in the West Coast, or in the East Coast, rather, where I am, a storm may still be coming. So we'll start off with Girard.
Damn. Because that's a good question. I don't know anymore. I don't know which way we go. I was really hell bent on Naomi being the person that's going to cash in on one of these two, interfere with this match, and it either be Naomi going into a triple threat with both of them, or Naomi versus Jade finally having their number 2 or solving their number 3 here with the title on the line. Now she's cashed in, and so now that means, does Jade get her shot now? I think Jade's progressing at a good rate, but I don't know if Jade's in a place to have a full-on title reign. And if that title reign does come, does the crowd take to her as a babyface as she is now, or will they turn her heel? I don't know. Does Tiffany have the staying power as a babyface in New Jersey to counter that energy from Jade? I can see that shifting Jade heel just naturally for that match, but something tells me for some weird reason that though I think Jade should win this match, I don't think Jade's getting it done for some weird reason. It doesn't feel like Tiffy's reign is coming to an end yet. So where I think other people's title reigns might be coming into an end at SummerSlam, I think Tiffy still might be going on with it. So I'm sadly gonna go with Tiffy.
All right. Brother Jay, what say you?
Man, I gotta go with Tiffany Stratton retaining. I mean, I don't think it's Jade's time yet. It's going to happen, but I just don't see it happening right here in 3 weeks. She will get a rematch. I don't know how it's going to happen or whatever, but I just don't see Jade Cargill winning the title. If she does, it's going to be the best surprise for me, because that's what I want in my heart of hearts. But the way they're booking her right now, you know what? Scratch that. I'm going for it. Jade Cargill wins. I'm going for it right now. And I was just thinking about it. I was like, you know what? No, let's go Jade Cargill with the win. And here's why. I think they could do a rematch because in Clash in Paris or whatever, and Tiffany can have another rematch, or they can make it a 3-way and get. I'm not sure if Bianca Belair is going to be healthy enough to do that to get involved at that match over there. But for SummerSlam, I think they're going to pull the trigger on Jade Cargill.
All right,
I'll go that way. Yeah.
All right, so the Ring Theory boys at odds. All right, I guess it's up to me. I don't find it far-fetched to have Jade win the belt as well. I think you could still, and like you could do that turn with her. I know T. Anthony in the chat says, I feel like Jade loses, then turns heel. WWE loves to do that. I think you could turn her heel even as a champion. I think when she was the TNT champion in that other company, I think she was mostly heel. I think she was kind of getting over with her feats of strength, but I think you could still push her with that attitude, especially now that, of course, most of these fans want to go out here and boo black women for no reason, even though they're supposed to be the good guy. But Jade Cargill had something in the chamber for them folks in Saudi Arabia when they were booing, and she responded with "boo your mama," and then that man was like, "Huh?" That Saudi man never heard of somebody hitting the dozens on his mother. But I think Jade will go ahead and take this, and you can still push towards if you're still doing like the I don't know if they're gonna do like the if you're gonna do like the crown jewel stuff in like the fall their fall excursion to Saudi Arabia, and you do have the top women's champions going against each other. No, Naomi and Jade part 3, and then Naomi getting the upper hand now that she's a champion, and now she figures out a way to kind of bamboozle Jade, if you will, and winning that big ugly green belt again. So we'll see what happens, but I think Tiffany needs some time to kind of restructure her character too, because while folks are still kind of getting into like it's Tiffy time, like it's kind of like she's pretty one-dimensional, kind of like what we were talking about with Charlotte. Is like all she has is the it's Tiffy time and all the Barbie stuff, but we don't really see her fleshed out as a character. So I think you could give her time to kind of, with that belt being off of her, to kind of build herself up as a character a little bit more, and then we can always come back. Like she's still relatively young. We can always come back to Tiffy. What about you, Nate?
Well, you know, Girard Brown may have an opportunity in a few weeks to come on this program and take a well-deserved victory lap if his preposterous prediction comes to fruition. I'm rooting for you, brother. I'm rooting for you. But I feel like this is a chance for me to kind of, you know, puff my chest out a little bit, because I tried to tell all of you. I tried to tell each and every one of you on this program. I tried to tell each and every person on this network. I tried to tell each and every one of you, the audience, that this Tiffany Stratton thing was a castle built on a foundation of sand. And as Jimi Hendrix once told you, even castles made of sand melt into the sea eventually. But y'all called me a hater. Y'all called me a zealot. Y'all called me a Nia Jax bootlicker, and to all of that, I will say those are some tasty, delicious boots. Almost as delicious as that teriyaki madness I had for lunch. I'm telling y'all, I've become a teriyaki madness convert over the last few days. It's a wonderful place. If you have a teriyaki madness in your neighborhood,
we need that sponsorship, teriyaki madness.
Teriyaki madness. Call up John and Way. Get the paperwork going. But here's the thing, man. This Tiffany Stratton title run has been a flop.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say it. Let's not sugarcoat it, Ray. You know, it's Tiffany time. That's cute, but what else you got?
Yep,
good wrestler. Like, can't nobody take that from sis. She's a good wrestler, but there is no connection to this character, this babyface version of Tiffany Stratton. There is no connection here with the audience outside of Tiffy time, and so it's like, yeah, you can try to prop her up with Trish Stratus all you want. You can try to prop her up with these promos that have no feeling or heart or emotion in them.
Right.
But at the end of the day, that tide's gonna roll in, Ray Williams. Started eroding that sand. And so I'm not saying that she should or even will lose at SummerSlam to Jade Cargill, but it's like, out of these two characters, and they are both flawed characters. Let's keep it a buck.
Right, yeah.
Because I love Jade, but I feel like they're still kind of figuring out what Jade Cargill is in this company. And so you got two imperfect characters on a collision course. Shout out to Kate from Montreal in this match. And it's like, dog, I am not excited for a Tiffany Stratton Jade Cargill feud, because they've given me no reason to be excited. Like, I think Jade will hold up her end of the bargain, because Jade at least feels comfortable in terms of when she says things in her promos. I can buy that's Jade Cargill. I may not love her promos, Ray, but I can buy that that's what that woman feels. Tiffany Stratton is like, we don't believe you. You need more people.
You need more people.
And the people I'm talking about are in that creative room. They have not supported Tiffany Stratton. Like, again, this Trish Stratus match should have been a bigger deal at Evolution, but they didn't give us anything to sink our teeth into as viewers. And so it's like, yeah, this whole Tiffany Stratus reign feels like Rocky Balboa's title reign at the beginning of Rocky 3.
Right. Yeah.
And Mr. T rolls up on him. It's a paper champion. Don't give him a statue. Give him the guts. His wife get more pipe than the plumber that she do in bed. Like, wait a minute, Mr. T, that was Clubber Lang. Come on, buddy. Let's keep it professional, Clubber. But it's like, we got a paper champion, man. And I wish they would have given her better material because we know she's a great performer when given the chance. We saw it on NXT. But for whatever reason, for me, Ray, it has not translated on the main roster. And her title reign has been, at best, it's been solid, if not boring. And at worst, it's been confusing and a cluster when you go back and look at that Charlotte match at WrestleMania and the build to that. And so, my head says Tiffany wins because they're really high on Tiffany, but my heart is like, just for nothing else for me as a viewer. Yes, I do want to see Jade achieve something like this, but give me something different because this is not it. This is not it. This is that bland tofu. They should call her Tofu Tiffy is what they should call her, and not the good kind of tofu, and not the good kind of tofu that you can get at Teriyaki Madness.
It tastes like pork belly.
Tastes like pork belly, but it's vegan. It's amazing. Teriyaki Madness. You go crazy. Oh, that should hire me and EO Sky. And I'll be like, EO Sky, this Teriyaki Madness is pretty good. She'd be like, no, Nate. It's crazy. I'm like, EO, you crazy girl. Pass the tofu. But yes, to sum it all up, Tiffany Stratton's title reign has been tofu, bland, flavorless, and unappealing. Let's go, Jade. Let's go, Jade.
All right. Well, say what you really feel, Nate. All right. One more advocate to get his opinion on this, and then we'll move on. Brother Kris, who you got?
I'm going with Jay too, except not for the reason that Nate's going for her, because I don't think WWE is still trying to figure out what to do with Jade. I think they've given up on Jade. I think she's gonna get a run with their belt, but just to say they've done it, I don't understand WWE because they do this shit semi-often, right? Jade is not that complicated of a wrestler to book or even to figure out, man. Braun Breaker is not a great technical wrestler. He's an explosive wrestler that can do cool shit. That's what he is. And they book him to his strengths. For some stupid fucking reason, they think Jade Cargill has to be Black Luthez female junior for some reason. It's like we want her to be some technical wrestler. It makes no fucking sense.
And we were talking about Goldberg earlier. Make her into a Goldberg. Yes. Like
and can I say something? I feel like I'm being blasphemous already for some of these folks with how they talking about Tiffany Stratton. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I've seen a couple Luthez matches. I done watched them back on the YouTube and whatnot, Ray. He was all right. He ain't the GOAT. Luthez. You was cool in your day, brother. But it's like black female Luthez, she is not. But she ain't gotta be Kris.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. She doesn't have to be this. AEW booked her so perfect as far as how they approached her with her matches. She's a brick house. She looks good. And she looks intimidating, right? So they weren't booking her in 20-minute matches or like, oh, we want to show you how to be a good, what Triple H said in that bullshit press conference he did. When she first got there, she doesn't need to be a great wrestler in the sense of the word that WWE wants her to be. She needs to be like Braun Breaker. She needs to be like Bronson. She needs to be like one of those people that, you bring out there. She's an attraction. You bring her out there, you have her fuck up some women for a few minutes, and then go to the back. It's not that goddamn hard. And I do think they are not doing a service to her. I do think she's going to get the belt eventually, one of them, but I just don't. I think they're going about it in a ridiculous way. I predict they're going to give her the belt just to say they did it, and when they book her shitty, they're going to blame her for not being up to par.
Mm-hmm.
And they got to get out this fucking attitude. And Paul Levesque is a chump for this. Book her better. That's all I'm saying, man. And I already spent way more time on this than I should, but book that sister better.
True. All right. Before we move on to the next match.
Ooh, what we got?
All right. Well, frequent contributor, Brother T. Anthony Alb, chimes in with a $20 Canadian donation. Thank you, brother, for your donation.
T. Anthony.
Imagine a year ago posting a Black B video post involving Jade, and then a year later possibly defeating that same woman you mentioned in a title match. Yeah, I want Jade to win, but with this company, question mark.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. I ain't even gonna front. That is, I never thought of it like that, man.
When you put that up there, I just want to change my pick off
Right.
it. Just
on principle.
Because I forgot that happened last year, specifically with Jade.
Yes.
I want to keep it Jade, but I'll give you the Steve Martin from Bowfinger treatment when he was talking to Heather Graham, where he found out she slept with Eddie Murphy's geek character, and they had the like 10-second conversation, and Steve Martin, will you put it like that? Okay. And when you put it like that, T. Anthony, it makes perfect sense, but I'll still go with Jay. Just the sister needs something, man. This WWE run should not be in vain. I think she signed to a 3-year contract if I'm not mistaken. I could easily see a reality where she just goes back to AEW. Because this is how wrestling has historically been. There have been guys that succeed in both companies, like Hulk Hogan or Sid Justice, or even like a Medusa or somebody like that. But then there are guys that just thrive better in one company over the other. Back in the 90s, Ric Flair had a decent WWF run, but he's a WCW guy, right?
Yeah.
Lex Luger had a good WWF run, but he's a WCW guy.
That was immediately what came to my mind. Is like she's on that Lex Luger trajectory.
Right. Yeah. And I think with her, she's having a okay. I mean, she's not rugged Ronnie Garvin on these streets, so she's at least having a better career than that. But I do think they see her as an AEW talent, because the difference between her and Cody is Cody was there in the 2010s, so they see Cody as their guy.
Yeah.
Jay, for whatever reason, Triple H is a dumbass, and this is how he's booking her. So I mean,
I'm gonna say something, Ray. You know what? I'm gonna say something even more blasphemous, dog. I'm gonna say it. Jade Cargill, better wrestler than Luthez. I said it. I said it. Come after me, Luthez fans. Come after me. I said it.
I'm gonna put this in the short like I did with the Kenny Omega.
Somebody at the retirement center getting riled up now. What did he say? About
hold on there, you whippersnapper.
Young Thundercat don't know about Luthez.
You better be lucky I don't know how to use Twitter. I would give you a piece of my mind.
Let me put my butterscotch down here. Hold on.
If I don't have your address and some stamps to send you a strongly worded letter.
If I hadn't got my hip replaced back in 2004, I'd hit you with a Thez press right now, brother.
I know.
Okay. Where's my phone book at? I'm gonna find your address.
Those older folks
post wrestling.
Yeah, keep your anger inside for about another 6 months. We'll have that PO box open for you. You can send that hate mail.
Do you have a fax machine number?
Get you a telegram, bro.
Dear Post Wrestling, stop. Luther, stop. Was the greatest wrestler of his time. Stop. Jay Cargill, can I compare the feats of Luther? Stop.
Oh Lord! All of a sudden you're gonna be like, where did this pigeon come from, and why is this note tied around?
China Wade just doing a show, and all of a sudden, who's using Morse code? Wade, what is this? Luthez is the GOAT.
Now you know who's gonna get that. You know who on Telegram duty is gonna be our man Neil. You just gonna get one all out in Ireland. It's like what I went through.
Was that your Neil Flanagan impression?
I tried.
You're not the man of 1,000 voices, Ray.
Yeah, I can't be the man of 1,000 voices with only one voice. It's only one. All right. Well, we're moving on. We got 3 more matches remaining. But for those who bet the over,
Like, what the hell?
5 hours, you got an easy dub. We're gonna set at 5.5 hours next month. So, but
like we're not even through SummerSlam, and this ain't even a full damn card yet.
I know.
I blame myself because I went on a couple rants. So shit.
Is that, and then they like these matches that they haven't announced is like, well, I guess we get to touch on, except for that Bird Lady match. We ain't gonna touch on that. we pretty much know Becky Lynch is probably gonna win that hands down.
Ooh.
All agree, say I. We could do a quick review on that.
Why we're getting that belt back?
Oh, nay. All right, we got
another. Agree with that one.
Oh, you don't. Oh, you think? Oh, so the Ring Theory boys think the Bird Lady gonna fly in that New York weather? Okay. What about you, Chris? Quick pick,
what matches is now?
Bird Lady or Big Time Bex for the Women's Intercontinental?
Oh, I'll give it to Becky.
All right, Nate.
Move on from that fast.
See, here's the thing.
Oh man,
like there's so many great animalistic women's wrestlers now. You got the Bird Lady in WWE. You got Spider Lady over in AEW, man.
Yeah, Tekla. Yeah,
so many great people. I can't think of any more. Those are the only 2 examples I could think of. But I think you kind of got it. Do you give it back to Lyra so that she and Bailey can feud? But then where does that leave Bex? Does Bex go? Like it's all confusing. You know what? I'll go with the Ring Theory crew and give it to the Bird Lady.
Yeah, I think now you guys have convinced me. You guys have changed my mind. I initially thought Becky, but then I'm like, yeah, you do have to pay off. Yeah, you do have to pay off this story with
Stand your ground, Ray. Stand on business like Girard did.
Come on now.
I think Lyra, she's gonna get her heart like the Tin Man. We were talking about the Wiz earlier. I think she's gonna get her heart finally, and she's gonna stand up to Becky. She's gonna win that title back, and then she's gonna take on Bailey. So, yeah, I think I'll go with Lyra begrudgingly. All right, moving on. We get into, I believe, the most intriguing match of the weekend because we never know who may be lurking. You know, we already had one cash in of the Money in the Bank, and despite what somebody may tell you, you never know what may happen. So, with that in mind, the WWE World Heavyweight Championship will be on the line as the champion Gunther Slim Walt, as Brother Nate terms him, will defend against one Cash Money, one Company Man, one CM Punk. So, let's start with Chris.
Yeah, this one's a little. CM Punk is kind of like in the same category as Roman and Cody. as far as losing. And CM Punk, man, say what you want about that brother. He knows how to fail up. I'll give him that. I do think he is gonna get a title run during this run of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Whether he gets to that SummerSlam or not, I don't know. I think a more intriguing story would be him losing to Gunther, and kind of having to work a little bit harder to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think they feel that Gunther is a guy that they can kind of have lose. And I did kind of question the way they took the belt off of Jey and put it on Gunther, because it did kind of seem out of nowhere for me. And I even said on Sid's show, I think they did that so CM Punk could take that belt from him. And now they're booking that match, so I'm gonna have to stick with that. Now I'll say CM Punk, but this isn't like this is not a 100% sure pick, but I do think CM Punk is beating Gunther.
All right. Well, let's mix it up. Let's go topsy-turvy. Let's go down to Girard Brown.
I've talked about Gunther being a transitional champion. I think it's time for him to lose that belt. It hasn't even felt like the same Gunther title reign energy.
Right,
and like I've told you, like I've stated on the show, I think it's going to be nice to mix up 800 days with the UK, the 666 days with the IC, to then go that whatever the amount of days was with his first world heavyweight title reign, that his next title reign just being much shorter, and that being a story you can tell with Gunther. I think Punk wins. I also think by the end of it, Seth and his bum leg is going to be coming on out to cash in and take that title.
Yeah, I can see that.
Move on that storyline. So, like, I think Punk will get the dub. I don't think Punk can get out the stadium with that belt.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the hot tag because Kris, you remember the story of the monkey's paw, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You know, they got a magical, mystical monkey's paw, and they made wishes. And whenever the wish was granted, the monkey's paw, a finger would go down. But the wish was never granted in exactly the way that the person asking for the wish wanted. And I think this is a monkey's paw situation for company man Punk. Ray Williams, do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man?
Yes, the Muffin Man. Because I feel like part of the deal for Punk to turn his back on all his morals, to be seen as a hypocrite by the world, to be castigated, to be joked upon, to be looked down upon by people that looked up to him. Part of the deal was, you know, Phil, I know you really want this title. So if you come play ball with us in Saudi, you will be a champion. And Phil's like, got to think about this, Paul. And he goes home. He's just eating muffins, drinking Pepsi. AJ's like, what's wrong, Phil? Got a lot on my mind, babe. Got a lot on my mind. Larry comes over. What's wrong, dog? He's like, well, I didn't know you could talk, Larry, but I'm glad you can. I got a lot on my mind, Larry. And then finally he goes back into work the next day, not as CM Punk, not as the Muffin Man, but as company man Punk. Okay, Paul, I'll play ball, brother. And so he goes to Saudi, loses to John Cena, and he's like, okay, when we get back, SummerSlam is my moment. I'm going to win the championship. And Triple H, I'm a man of my word, kid. You're world champion. But I didn't tell you the other part of the deal. You'll be world champion for 5 minutes before Seth Rollins cashes in on your ass, and we move on to something else. And so I feel like, yes, I'm 100% in line with Girard's theory. I feel like we will get not one but two title changes in this match. CM Punk beats Slim Walt, and then Seth Rollins beats CM Punk.
Yeah. And I also got to say this. I don't see a reality where where CM Punk doesn't have one blow up in WWE. We're due one of those. We are due a Muffin Man 2000 I need to main event WrestleMania this year. We're due one of those moments. It's gonna come.
That train's never late.
It is coming. I will say that.
From company man to crash out. Can the man live? Can the man live? He the company man. He giving the company man perks now because it's title match. Let him breathe a little bit.
Yeah, he's gonna think one of those booking decisions is stupid, and he'll probably be right, and he will handle it in the most unadult way possible, either this year or next year.
He's like, Hunter, I did everything you asked. I was out there rapping, for God's sake.
Right.
I did what you wanted me to do.
Belt. It tells the story of him turning heel. He'll get it off of Sammy after Sammy wins it at Mania. Literally, this will give him the taste he wants to get that belt back, and he'll go so far to do whatever he has to do against Sammy to beat Sammy. But this will go.
I like it.
Gunther to Punk to Seth to Sammy to Punk, and by next SummerSlam.
Yo,
there you go.
The roadmap all planned out. All right. What say you, Brother Jay?
Nate is like reading my notes over here. I had the same exact play called, Gunther eats to go to sleep. Punk is celebrating. We see the credits at the end of the lower thirds. Burn it down, and he get the cash in. We get the false finish. Lee Fitting and Triple H do it again. You know what I'm saying? So I think we're gonna get a cash in, and I think Seth is walking out, not limping out.
All right. Well, let me go to the poll that I put up, and I'm gonna go ahead and end it now. So I did put up a poll that's saying who's walking out. I didn't say who's winning. I said who's walking out with the World Heavyweight Championship. So 10% say Gunther.
Okay.
20% predict Company Man possibly turning into Cranky Man Punk. And 70% agree with both Brother Jay and Brother Nate, and hence what I'm going with, Seth Rollins. I think he's not only I don't think he's gonna be theatrical with it. He's gonna be dramatic with it. He's gonna come out with crutches and with that brace, and then he's just gonna toss it to the side, take the brace off, and sprint full speed like Charles Robinson style down to cash in that briefcase. So I agree with 70% of our chatters, and I agree with the two of you brothers. I think CM Punk wins, thinks he's got it, and then burn it down. And then it's all she wrote from there. All right. So 2 more matches remaining on our preview. We're almost there. We're almost there. I won't jinx us like the youngest in charge usually does.
What was that show back in the day? Was it Lamb Chop? Was it Sharon Lois and Bram? This is the song that will not end.
Lamb Chops.
Yeah.
Yes, it goes on and on. This is the card that will not end. Some people started booking it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue booking it forever.
I have another prediction. I think this will be the first year of the 2-night SummerSlam, and I think this is going to be the last year.
Grand opening, grand closing.
I got the way those tickets that are moving from Thurston. And yeah, I doubt they're doing this shit again, man.
That is a bold prediction, because I think they're trying to set up to have the big four, all the big four be the the 2-night big stadium
I
event.
agree with that up until this show. The ticket, unless they could hit another, boom again. But those tickets are atrocious. They're gonna have to pad some of those seats on one of the on probably both of those nights because those tickets are not moving great.
Gotcha. All right. Well, moving on to the Women's World Championship, we got another 3-way in a Big 4 pay-per-view / PLE, and they just swap out the black women. They keep Io in there, keep Rhea in there, but just swap out Bianca for the new Women's World Champion, who we lauded praises with earlier in the show tonight, about 4.5 hours ago, Naomi. So let's go. We'll reverse it back down. So I'll start off this one. Too early to have Naomi lose the belt, so it'll be a quick one for me. I think Naomi's walking out with the title. What say you, Jay?
I got Naomi winning as well.
Mm-hmm.
I got Naomi winning as well.
Who takes the pin?
Ooh.
Somebody got to take the pin.
I'm going to be bold, and there's going to be some interference. I'm not sure how it's going to happen, but I think Rhea Ripley can afford the pin. Yeah, I think she may take the pin because I don't think she's going to get submitted. But yeah, I can see a world where Naomi wins via pinfall over Rhea Ripley.
Okay.
All right. Well, say you, Nate.
I don't understand what you're saying, Ray Williams.
What? What's your pick, sir?
Oh, I think, yes, obviously it's way too early to take the belt off of Naomi. I don't think she pins Io because I feel like a pinfall loss would hurt Io way more than it's going to hurt Rhea. And then, to kind of stifle Io's momentum at this point would be crazy, Ray. Who could ever do such a thing? So, yeah, I'm going to say Naomi wins. Maybe some shenanigans involved, and Rhea eats the pin.
All right. Girard?
I say Naomi wins, and I'll even go with her pinning Io. But my biggest thing, and I'm not out here trying to protect Tiffany, but I'm gonna just get on this horse because Nate was saying how boring her reign has been, but go backwards because Tiffany boring, Nia boring, Bailey boring.
Watch it now.
Before Bailey boring. And so, think about all those reigns and the matches and everything that happened all the way up to that last point. They've been kind of struggling. Let's go with the Women's World title because before Io, during this past Io reign, we loved that match at Evolution. What was Shawty doing prior? Between Mania and now, what has she been doing? They ain't been doing nothing with her. Before her, it was that Liv Morgan reign that she was kind of wrestling people here and there, but it was kind of really around her and Rhea, but she ain't really do much. Before that, Rhea ain't do much. They don't do a lot with their women's world title reigns, and I don't somehow magically think they're going to change it now, but I would like to see them try something different with one of your characters that Naomi has crafted this great character that goes a little bit beyond just, to me, Rhea is the mommy, but she doesn't have a lot of layers to her. Naomi, you can break her new character down in a lot of different ways. Give her character some stories that these other women have not had coming out of this triple threat. Move Naomi and these women's world titles forward just a little bit more because you're not, once again, if we want to evolve and have an evolution, give them more, just period, in their world title reigns.
Yeah. Something
to look back and remember. Because I was thinking about Charlotte. I don't even know any of her greatest title matches she's had, but she's had 14 reigns. Give these women something to do. storyline wise. Give them something to do on their reigns. That's all I'm saying. But Naomi for the win.
Okay. Before you proceed, Ray, we have to do this again. Sorry, folks.
Oh, God.
The views and expressions, you know the resting. Spoken by one Girard Downtown Brown, pertaining to the reign of Nia Jax. Do not reflect the views of the NWA Podcast, Post Wrestling, or any of its subsidiaries, or our sponsors. Shout out to Teriyaki Madness. Thank you.
All right. well, on that note, we'll end off with you, brother Kris. What do you think? Who you got in this triple threat?
Not Naomi, man. I don't care what. I mean, she is without a doubt the most interesting woman on that roster. Just easily, I don't even think there's a close second. It's Naomi. I think she wins. If she doesn't win, Triple H, you could expect another Substack article. I will do what better. I will be like, yo, Ray, Nate, Jared, Girard, Jay. When should we start the exclusive NWA newsletter? Because I would think that ridiculous if she lost that fast.
All right, that makes sense.
But you know what? Would you saying that, Kris? It would not be surprising because we've seen this happen before. So that totally makes all sense. So Triple H, if you're listening, proceed with caution.
Right. Yeah. She's black. She's black, and we don't always get the great end of the stick in that company.
Yeah, imagine if her and Jay lose. You definitely know that newsletter coming up.
Cardi B ain't coming back.
That means it's going to be a 4,000-word article if they both lose. Hey.
All right. And now we made it to the home stretch. We made it to the finish line for the match that everyone's been dying to see, the rematch of the most thrilling, most exhilarating match on that WrestleMania 41 card. So exhilarating. So the twists and turns. But now everything is legal. No holds bar. It'll be a street fight between the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, and the never seen 17 reigning defending WWE champion, undisputed champion, John Cena. All right, so what? I already hear exhale, Nate, or not Nate, but brother Kris. Go ahead, brother Kris.
If John Cena's title reign was a rabid dog via Old Yeller,
no,
they should have taken that thing out months ago and had it shot.
Wow,
it is horrible, and I do owe an apology. I've said that before the air because I made a joke about Cena, and it said something about a woman with a disease or something like that, and one of the viewers got offended by that, so I do want to apologize. No one's pressured me into doing that. John or Wade didn't, Nate didn't say, yo, apologize. I'm doing it on my own. And my wife said I should apologize to Linda McMahon because you don't want me calling her what I called her. So I apologize for that. I don't apologize for hating that woman, but I apologize for that as well.
Look, is it that hard, Roman Reigns, to apologize, brother?
I'm about to say, get that out, or else Cal State Fullerton is going to suddenly not have no funding. Yeah, you better get that out.
You remember that guy, the cussing pastor?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
At Cal State Fullerton, I'm known as the cussing professor. Check out what those students say on me. I'd rate my professors.
Who wants to talk about some fucking politics? Like,
Yeah, they know what's up. I get the job done, and so they know what's up. But
back in 1876, the Continental Congress, these motherfuckers was crazy. Chris.
But this John Cena title reign has been a flop. It's not good. The initial turn was awesome.
Yep.
This shit is really, really boring and dumb and needs to end. John Cena, start your Hollywood career. Fuck, I will see what I can. I will pay somebody to give you the goddamn Oscar if I don't have to see this shit anymore, man. Whatever. I do not want to see this combination of you on TV ever a fucking again, man. It's been a great career. You seem like a decent guy. I respect you. This title reign ain't it, man. Get that belt off of you. Pay them to take the belt off of you. Just be like, yo, take this belt, do something else with it. Have them set that belt free, man. Like, throw it into the ocean, throw it into the woods so it can be out in the wild with other belts. This is a horrible run, John Cena. This is your most garbage title reign in your long, illustrious 20-plus year career. This has been garbage. John Cena, I think you know, not even in your heart of hearts, I think you know that outwardly this shit has been fucking garbage. I don't blame you, Cena. I blame The Rock. I blame Nick Khan. And I blame Triple H.
Damn.
This is a garbage reign. You're getting your money, Cena. I got no problem with you. That belt needs to come off you. Put it on Cody. Put it on one of the women. Put it on the little Miz girl. I think she's a college student now. Put it on her. Put it on somebody. Hey, I'll take Judy Bagwell. I banged on her winning the tag titles. Raise Judy Bagwell back. And shout out to Buff Bagwell because he's going through his stuff.
Shout out.
Buff Bagwell with after the getting the leg
the amputation.
The one down. Put it on anybody else. This is a garbage race.
Wow.
Garbage. Get the belt off of him. Cody, I hope you win. Not because I'm a huge fan of Cody. I just want this shit to be over. I want my gray hair to start turning black again.
Damn.
You have destroyed my spirit with this title reign, Johnson, in WWE. And I blame Triple H, The Rock, and Nick Khan. Garbage.
Two things, Ray, before we continue. Chris, to be fair, this man did say he was going to ruin wrestling. So mission accomplished.
Yeah, I know.
But the other thing, like when Chris is talking about setting the belt free, now I'm just having an image of the championship belt just in the woods somewhere. It's lost. And then all of a sudden, here comes the WCW TV title belt. Hey, you're among friends. Come home.
Yeah,
Come
I
home.
know. Right?
The AWA championship belts cooking dinner. Like just
in the arms of
like Sarah McLachlan, why you got all these belts?
Yeah.
I seen Mercedes Moné and I was inspired.
The hardcore belts over there chilling with
the hardcore belts chilling. Yep.
Yeah.
The United States Tag Team title.
Yes, the U.S. Tag Team title.
WWE lightweight title.
You're among friends. Come home.
Yeah. You're amongst friends.
The 24/7 title.
And then the 24/7 title is locked in the basement. It's locked in the attic.
We don't talk about him.
We don't talk about him.
Oh, that's Bruno. That's crazy.
Bruno.
That's Bruno. Oh man.
All right, brother Girard. What do you think? Who's taking it out? Or do we see Seth?
No.
Well, you already mentioned Seth in your theory for the world title. Is there any chance that Seth might be taking this one?
I know we diverted from Naomi going after Tiffany and Jade. I don't think if Seth diverts to after all the knee gate chicanery nonsense, I'm sorry. That what are y'all doing? Y'all out thinking y'all own stories at that point. Sometimes predictable is the right direction to go, and so Seth's with the world title. That's the title he made in the first place. That's the title that he wants to stop CM Punk from having. You would go after that belt.
Right, for real.
I don't want Cody to win it off of Cena because I don't think that's going to do a lot for his babyface character, and I've been saying that for a while. I don't think he needs to be the one to beat Cena, but this is the route we're going to go, and we'll see how the fans take to Cody winning that belt back. I mean, I guess this is just the inevitable where we're going. He has to be the one to beat Cena for it, and okay, I guess that's the way we're going, and that's what I'm saying, but I don't want it, but I also don't want Cena to have that belt any longer. Like, I'm good. Like, this reign has been awful. For all the reasons Dr. Kris said and more. Like, this reign has not been it. I was there when you kicked it off. I regret my ticket cost. I could have watched that from home. I will be watching next year from home.
Damn.
You just need to lose this belt right now, homie. We need a shake up. We need all Johns with world titles need to relinquish their world. We've gotten rid of one.
For the
Time is
up. For the next year, just ban all Johns from ever holding the titles.
We got a Victoria on my Johns right now.
Yeah, you know it's bad when somebody
Johnny Nitro's like, what'd he say fuck me for?
Well, no. Yeah. You know it's bad when somebody's like, I'm voting for Cody. He's the lesser of two evils. All right.
Oh man, that's crazy, especially with him being on the red side of this picture too. Hey.
All right. We'll go with you, brother Jay.
I'm going with Cody, but I think on this one, there are seeds being planted on a double turn.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, I'll give you that.
And I hope they execute fully on this one. That's in an entertaining way that doesn't like insult our intelligence, because Cena's run has been a flop. I was hoping. I mean, it started out on a super high, minus Travis Scott. But everything else that's being told. I mean, if you look at it from week to week, where we are right now with John Cena, he's talking to the crowd now differently than he did with the initial heel turn. At first, it was a breakup, and now he's actually like, "I'm sorry, I can't do this." Blah blah blah. Trying to get this explanation, and he's now talking to the crowd and the fans as if, you know what. Maybe I did do something wrong. Maybe I was too harsh on this. And Cody's starting to get that bit of an edge to him. And I want to see where it goes. But I think Cody is going to win. And he may actually cheat to do it, which is cool with me. I'm fine. Just get the title run off of Cena. And let's start the redemption story to redeem him as the clean-cut WWE John Cena that we knew before. I thought I would love the heel turn, and I did initially, but this sucks.
Big facts.
Wow. It's very bold statements. Hopefully, Jet Black Suit, you're not into this John Cena storyline like you would. But I'll go ahead and go next, and then I'll leave final word for
the final boss.
MC. Yes, our MC, our master of ceremonies. But before I get into my pick, I put another poll out there. Who walks out of SummerSlam with the WWE title? And right now,
Judy Bagwell.
John Cena stands at 0%. Cody Rhodes stands at 40%.
What?
Which means 60% vote for the cash in. Which
can't cash in twice.
Doesn't make sense to me because 70% voted Seth to cash in the WWE title. I hope it's not the same people. It's not 2 briefcases, people.
Right.
He's like, I'm only using half of it now.
half of the you split the contract in half. There's some funny stuff happening with these contracts.
Now, I will say this for the people voting for the Seth Rollins cash in. Like Jay was saying, that would make no fucking sense because the guy he's been railing on since he left AEW to go back to WWE is CM Punk.
Yeah,
that's the guy he is the bane of his existence for some reason. So then for him to cash in on Cody, I would not excuse TKO, whoever the fuck, if they did that. It would make zero sense.
And the other side of the coin on that too, Chris, is that title's on SmackDown, and his faction with no name is on Raw.
Right.
So I don't see that happening either.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So. All right. Well, with my pick, I'm on board with you guys. First off, you mentioned John Cena kind of sounding like he was remorseful, Brother Jay. I don't know. I think it's a cowardly heel trick because in that same breath, he was saying, "Oh, I'm sorry. I wish I could be there, but I got obligations in my movie."
The Hollywood obligations.
Yeah. So I think he was kind of putting on like a fake, like remorse on that one. I mean, you could still probably do like the turn and make him a good guy at the end, which I think they're most likely going to do, especially he's got like another whole half of a year left on this retirement tour. So of course you're going to have him come back around and see the error of his ways, but I think he's still being that cowardly heel right now. Go ahead, Chris.
John Cena is the house guest who you were excited to have him over in the beginning, and now he's starting to eat your fucking food that you had. You had
like, bruh, man.
Yeah, you had a Danish in the fridge that you were waiting to eat when you got off of work. This motherfucker ate it. He's drinking your milk. He is.
Don't drink Ray's milk.
You beat me to it. You beat me to
it. He's leaving hair in the shower. He's somebody that needs to go. I gotta get that.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, I think, and we, Jay, you also mentioned Cody Rhodes cheating again. Is no holds barred. It's a street fight. It's not really cheating. So I think he can, in those street fights, he's going to do whatever he can to win, but you can still kind of maintain that good guy persona with Cody Rhodes, but you could kind of have him just like when you had him, I think back in AEW when he was in that dog collar match with Brody Lee, RIP. Is like he had to turn over a new leaf. He had to get on that dark side for just a little bit, or with those matches that he had, I believe he had that hardcore match with Andrade, which he set the table on fire, which was crazy. But yeah, I think like when the situation presents itself, he can cross that line, but then he could bring himself back. He could justify it with that just being the rules of engagement within that particular match. So I got Cody as well. I don't think there's a cash in. I'm sorry for those who voted, but I don't think there's cash in. All right, Brother Nate, what do you say since you couldn't understand?
First of all, I want to apologize to John Cena for the words that have been spoken tonight. Somewhere, Cena, I know he's a loyal viewer. He's a loyal NWA Podcast follower, and he is sitting right now in his $1 million home. He's just like Alonzo from Training Day, like, you ungrateful sons of bitches. You think you can do this to me? I run this. You just live here.
Yeah, I'm the police. Yeah,
I'm the police. You're gonna be podcasting from Pelican Bay when I'm through with you, Kris.
Yeah.
24-hour shoot program. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. But here's the thing, man. The only saving grace for John Cena in this title reign is that Tiffany Stratton's title reign exists.
Damn.
Because if not, and here's the thing, Tiffany's title reign ain't even been terrible. It's just been boring.
Right.
This has been objectively terrible. And there's been so many fumbles and missteps along the way ever since that heel turn, the initial heel turn, which was so great and had everybody captivated. And then we've just had fumble after fumble after fumble. Like Ron Killings was collateral in this run.
Right.
Like Ron Killings is like, I don't know what they're doing with the brother. And it's a shame because when he was released and came back, there was so much potential to do something cool and interesting. There's still time, but I have no hope for them capitalizing on what Ron Killings brings to the table. Cody Rhodes as your top babyface. You made Cody Rhodes look like an idiot at WrestleMania.
Right.
Completely. And I don't think like Cody is good enough that he can withstand it, but he's still a lesser version of Cody than he was that night at WrestleMania.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's been so many people that have been hurt by this John Cena feud. Muffin Man flew his brother to Saudi, to take an L. And I don't even think that really process. And wrapped in the process. I don't think that helped Cena in any way, that victory over Punk. Like it really did nothing to improve this title reign. And so like there have been so many people hurt by this John Cena title run. Maybe most importantly of all, John Cena, Ray Williams.
Yeah.
Because on this last run, you don't want to look at John Cena as the character where it's like when he shows up on the screen, like, here we go again. You want to be excited to see this dude. I was going to say arguably, it's not even arguable at this point. This dude is on the Mount Rushmore of WWE.
Right.
Alongside Stone Cold Steve Austin, alongside the final boss, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and alongside another, I can't quite make out that last figure. It looks kind of real, but I don't know. Maybe it's American Brother. I can't make out that last figure on the mountain.
Get yourself some beer, brother.
I need another sip of beer, brother. But he's on that mountain with all of those dudes. And so to see this as the way he goes out, and yes, we have another half a year and we're going to get the babyface turn. But if you go back to one of the first episodes of Ring Theory, maybe the first episode of Ring Theory, the night after WrestleMania, or it may even been the Ring Theory where we did the Netflix debut. And Girard was talking about the potential for a Cena storyline and how we can just follow the character and see this growth from this character. We've got none of that. We've got none of that. And so, Cena by the storyline should not lose, because if you're the guy that's going to ruin wrestling and you're going to end all this, then your title reign should last longer than 3 months, 4 months. But ain't nobody here for this, man.
Nope.
John Cena, we tired, man. The world is bad enough, John Cena, without your title reign bringing all of us down. So please do us a favor. Help us help you, brother. And drop the damn belt, John. I want to enjoy Peacemaker season 2, okay? I want to enjoy when you pop up in these movies, like you was in, spoiler alert, he had a cameo in Superman. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert, Ray Williams, Superman can fly. I don't know if you knew that. He doesn't just jump high, Ray. He can fly. He's not Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. He just doesn't have good hops. He can fly. But yeah, this Cena title reign has been terrible, man. And it's a shame because it should have been great, but it's not.
No.
So Cody, like the story should dictate that Cena wins because he's still got to learn something. But give it to Cody, man, just so we can end this. Just so we can move on to something else. Like you can still tell your story, John Cena, because we're not enjoying the story, kids. But let the belt be free. Like, how many belts do we have that need to be freed in this company? Many belts need to be freed.
Like Cena's title reign has been so horrible and garbage and abominable and stupid.
Basura, as Jay would say.
Right, yeah. It's so bad that I'm going to say something blasphemous that I never thought I'd say.
Don't talk about Luthez.
It's so bad that I don't even want to see The Rock come back. I don't care if I see The Rock doing WWE TV ever again after this fucking
ever.
Yeah.
Ever?
Shots fired.
Yeah. Damn. You know, and I love The Rock. You know us, Nate. We are the resident Rock lovers this side of these wrestling streets, but The Rock is just kind of disappointing me.
Spoiler alert, Ray, there may be a podcast on this very network that chronicles The Rock's movie career.
I think I might have to check that out.
Yeah, it's a good show. It's a lot better than this Cena title run.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. All right, and with that, we have not only reached the end of the SummerSlam card, but the end of another jam-packed episode for the month of July for the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
We did it. Another one, as the prophet DJ Khaled would say. But yeah, let's end this episode by going around the horn one last time, letting everybody shout out what they've got going on. And again, thank you to everybody that's tuning in live the night of, and tip of the cap to everybody listening or watching in the future. Somewhere in jolly old England, Martin Bushby is getting ready to hop on the train, so it's about time to go. Let's start with Girard Downtown Brown. Anything you'd like to promote while you're sitting out there on that island saying Roman Reigns is finna lose, brother?
Hey, am I going to stay on this island for the rest of this month? Check out the next Ring Theory next month to see am I still out cold on this island by myself, or if I've just been, if it's going to be a Jet 2 holiday and I'm about to have a nice little time on this island by myself with a Mai Tai and everything. Who I could be right and I just be on vacation. Who knows? And so tune into Ring Theory next month. We'll definitely be talking about SummerSlam and the offerings of that. We'll possibly be talking about Forbidden Door. I don't know if it's either going to be coming up that weekend or if it'll be already happened by that point, but we'll also be covering what AEW has next on the horizon. And also the biggest happenings in wrestling. So stay tuned to Nefarious. Jump on that Drive to Survive for 500. Definitely Drive to Survive is a F1. So Drive to 500.
I was gonna say we done spiced it up a little bit. We trying to drive to survive to 500. Get on that, Ray. But yeah, shout out to Girard for making time tonight. Always a good time chopping it up with you, brother. Jay, upper mid card, Jey Lacey. Tell the people what you got going on, brother, and where they can either cheer you and be a part of the mid-card mafia, or they can boo you for your takes on Kenny Omega's entrance.
Hey, thank you again for the platform. Shout out to Post, John and Way. Salute to you guys. You can catch me here on the Nefarious Network with my tag team partner, DTGB, Downtown Girard Brown. We chopping up all kinds of wrestling theories. And we got mad takes and we got, some hot takes. People agree with us, people disagree with us. But you know what? If we get your response, that means we did something. So, we got a response out of you. So I love the love. I love the hate. And guess what, you guys? Stay tuned for more. When the glasses come off, that means we serious up in this piece. You did. So check us out or check me out on Jarek_wins at Instagram. Follow me over there. Follow me here on the Nefarious Network. I may pop out and show up, So that's all I got, you guys. So I appreciate the time and let's go. Let's get it.
No doubt, brother. No doubt. Look, Jay just pulled a reverse Cena. You know what I'm saying? So Cena's thing when he fighting you is you can't see me. Jay's thing is I can't see you.
Exactly. I can't see you. What is this?
Like I'm nearsighted. Step a little bit further away. I can't get my technique down.
Hey, I'm here for the smoke.
I know that's right. But you know a brother that's all about the smoke, ladies and gentlemen, the cussing professor himself, Kris Ealy. Kris, what you got going on for the people, and let them know what you were doing when you're not talking about the motherfucking Boston Tea Party, brother.
So, check out my articles on the thinking class with Christopher Ealy. My Substack is on the little the Chiron at the bottom. So just go to that, subscribe. It's free. I might have to do a paywall eventually because I heard that, the free is not sustainable. So I'll keep the main articles free, but then just something with some bonus content. Look out for that. And then, and just, Christopher Ealy across the socials. And I also do want to give a shout out to Buff the Stuff Bagwell, because he did have his leg or amputated, and that was a big thing. And the reason why I want to shout him out is because he was one of my first wrestling interviews I did when I started this wrestling podcasting thing with Marcus, or not with Mike Knox. Let me make sure I get that brother's name right.
And not that Mike Knox, the other Mike Knox.
Mike triple 3 X's because he's hardcore, how he says it. But in the story, and I think I've told this story on the show before, but so Buff Bagwell, when he was set to be interviewed by us, that weekend we had already had him booked in advance. And that weekend is when he got popped for the DUI, right? And this shit was all over wrestling media, man. It was all over the fucking place. And I was thinking, I was like, as soon as it happened, I was like, Mike, this guy might not want to do the interview anymore, man. What's up? Because the guy who introduced us to him was Scott Riggs. Scott Riggs was the one, because he was friends with Mike.
American Mouse.
So I said to Mike, like, we need to make sure he's gonna do the interview, because if he's not, we gotta tell the people that are watching the show, like, we can't do the interview. Because Chris Brown pulled that shit on me when I was at USC. That it was the week that he put hands to Rihanna. And I was supposed to do an interview before that shit was even thought of. I was supposed to like get it and it wasn't gonna be a long interview. It was gonna be like maybe 3 minutes or so. And his manager or publicist or whoever was like, that ain't fucking happening. But to Buff Bagwell's credit, he did the show with us, and we didn't softball him. We asked him like, well, yo, what the fuck happened? He answered as honest as he could, but then later on, now that his leg is amputated, you find out more about his situation. But I always respected the fact that he was in the middle of all that crap, and he still did the interview with us. And we were the first interview he did after that DUI, man. So shout out to Buff, man. And I hope, and like he said, he was like, yo, man, I'd rather be in this condition than, be addicted to those substances still. So, I mean, just shout out to you, prayers to you, and, continued sobriety and full happiness and a long life. And, and hopefully whatever, if you get a prosthetic and stuff, you know how to, use it and maintain your independence and all that stuff. And they're doing crazy things with robotics in 2025. And I think it's going to improve in the future, man. So shout out to you, and, hope you stay well, my dude.
No doubt. Two-Way Ray. This man been busy this past week or so. All these live streams, making all these videos for YouTube. handling the socials. This man Ray Williams been busy. He been on the grind. But Ray Williams, what you got for the people, man? They want more. They want more, Ray. They like that little girl on that commercial back in the day. Like, what do you want? We want more. More. They want more from you, Ray Williams. So what you got? What you got for the people besides your voice and your feet?
Gotcha. Well, just stay tuned to all of our socials, as Nate will go ahead and plug a little later. Of course, we on that drive for 500. So please keep an eye out. Please, it'll cost you nothing to subscribe to our YouTube, to our Blue Sky, to our X/Twitter handle, to our Instagram. Cost you nothing. But if you have it to spare, please, every dollar makes a difference. So,
right. And our Blue Sky just hit over 100 too. So
yes. So keep supporting, and for those who already support, thank you. As far as what I'm doing specifically with Nefarious coming up, other than getting out these posts and having these clips coming up, including again just Girard's take on the whole evolution, that will be coming up as a short. His take on evolution and his defense of the women at WWE, that will be coming out as a short tomorrow. And also every fourth Monday, like clockwork, usually, SBF Styles Big Fights. We're gonna be discussing UFC 318 with as we mentioned before, with Dustin Poirier, the Diamond himself, the pride of Lafayette, Louisiana, former interim UFC lightweight champion, making his final appearance in a UFC ring or UFC cage as a fighter in the octagon against Max Holloway. This was their third fight against one another. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Dustin's legacy within the sport and everything that he's doing outside of the sport. We'll also discuss the aforementioned possible fight at the White House next year and all the ramifications from that. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the PFL, because spoiler alert for you, Nate, UFC isn't the only MMA organization, brother. The PFL, professional Fight League, had a card in Chi-Chi's neck of the woods out in South Africa over the weekend. So I'm going to pick her brain about that, see if she was able to get a chance to go or if she just covered it from home, and then how the atmosphere was around home during fight week and how things went with their pretty much maiden voyage out into Africa with them trying to launch PFL Africa. So all that and more will be coming on the next installment of the Styles Break Fights podcast. Again, every fourth Monday, wherever you get your podcast on the Nefarious Media Network. So that's all I got.
Okay, good stuff, Ray. And salute to Chi-Chi. She's doing big things, man. Salute to the Nisi. She's a voice that you need to listen to. If you're into combat sports, check out Ray and Chi-Chi every month here at the Nefarious Media Network. And I will say a few things. If you want to find me personally, I'm on these internet streets, man. At Nate Mosaic on Twitter, at Nate Mosaic 757 on Blue Sky, as well as Threads at Black Nate, BLAQUE_8 on Instagram. But most importantly, follow Nefarious Media. We're doing things, ladies and gentlemen. So if you believe in what we're doing, if you dig what we're doing, if you want a space where we can talk about sports and politics and pro wrestling and entertainment and have disagreements, but be agreeable when we have disagreements, because you don't have to be disagreeable to have a different opinion from somebody. If you want to have fun, again, in your podcast, and if you want to have thoughtful, turned up commentary, truthful commentary, truth is a very valuable commodity these days. And we may not be rich in monetary terms, but we are rich and bountiful in terms of truth. And that's what you're going to get at the Nefarious Media Network. So if that sounds like something you be into, if you dug what we did tonight with Post Wrestling, check us out. Patreon.com/Nefarious Media is where you can subscribe. $5 gets you in the door. If you want to pay more, we won't stop you because it's a free country. At least it is for now. Follow us on the socials. We are on YouTube. We are on IG. We are on Facebook. We are on Threads now. We're on Blue Sky. We are on Facebook, and we are on TikTok. So if you really want to hate on this man Jey Lacey, TikTok is the place to be. Most of the handles are Neff Media. So just check us out, Nefarious Media Network. If you search us, we're the first thing that pops up, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, this has been another great edition of the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, presented by Post Wrestling. If you're a fan of wrestling and combat sports, keep it locked here to Post, because they have so much going on right now. You can expect a Slammiversary review if it's not already up. Bruce Lord and Karen Peterson did it big with the G1 preview. Sure, WH Park will be a part of that here in the near future. So many great shows. Collision Course with Kate from Montreal. This man, Wade, I almost called him Wade Pollock and John Ting, but that's how close these brothers are, man. It's like a symbiotic relation. They like CM Punk and John Cena. Like they would. Did you know they like the yin and yang, Ray Williams? That's what they tried to tell us. They like a yin and yang, like mirror reflections of each other. So that's John Cena.
One another.
They offset, right? Pollock. Hold on. I gotta sell this to John. Pollock offsets Ting. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. They ain't ready for that. I'm gonna have to charge them for that one. But yeah, Post Wrestling, Poison Rhino, the whole crew. You know what it is. Nefarious Media. Y'all love us. Y'all rock with us, and we love and appreciate all of y'all. So shout out to Righteous Reg for creating one of the greatest theme songs in wrestling podcasts today. Shout out to my man Austin James for crafting this wonderful little logo that you see in the top corner of your screen. And shout out again to Pollock and Ting, the proprietors of Post Wrestling, for allowing us the platform and have these conversations, which may be a little bit different from the normal or usual wrestling podcast that a lot of y'all listen to. So we're going to rest up, do it again next month. But if you need more of us in the meantime until August, check out Nefarious Media because we working on some things. So for Two-Way Ray Williams, for the Professor Kris Ealy, for Upper Mid-Card Jey Lacey, and for Girard Downtown Brown, I am the Godfather Nate Milton. And remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. You know, before we get out of here, though, I just want to say one thing. A lot of people have supported me in this podcast thing over the years, and I feel like it's time to give them the proper respect and proper adulation, man. Like I've been doing this for a long time, since 2013, and I just want to say this means a lot to me. So I need to get this out. I just want to say how much I am so proud of everybody.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the Godfather. Post wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring, we invested in. Nubian kings and queens, we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.